Martin Dock on my right, is it?
That's correct, sir.
Thank you. We'll get you to introduce yourself in a moment, but the rest of us, or most of us, have been here since Wednesday, and on my left is a team from counsel. Straight ahead of me is the team for the applicant, and Antoine Coffin, Commissioner, on my left. My name's Alan Withy, and the big boss on my right, who will now go through health and safety. Over to you, Joe.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jo Greig. I'm the Manager of Governance here at Waipa. Just do a bit of a refresher on housekeeping matters because we've got some new people in the room today. Just in terms of point to note that this hearing is recorded and live streamed to YouTube. So please make sure that when you are speaking that you do use the speakers and press the purple button and make sure the light is red before you start speaking. Otherwise, you won't be heard on the stream. Just in terms of location of bathrooms, they are off out the exit to the chambers and off to the right. Make sure your cell phones are turned off. If there is a siren, a fire alarm, the exit, the congregation area is out in the car park. You can also exit through that door to the left. Just in terms of conduct, cross-examination is not permitted at any time. Any points of clarification or request should be directed through the chair. Please don't approach the hearing panel at any time, and if you have anything to hand to the hearing panel, this should be done through me. Thank you.
Are there any procedural issues before we proceed to Department of Conservation?
Not at this moment, sir, but I envisage that we will address you later in the day, but right. Still working on that.
Right. So the floor is yours, and I beg your humble pardon referring to you as Doc. The Department of Conservation is what I should have said. So perhaps you could introduce your team, and then the floor is yours.
Sure. Just checking my microphone's working. So tēnā koutou katoa, ko Michelle Hooper, toko ingoa. A tipu aki ai Otipoti, Dunedin, ke kirikiri roa, e noho ana oho e nai nai. He ka mahi aho mau te papa atiwhai. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. So I'm Michelle Hooper. I'm in the legal team at Te Papa Atiwhai, and sometimes often referred to as Doc.
Sure.
I have with me today Ms. Burley, who's the expert bat ecologist for the Director General of Conservation, and Mr. Gooding, who's the expert planner for the Director General of Conservation.
To you, Mr. Chair, looking at our schedule, there's currently 10 minutes allocated to each of the speakers, and I'm sure that it may take longer than 10 minutes. Through you, Mr. Chair.
Interested in the timetable.
Obviously, you need to say what you need to say, and we've probably got a few questions for you as well. So I'm expecting us to go a bit over that time, and that's
sure.
From my perspective, that's fine.
So I've tried to keep my legal submissions as brief and to the point as possible. So I could start there and then questions, and then we could.
Thank you.
What has been pre-circulated, of course, has been available to us, but.
Oh, good. So they have been read. So I can take them as read.
Yes.
Not the submissions.
The legal submissions.
Yeah. No, I don't have a copy of your legal submissions.
Okay.
Just the evidence.
Okay, so I have filed legal submissions this morning, which I have copies of here, which I can hand out.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, I've been in Wellington this week and flew in last night, and I finished these at 2 o'clock this morning. It's lots of work on at the moment.
I do have your legal submissions dated 28th of October.
28th of October.
Yeah.
That must be the original submission, not the legals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the statement.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's some legal submissions that I finished last night and emailed this morning.
You
which
certainly won't have seen those.
Yeah. Right, I've landed on your desk just now. So I'll take those as not being read, and I'll work through those now. So let me know when you're ready for me to start.
Ready?
So these legal submissions are presented on behalf of the Director General of Conservation, and the Director General is the administrative head of DOC, and the submission is in the name of the Director General. So just start, as I said, I've been in Wellington this week on other matters, but I have used the YouTube function, so I've been able to follow the hearing as it's gone along. So that was, I thank the panel for making that option available. So I do note that Mr. Welsh has made a number of comments about what DOC will say at this hearing on a number of topics, including that DOC will argue that compensation is not available. He's also referred to aeronautical safety. I'd just like to say that it's unfortunate that Mr. Welsh has incorrectly characterised the Director General's position on PC20. To be clear, the Director General recognises the need for aeronautical safety, and the Director General is not proposing that bat habitat be put ahead of human safety. As I say, I flew into Hamilton Airport last night. Everyone understands that safety is paramount, and yeah, so that's just a non-issue. It is also incorrect to say that the Director General will argue that compensation is not a step in the effects management hierarchy. In these legal submissions, I will address, firstly, DOC's position on PC20, secondly, the legal framework, thirdly, the key issues, relief and evidence. So starting with DOC's position on PC20, the Director General's position on PC20 is based on the Environment Court decision in Western Lee and the Director General of Conservation and Hamilton City Council. I was legal counsel for the Director General in that case, so I have quite detailed knowledge of what the court said in that hearing. So in this case, the Environment Court noted that there is a need for a unified catchment approach to habitat protection. I have a quote there. Would you like me to read that out? Or?
Well, you should feel at liberty to take as read whatever you choose, and certainly quotes are in that category.
Sure, I'll take that as read.
Sure.
But to summarise, the key point there is that the court said that noted the threatened nationally critical status of the pika pika, and that it's close to extinction. So threatened nationally critical is one step away from extinction. And in light of the court's comments, that is what the Director General is seeking, an integrated, unified catchment approach to habitat protection. Habitat loss is a key issue facing the remaining population of long-tailed bats, pika pika, that are present at and in the area surrounding the PC20 site. The Director General's ecological evidence confirms that the site meets the significance criteria in RPS. The applicant's original ecological assessment as part of the Section 32 evaluation also confirms that it meets the significance criteria, and that assessment was prepared by Mr. Markham of Tonkin and Taylor. So we've got Mr. Markham and Ms. Thurley, two expert ecologists that assessed that the site meets the significance criteria. The Director General notes that the Section 42A reporting officer, Mr. Williamson, has obtained and relied upon technical reports from Mr. Morgan on transport, Ms. Scrimmager on engineering, and Ms. Brown on landscape architect. However, there's a significant omission. The Section 42A report does not have its own technical report from a bat ecologist. This is a significant oversight given the threat status and vulnerability of the pika pika. So some background on the pika pika. It's a Tonga species. It has a threat classification of threatened nationally critical. The pika pika is New Zealand's only native land mammal, and the remaining population of pika pika is predicted to decline by greater than 70% over the next 3 generations of bats. Now that case that I've referred to, I've included in the hard copies of the documents handed up. I encourage you to have a read of that. And the key point on the threat classification is that it's the rate of decline. The rate of decline is very fast. So these bats are running out of time. On day one of the hearing, Mr. Morgan indicated to the hearing panel that the ownership of Titanium Park Limited is important context. So as you're aware, Titanium Park Limited is a subsidiary of Waikato Regional Airport, and Waikato Regional Airport Limited is a council-controlled organisation that is owned by 5 territorial authorities, and relevant to these proceedings or the habitat of this particular Pika Pika population is the Hamilton City Council, Waipa District Council, and Waikato District Council. And that ties into my comments that context is also relevant to the Director General and the court's comments about an integrated unified catchment approach. Everything seems a bit disjointed at the moment in terms of that unified catchment approach. Mr. Morgan also referred to the recent upgrade of the terminal building at Hamilton Airport, which uses the Pika Pika in the design of the terminal building and for the associated artwork and promotional marketing material. And I'm sure you've all seen as you walk in that plaque in memory of the Pika Pika. But noting that Pika Pika still exists and is still present in this area for the moment. The Director General agrees that this is important context and notes that the applicant's cost benefit assessment as set out in table 1 of paragraph 3.2 of the section 32 analysis has failed to adequately consider the economic benefits, costs associated with the threatened nationally critical Pika Pika. A key difference between the ecological experts is a question as to whether the proposed on-site avoidance and mitigation will be fit for purpose. In light of the unique context that applies to PC20, the Director General seeks a careful, integrated catchment approach to the design of the overall effects management approach to achieve a no net loss outcome. So I acknowledge that the compensation site has positives to it. And there's some changes made to the request. There's some positives there. I think those positives could be built on and integrate better for the catchment approach that's needed for the survival of this threatened, almost extinct population. So move to the role of the Director General and DOC. Usually our involvement in these proceedings is always met with, what's DOC doing here? And it's quite a thing, but we actually have a statutory function. We're here to advocate for the conservation of natural and historic resources generally. That's our Section 6 function under the Conservation Act. This week I was having a conversation with someone that explained some of the history, and when it's often been challenged, should this advocacy function continue? And I was told that Helen Clark's view on it is that there needs to be a voice in these scenarios, and DOC's here to provide that voice that's not usually otherwise put forward in these types of processes. So DOC also administers the Wildlife Act. I often get told, well, DOC, what are you doing under the Wildlife Act? So the Wildlife Act sets up DOC's role there as a prosecutor. So I do note that the ecological assessment attached as Appendix 8 to the applicant's request for PC20 identifies that 2 necklace poplar shelter belts were removed from the site not long after surveys identified that the site was possibly being used for temporary roosting. We understand that they were removed for health and safety reasons and that no Pika Pika were harmed during the removal process. I just note that while the RMA system has that as a permitted activity, we also have a wider legislative context, and the Wildlife Act forms part of that wider legislative context and administered quite separately. But in the case that I've quoted there, it has been established that in certain circumstances, the activity of removing habitat could come within the definition of possession or of hunt and kill, and it may constitute an offence under Section 63 of the Wildlife Act. Just providing that as context of DOC's functions. So I move now to council's functions as set out in Section 31 of the RMA. So here subsections 31(1)(a) and B3 are particularly relevant, and I'm sure you're quite familiar with those two sections, and they've probably already been referred to. So essentially, council has a statutory function there. The principles of the RMA are set out in sections 6 to 8. These sections are Section 6, matters of national importance, which must be recognised and provided for. This includes Section 6C, protection of significant Indigenous vegetation and significant habitats of Indigenous faunas, and here being the significant habitat of the pika pika. Section 7, other matters, which must be given particular regard to. And 7D, this includes 7D, intrinsic values of ecosystems. And I think the ecological point is that everything's connected for ecosystems. And then Section 8, which is the Treaty of Waitangi Clause. So here, Section 6C of the RMA is particularly relevant. In carrying out its functions in its district, council is required by Section 6C to recognise and provide for significant Indigenous vegetation and significant habitats of Indigenous fauna. So the Waipa District Plan does not map the significant habitat of pika pika, and this is the same issue that Judge Smith made some obiter comments on in the Peacock area, and that's the background around the PC5 decision. So there's a gap in the coverage of the plan. I say here that the ecological evidence is clear. Pika pika cannot just move to a different, more suitable location. They stay in the same social groups and return to the same roosts and foraging grounds year after year. As habitat for them declines, they will have to find resources to survive and breed from a smaller and smaller area. This increases the risk to the threatened nationally critical pika pika, and it increases the significance of the PC20 site as habitat for the small local population of pika pika that currently reside in the south of Hamilton. So I'm a non-ecologist, but from talking to ecologists, and Ms. Tersh will be able to speak to this, it's like birds, albatrosses, they go back to the same place. Bats, it's that similar animal behaviour. They go back, go home to roost. Bats, one bird of the year, but not birds, they're mammals. But it's that they don't just suddenly decide to move to Taupua because there's a development happening here in South Hamilton. They're loyal to not a particular tree, but they're loyal to the area. In Western Lee and in the Western Lee case, the Environment Court held that there is a need to avoid adverse effects on significant habitats of Indigenous fauna, whether we take the approach under Section 6C, the regional policy statements, or whatever provisions apply in the district plan. And in that case, the legal counsel for the applicant, he noted that all roads lead to Rome. So moving on to the vision and strategy for the Waikato River. Mr. Welsh has said that the evidence demonstrates that PC20 gives effect to the vision and strategy. However, the applicant's evidence fails to recognise that objective I of the vision and strategy extends to fauna. So objective I says the protection and enhancement of significant sites, fisheries, flora and fauna. So that would capture the pika pika, who's part of the wider ecosystem. The Director General submits that the higher policy level direction of protect and enhance applies to pika pika. The vision and strategy has the status of a national policy statement, but it's actually even better than that, it trumps. So it prevails over any inconsistent national policy statement. So the applicants, I see from legal submissions from Mr. Welsh that the applicants accept that PC20 needs to give effect to the vision and strategy for the Waikato River, and the hearing panel must have particular regard to the vision and strategy. Further, the qualifying matters in the NPSUD provide a clear mechanism for decision makers to recognise and provide for the significant habitat of pika pika as required by Section 6C of the RMA and to give effect to any other national policy statement. So there is a mechanism, there's a way that it can all fit together. So moving now to the regional policy statement. So this is the point about the significance criteria. I won't read out paragraph 23 because I'll take that as read. You're all well familiar with that. So criteria 3, it's submitted criteria 3 in table 28 of the RPS clearly applies to the PC20 site. As noted above, both Mr. Markham and Ms. Thurley consider that the PC20 site meets the significance criteria in the RPS. So the effects management hierarchy. So Mr. Welsh has asked, what is the applicable effects management hierarchy? I submit that this question is a red herring. The Director General is simply seeking that good practice be followed with the effects management hierarchy, when the effects management hierarchy is applied. In the PC5 decision, we had referred to the MPSFM and the MPSIB that we're still waiting for. I was on secondment recently with MFE, so I've been involved in the drafting of some of this stuff and also with the new legislation that's coming. That effects management hierarchy and all those schedules are all based on the good practice guidance here. I can provide copies to that, but what I'm saying here is that the Director General is not saying compensation doesn't apply. We're saying good practice should be applied. And Section 10 of the Legislation Act 2019 states that the meaning of legislation must be ascertained from its text and in light of its purpose and its context. Now, the addition of the context and the interpretation principle is new. And this, I submit that this means that the interpretation that should be applied to the RPS, it should look beyond the words themselves and consider what was intended at the time that the RPS was passed. Now, the RPS provision's old, good practice always gets better, but what was intended at that time was good practice. So I submit that when the RPS was passed, it was intended that good practice would be applied when implementing the effects management hierarchy. And good practice is to sequentially move through the steps, not go straight to compensation. And that is the point that the Director General was trying to make in PC5, but I think that got lost somewhere. It's about moving sequentially through it, not ignoring, offsetting and going straight to compensation. So compensation is available, but it's using good practice to get there. The BCM model. So the Director General submits that little weight should be given to the BCM evidence. The BCM lacks transparency and the process for inputs creates meaningless outputs. In the Manawatu case, the Environment Court was not actually asked to determine the use of the BCM because the parties actually reached agreement. So the court didn't make a determination on that point. And it's worth noting that in this decision, the court did make some passing comments on the BCM. And I will read this quote out very quickly, and I realise I am running over time. The court drew attention to the issue that's identified about the transparency of the modelling results in terms of links between the results and the calculations contained in most tables. While the calculations have been summarised, the steps between impact up to the compensation and required compensation are not evident from the table, nor are they explained in the text. For transparency, the link between the detailed offsets and compensation modelling tables and the overall result should be clear in the accompanying text. Otherwise, the final figures reached cannot be verified through the documentation provided. So the Director General is currently involved in 2 Environment Court hearings where the proposed use of the BCM is strongly being challenged. So my colleagues involved in the Tukuha decision, that's expected out shortly. And I understand in that case, the presiding judgments have expressed reservations. I'm involved in the Auckland Regional Landfill Waste Management case, which is picking up again next week. And again, that's been strongly challenged through the cross-examination process. And the judges here have also in passing made comments on reservations on the BCM. So the Environment Court is the authoritative place, not a PC5 decision. So I urge the panel to look to the Environment Court as opposed to the other council hearing, as has been encouraged by my learned friend, Mr. Walsh. The Director General also notes that the BCM does not comply with clause 9.3a of the Code of Conduct for expert witnesses. So I'm sure that the latest version was released earlier this year. And 9.3ax states, if relying on a mathematical model witnesses must include appropriate or generally accepted sensitivity and uncertainty analysis for that model. The Director General submits that the hearing panel should base its decision on the opinions of experts, not a model that lacks transparency. So the Waipa District Plan, I'm nearly finished. So the Waipa District Plan is to assist councils to carry out their functions in order to achieve the purpose of the RMA. The Director General submits that the district plan is the only way to slow or prevent habitat loss for the peka peka. This is because it is the district plan that controls the use of private land, and it's the habitat on private land. So the district plan is the most efficient and effective mechanism for slowing and preventing habitat loss. So in light of the unique context that applies to PC20, the Director General seeks a careful, integrated catchment approach to the design of the overall effects management approach to achieve a no let loss outcome. And the relief will be more specifically explained by Mr. Gooding as the Director General's planning expert, and he will present after Ms. Sturley, who will present the expert ecological evidence. So that concludes my legal submissions, and apologise that did take me a bit longer than I had planned.
Any questions?
Thanks, Ms. Hooper, and just appreciate the busyness of the world and getting here in person. We weren't quite sure whether you were going to be coming in person or online, so certainly I appreciate you coming in person. Sorry, able to.
I am based in Hamilton here, but yeah, I was.
But these days, there's lots of hybrid ways of working, and I find in a hearing situation it's much better if people are here in person, can have conversations, and I can read the body language, and we can be really efficient. I've got a few questions, and before we get into those, just for your experts who are here today, I asked some questions or some of the experts for the applicant, and I'm hoping that I'll be able to capture some of those questions and ask your experts the same questions. In particular, Ms. Thurley, I gave Ms. Cummings an opportunity to allow us to see through the eyes of the peka peka, and I wouldn't mind doing the same. So I'm giving you a little bit of a heads up. You're getting a few minutes notice. Now put yourself in the eyes of a peka peka, and if you could describe to us what does a normal 24-hour period look like, and you can choose the character, but just describe us in that sense, that would be helpful. But I've got some questions for yourself first. Just at paragraph 7, it said that the Section 42A report does not have its own technical report from a bat ecologist, and I'm just interested to know how many bat ecologists there are in New Zealand.
Good question. I wouldn't know. Tisha might know how many there are in New Zealand, but there are sufficient for council to obtain resource to have a bat ecologist. A sufficient number.
Thank you.
I think one was a submitter too on this, Mr. Kessels.
Okay. just at paragraph 10, you've said that the section 32 analysis has failed to adequately consider the economic benefits costs associated with recognition of critical pika. And it was perhaps a general and a specific question. What would you have expected to see, and have you prepared one?
I haven't prepared one myself, but the section 32 analysis, there has to be economic value in the marketing that the airport is using for the pika, and if the pika becomes extinct, there's.
Have you seen that done before? An economic value associated with pika.
It's difficult to quantify, but I think there should be an attempt to do that. Often what's measurable and easy to quantify ends up getting a better deal than the stuff that's harder to quantify. And this is something that we talk about in conservation a lot. What's easily measurable and, loss of square meters of land tends to get prioritized over what's actually really important.
Yeah.
And a biodiversity crisis that.
I'm not sure if you've been keeping up with proceedings, and just in case you haven't, we did do a site visit around the PC20 area, including some of the areas which are accessible. And we did go to the north and northwest of the site, and we saw some of the kahikatea stands, and we saw, which we understand is the compensation site. And we did go to the airport, so we did see, I haven't actually come through the new Hamilton airport, but we did get to see the airport and the prominence of pika and the carvings and things like that. So just a bit of context for you as well. I've got a question at paragraph 13, and I'm aware of the Wildlife Act. And I just wondered whether, in regards to the statement there, that there could be some issues in regards to the removal of the shelter belt, and I'm interested, are there any proceedings to investigate a potential breach?
No, there's no proceedings. We understand that there were no pika harmed, but making the general point that if pika are harmed, then there could be proceedings follows.
Thank you.
So it's not a blanket permitted activity. You can just go do it. There's the other regime, statutory regime.
Counsel for the applicant has put to us that there's no need for recourse to part 2, rather we should be relying on those policy documents, in particular the regional policy statement. Did you have a particular view in regards to that? I think I've taken from your view that part 2 is really important, particularly in regards to section 6C, but do you have any response to that? Yeah,
I think the same rationale applies that was applied by Judge Smith in the Amberfield decision, and that the habitat in the area is not sufficiently protected. So there's a gap in the district plan and the mapping.
Perhaps this is a bit of mirth. It's paragraph 18, all roads lead to Rome. And I come from a classical education, but I do remember that after the fall of Rome, Constantinople became one of the capital cities of the world. So there was a saying, all roads used to lead to Rome, now they lead to Constantinople.
Thank you for that correction.
Just in regards to the effects management hierarchy, and this is at paragraph 25, and I just wanted to be clear in my mind what you're saying. So are you meaning the hierarchy in terms of the hierarchy of obligations and how that might impact on the effects, or are you meaning the policies of the NPSFM you're talking about?
So
about the policies, or you're talking about 3.5, the integrated management hierarchy?
So I'm meaning the avoid, remedy, stepping through, avoid, remedy. So the RPS provisions.
Sorry, maybe I was reading way much into it. I helped with the drafting of the NPS. So now what is she exactly saying? So you're meaning in a general sense, avoid.
So yes, in a general sense,
mitigate, remedy.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you're aware of the good practice guidelines that this one and this one. You might have seen those before. I can hand them up.
It's been a while since I've seen them.
I can hand them up. But they might be. The RPS I guess what I'm saying there at paragraph 26 is that, the RPS does have some words missing in there. And what I'm suggesting is that good practice around the effects management hierarchy is that you should take an interpretive approach that incorporates what was intended, which is good practice effects management, which is first step to avoid, remedy, mitigate. Those things can only happen to fix what's wrong. Offset and compensation only come in when you can't fix what's wrong and you're doing something, the principles of additionality and compensation. So it's just moving through those steps fully and appropriately. I think we were characterised as saying that the compensation is not a step. That's definitely a step. And in this case, that compensation site is definitely seen as a good thing.
Thank you. Just at paragraph 26, where you say, this is in the middle of the paragraph, the Waikato Regional Policy Statement should look beyond the words themselves and consider what was intended at the time. And I suppose I acknowledge that intention is important, but this is something I'd said to legal counsel for the applicant on Wednesday, words matter. And so for us, we're looking at the words and what they mean rather than necessarily the long explanations about what might or might not have been intended. So I just wondered if you had a response to that. Because
I guess my response is, because it doesn't use the word compensation in there.
Yes.
And I wanted to be clear that we're not arguing that because it doesn't use the word compensation, that's not an option. It's what's intended there is that effects management hierarchy, which is step through.
But would you agree that if there was a proposal that included aspects of avoidance, aspects of mitigation, aspects of remedial works or measures, and also compensation, that would be good management practice?
Yeah, well, I guess you work through, you've got the things that can be avoided, you do that, you do what you can to avoid.
Yes.
But then you have residual effects. So it's the residual effects that can go into that category. And that's how that steps through.
I don't want to put words in your mouth. Are you suggesting the first bucket is the biggest bucket and then there are smaller buckets, or are they all?
I don't know if I'd characterize it as buckets.
Sorry, that's
I'm
probably
thinking
not
of
an
that
appropriate
bucket
word.
foundation and manners law.
But the priority or emphasis given to the hierarchy.
I think,
do you have a view?
well, the RMA purpose section says avoid, remedy, mitigate. Doesn't say compensation, offset.
Yep.
So the emphasis has to be where you can, you avoid, remedy, mitigate.
I suppose I'm asking a question. Did you have a view on behalf of the Director General of Conservation in regards to the priority that that effects hierarchy should have?
I think I have a view, the Director General has a strong view that you can't give compensation priority above the things that come before. Okay. So it's sequentially working through.
Thank you. This is at paragraph 32 and just regards to the plan. And I think that's a point well made in terms of if it's not in the plan, then it's not necessarily a consideration. And obviously there's a planning hierarchy, planning framework. And I just wondered whether, and you may or may not have been involved, whether Te Papaatawhai had sought inclusion of a BET overlay at the last review of the district plan. I'm not quite sure when the last review was, but was that something that you've sought or you're going to be seeking shortly?
We're kind of involved in a lot of things around the country, so yes. I don't have the personal knowledge on that in particular, but we certainly will be at the next one if we weren't previously.
Has there been any work to identify, but obviously we've got expert evidence saying there's a range that Peka Peka are living and occupying a wide area, which includes parts of the Waipa district. Has there been any work to be on in terms of what that might look like as an overlay in a district plan?
I think this is where I'm seeing a gap. Is there's a unified, what I refer to as the spatial planning, and that is the thing that promoters of the new regime, the Spatial Planning Act, is that that is an answer to a lot of things, having that spatial planning approach. While if the new legislation comes in, it will be a compulsory thing. It's currently voluntary, and I'm aware that the future-proof strategy has been very unified around roading and human-centric things, but the ecology just seems to just not be given the attention that we would that we're seeking.
Apologies, Mr. Chair, I'm probably going over time. I only had one other question for you, and the applicant, legal counsel for the applicant and experts in the summaries that we've received this week have made a lot of PC5, and certainly for myself, I wasn't part of PC5. I haven't yet had a read of the decision. Was there anything in particular that we should be aware of in terms of PC5? Certainly before I have a read of it, that you want to draw my attention to?
No, I guess there's some things in that decision that the Director General doesn't agree with.
Yes.
Which I've covered those points in the subs here. So nothing further.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no questions, but I would like to make an observation. Yesterday, we had legal submissions from counsel for the council in the person of Ms. Embling on our left, and you probably have not seen those.
No, I haven't.
But I presume you have seen the legal submissions for counsel for the applicant.
Yeah, the ones that are online, Mr. Walsh's, so I've seen those because they're on the website, but I haven't seen.
Well, on Wednesday, we received a very voluminous set of legal submissions from the applicant. So my observation is you may like to, through the administrator, obtain copies of both Ms. Embling's legal submissions and Mr. Welsh's legal submissions. And because we have a great deal of flexibility as a panel at this level in the way we conduct the hearing, I would invite you to make brief legal submissions, if you wish, where you feel the need after you've seen both Ms. Embling and Mr. Welsh's legal submissions, because your legal submissions are quite confrontational, shall I say, and deliberately, I'm sure. But yes, you might like to just have a look at those two documents and address us on not everything, but key points on which you may differ and feel the need to respond.
Sure, thank you for that observation and the opportunity. I will take that.
But at this stage, I think it would be helpful if we went to your evidence.
Yes, so firstly, we'll be introducing Ms. Thurley. Ms. Thurley, can you confirm your full name to the panel? And do you have any corrections to make to your evidence?
Yes. In paragraph 7.8 of my evidence, I refer to a radio tracking study in Hamilton dividing that habitat into 3 categories. Most preferred habitats, second most preferred habitats, and least preferred habitats. And the word preferred should be replaced by used here in global.
Mr. Chair, just through you, Mr. Lee, could you just repeat that again? Which word are you changing?
I think before she even does that, we need to receive the hard copies, if that's okay.
These are statements of evidence dated 7th of March. Do everyone already have those? Yeah.
If those are hard copies of it, I would appreciate
it.
them.
Like a hard copy?
I like to make my notes on the hard copy. So if you could just pause for a moment while these are distributed, I would be grateful. just while those are being distributed, Mr. Welsh, I recognise your right of reply, of course, and I'm sure you will have some legal submissions to make in relation to the Director General's legal submissions.
I do, unfortunately, on a couple of matters, I'm duty bound to reply in respect of some matters raised by Ms. Hooper, so I will take that opportunity, sir.
Are you content to do that in your formal right of
Most
reply?
content, yes.
That's good. And just while we're talking about procedure, Ms. Embling, I see late today there is a reference to Mr. Williamson having additional comment, but I would hope that you might jump in there also and offer such legal submissions as you may think are going to be helpful to us in the light of the Director General's and the applicant. Because we've got some differences of emphasis, if not a greater. Thank you, Ms. Thurley, for allowing us that opportunity.
Just through you, Mr. Chair, the statement of evidence before us is the same statement of evidence that we've received previously with the changes just mentioned by Ms. Thurley. So I'm just wondering if we could take this by read. I just want to, just in case she was going to read it to us.
Good.
Yeah, could I just make a request? Yeah. So could we request that the statements of evidence be taken as read? What Ms. Thurley and Mr. Gooding can do afterwards is they can we can email after today the summaries of their statements to assist. And just another point that I forgot to mention about the corrections. I think Mr. Gooding was framed as though he had purposely, or as the way that Mr. Gooding had been characterised on a typographical error. Just want to confirm that that was a pure, more a reflection of Mr. Gooding's heavy workload as opposed to any intention. And yeah, just wanted to address the panel on that point.
We'll take the qualifications and experience as in the formal brief of evidence. But yes, Commissioner Coffin makes a very good point that we have had this document. It's nice to have it in hard copy, but perhaps if you can just point out where you want to make additions or corrections, and then if you wish a brief summary, just highlighting the main points would be helpful to us.
Correction I want to make is in paragraph 7.8. And there I refer to radio check-ins and radio study information. The three categories: most preferred, second most preferred, and least preferred habitats. So I would like to correct the word preferred should be replaced by used here and globally.
In all three cases.
Yes, and I referred back to that throughout my evidence. So throughout my evidence.
Thank you. As my colleague says, words are important.
So, tēnā koutou katoa. Ko Tish Deli tōku ingoa, he kamahi o te whakatawhau ki te whakauera. Ko taku mahi tēnā tare he mākana mai kōrero. Kōrero, tēnā koutou, tēnā tare.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
My evidence considers the threat status of long-tailed bats, multiple pressures already faced already facing the South Hamilton population. It then considers the additional pressure which this population will come under from plant urbanisation and industrialisation, then assesses the significance of the plan change to any site and the preliminary compensation package.
Sorry, just for clarity, you're now reading the summary which we will receive. So we need to listen to the words you use. Thank you.
So So long-term bats projected to decline by greater than 70% over the next 3 generations of bats, which is about 36 years. As such, they have the highest threat ranking of threatened nationally critical. Paragraph 5.5 of my evidence gives 2 examples to illustrate the ongoing decline of the species. Bat populations live on a landscape scale with individuals spread out across thousands of hectares. These large home ranges are required so the bats can find sufficient food, water, and roost sites, with individual bats foraging in different parts of the landscape to reduce competition. The South Hamilton bat population is already under considerable pressure. The original wetland and dense podocarp forest landscape in which they once lived is very different to that which they occupy now. There is now a lack of trees to roost in and forage along. There's the built environment of housing, industry, and roads, which completely remove available bat habitat. There's artificial light associated with buildings and roading. There is noise. There are introduced predators of rats, cats, possums, and stoats. Bats have persisted here, but the population seems to be small, and given what we've learned from other populations, this population may also be in decline. The presence of long-tailed bats in a city is rare. The vegetated river and gully systems alongside the rural farmland is likely a key reason why bats are still present. In my opinion, the greatest threats to the future of this bat population come from the ongoing reduction in the space available for the bats to live in, and the continual clearance of woody vegetation, including roost trees. Figure 4A and 4B in my evidence show the planned expansion of urban and industrial areas into the habitat that this population occupies. Because urban and industrial areas are not bat habitat, the expansion of these areas will exclude bats from the areas they now occupy. As a result of this, the bats will be expected to find the resources that they need for roosting, commuting, foraging, drinking, and socializing from a smaller and smaller area. Bats cannot just move somewhere else. They have high fidelity to their home range using the same areas year after year. Even when a large part of the bat's home range is removed, home range decreases rather than the bats moving to a new area. I consider the entire habitat that is within the Plan Change 20 site, apart from buildings, meets the Waikato Regional Policy Statement criteria for significance under criteria 3, because it is habitat that is currently habitat for Indigenous species that are classed as threatened or at risk. My assessment is based on the following. Firstly, 5 acoustic surveys undertaken by the applicant show that the PC20 site is used by bats for commuting and foraging. Secondly, the Plan Change 20 site provides part of the rural area which bats move out from their roosting sites to commute and forage over. And thirdly, the persistence of this bat population is increasingly reliant on retaining rural land within the home range of the population. This is because bat habitat is planned to decrease markedly. Planned changes on council maps show that 25% of the home range of this population is already planned for urbanisation or industrialisation. On the western side of the Waikato River, where it appears that the female bats raise their young, 43% of land is planned to be urban or industrial. There's considerable uncertainty whether the proposed bat habitat areas within the Plan Change site will continue to be used by bats because firstly, the 50-metre wide corridor in the bat and the amenity hub area will be surrounded by industry and retail. The only site that I'm aware of where there's a narrow corridor surrounded by urbanisation, which is used by bats, is the Mangakotokutuku gully system on the southern fringe of Hamilton City. However, this gully system is generally a lot wider than 50 metres, and when bats emerge from roosts in these gullies, they move away through the gully system to the wide areas of rural habitat where they spend the majority of their time.
Whether they will use a 50-metre wide corridor to access 2.7 hectares is very uncertain. Secondly, roading deters bats. The bat habitat area starts at a road, is bisected by a road, and has roads on 3 sides of the amenity area. Thirdly, the immediate surrounds of the bat habitat area are industrial, which bats avoid. And fourthly, bat activity may be negatively impacted by increased noise levels. The Plan Change 20 proposal will remove at least 125 hectares of bat habitat. The preliminary compensation package includes an 11-hectare compensation block and 80 hectares of pest control over a 10-year period. I support the proposed compensation site and consider that it's in a good location. It offers connectivity to the surrounding rural land, providing that the rural land does not become urbanised or industrialised. The protection of this site from future development is also an important factor. However, I consider that replacing 125 hectares or even 89 hectares, if the 40 hectares which is already zoned airport business zone is not included, replacing this with 11 hectares plus 5 hectares within the PC20 site is not adequate when so much bat habitat is already planned to become urban or industrial in the surrounding area. In my opinion, enhancement of the compensation site does not make up for the loss, and the addition of 80 hectares of pest control is meaningless if the bats do not have the habitat available to meet their needs. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Ms. Burley. I gave you a little bit of a heads up earlier, and this is something I asked Ms. Cummins to do. If you could perhaps give us a snapshot of what it's like in the day and night of a peka for us, that would be much appreciated.
Okay, well, I will be a female peka with a young in summer when they would have their young with them. And it's getting towards dusk. So I'm going to leave my roost in which there's other female bats with their young. We're going to leave it at more or less the same time. The first thing I'm going to want to do is find water, somewhere to drink. And I know where that site is because it's one that I use all the time. It's going to be some still water down in the gully. Then I'm going to go from this gully out into my rural landscape, and I know where I'm going because I've been here before. I'm going to follow a hedge line down to a group of trees, and I'm coming out at this time because I know that there'll be a lot of insects around, particularly at dusk, and I'm going to forage for those insects at dusk and around the trees, around the canopy, and also out into the open area. And I'm going to say hello to my neighbours who are also foraging probably to either side of me with some overlap, but not heaps. I might then take a rest, I'll say, out in my foraging area because I know whether there's a suitable roost for that. Do some more foraging, say, through the night. And then I'll come back if I may have visited my young a couple of times during the night, but I'll come back towards when it starts to be coming light, towards dawn. I'll pick up my young from that roost and then take it to another roost, which I know is going to have the right thermal qualities, so that when I leave it the next night, when I leave, it's not going to freeze, I guess. So the thermal quality is going to be right. And I know where that roost tree is as well. And during the daytime, I'm going to do some socializing in the roost tree. I'm going to do some sleeping. I'm going to feed my young and talk to my neighbours because I know them. How about that?
Thank you. That was really useful. It's not really a trivial thing. We're not bat experts, and putting ourselves and your representatives of the peka today. So it's good to understand what a normal day looks like, and that's helped actually answer a number of the questions that I had in the evidence around the behaviours and where they're going and the reasons why, and the connections, not just of an individual, but connections to other peka in there. I'm not quite sure what the right word is, colony or group. So thank you very much for that. I do have some specific questions for you. And this is something you've just mentioned in your summary, and it's the high fidelity to the home range. And I just wondered whether you could just explain that a little bit more for me.
Yeah, like I was saying, bats know, and like I said in my example, bats know the resources that are within their home range. And so they stick to them year after year. And they also have, they exist in these social groups, and they know their social groups, and that's the groups that they interact with year after year as well. So because they know all the resources that are within their home range, and their fellow bats within their home range, that's the area, the places and the bats that they stick to year after year.
Okay, thank you. One of the issues, one of the matters that's come up is in the experts for the applicant have not necessarily emphasised, but focused on light effects on peka, and one of the matters that has been given less emphasis has been noise. And I was just interested in, I think it's 13.4 of your evidence, talking about that your view is they are affected by noise. And I just wondered whether there have been any New Zealand studies that show peka affected by noise.
Yeah, there's been 3, I guess, that have been used, and the first one was around the airport, and that's mentioned in mine and Ms. Cummings' airport evidence, which shows that it was a small sample size, but it showed that bats didn't appear to be affected by airport noise. And there was another correlational study which showed that bats didn't appear to be affected by noise, but there were lots of confounding factors. But the most recent evidence has been more experimental, and that's a study by a student who has they've had speakers out and turned those speakers on, simulating road noise, and then switched them off and monitored bat activity when the speakers are on and when they're off. And they have detected an effective noise on bat activity in both short-tailed and long-tailed bats. So from that, you'd say that bats are sensitive to noise.
What was the effect? Is it the effect I'm assuming is they don't like that noise and they go somewhere else? Yeah,
we'd assume that, because there's less, you turn on the speaker, but you're monitoring bat activity with a bat acoustic recorder beside it, and at neighbouring sites where there's no noise, and then it's switched, there's noise over here and there's no noise here.
I'm making an assumption without getting into the real detail of it, that this is by layman's term, that the noise profile of a simulated traffic noise is the same as actual traffic noise.
Yeah.
Thank you. Just going over to thinking questions about predators, and you used the Fiordland case as one of the examples where predation was a significant impact on the populations here. And are you of the view that predation is a significant issue in terms of this population that we're discussing?
Yeah, I expect it is. It's been an issue for all the known populations which have been studied. And all those predators have been implicated in declines. And
then in regards to that, you've said that doing predator control would be meaningless if we lost the habitat, but would you agree that predator control is still really important? Yeah, I agree. Predator control is really important, but it has to include the whole roosting range of the bats, because it's no use if you do predator control around one roost and then the next
the next day, night, they move to a different roost and there's no pest control there, predator
Yes.
control there. So it has to cover all the roosts. And yep, and that's important.
The ideal situations where you're managing the home range and you've got predation control over the range rather than bits of it. Yep, that makes sense. Thank you. The next one's just, that was the prefer used, and you've answered that. There's been a much of a focus and evidence on the compensation side not being enough, and I couldn't help asking the question, what would be enough? Just thinking just about the compensation part of it, and acknowledge that you've got a view in terms of the PEX hierarchy, that avoidance of and mitigation remedy would be important. But just looking at the compensation, what would be enough?
I think, in my opinion, maybe a 1-to-1, because if you consider that if it's a 1-to-1, bats are still actually losing 50% of their habitat. So you'd hope that you make up for that by doing enhancement as well in that compensation site.
Thank you. And the reasons why, is it that's the reasons why you've set out in your evidence, or
Reasons why
it should be 1-to-1?
that it's, I mean, obviously the more is better. So just trying to think, you know, like what's reasonable, I guess. It would be good if everything was everything was restored. But,
It's been put to us in your evidence that the BCM model might not be the panacea that the applicants have been suggesting, and I just wondered if you're aware of, and you've given, I think you've referred to the journal article, and I did have a read of it last night, but I'm not a vet expert, so I was none the wiser having had read the article, other than there was some general principles for management of a series of ranges, and I just wondered, are you aware of an alternative way that would have some transparency and robustness and rigor that's different to the BCM model, or would you suggest that the BCM model is a good start and then it needs to be calibrated or moderated in some way following that?
yeah, it's not, the BCM model is not my area of expertise, but I just wanted to point out that it's not universally accepted and that it's been criticised.
Thank you. This one, I should have asked this question really early on, and it was a question I had asked Ms. Cummings. I just wanted to get a sense of the bat population, and she was helpful in terms of explaining that there was currently known to be at least 61 individuals, but and assuming that there's many more that weren't identified during those surveys. And I just wondered, over and above the population number, in terms of how the bats socialize, like in groups, like I don't think there's 61 individuals going about doing their things, notwithstanding there's mums with their young, but do they go out together as a group? Is there the social activity where it's not just individuals going across the home range, there's groups of bats, peka going out?
Individuals will overlap somewhat in their
Yes.
core range. But they also spread themselves out across the landscape. So there might be 50% overlap. With the 61 bats, that was from a 2018 study.
Okay.
And it looked at the bats divided. They're not all in the same roosts. They're split up amongst several roosts. And there were 3 roosts counted on the same night, the number of bats that came out. So that comes up with a minimum population estimate, which is likely to be an underestimate for that time.
Yes.
But there was also the same study over 2 years caught 79 individual bats, and they know they're individual bats because they put bands on their wings. In comparison, I guess with where I've worked at Procedural, we would have caught over 2 years more like 650 individual bats, which is why I say in my evidence that it's likely that this population is small.
Thank you. Just my last one, this 14.3 of your evidence, and you make a very strong statement, and it's bolded in terms of extinction of the species. And that's a very strong statement, and I think we take that very seriously. And I just wanted to drill in a little bit into that in terms of, are you suggesting that if plan change 20 as it's currently proposed with the measures that it's proposed, that will lead to the extinction of the species?
I guess what I'm saying is that the habitat for this population is disappearing, and it's planned to disappear. And at some point, it's going to tip over the edge because that habitat's not available anymore. And we don't know exactly what plan change is going to do it, or what, increasing urbanisation and industrialisation, what's going to tip that over the edge. But at some stage, it's going to, and it's getting more and more likely.
Thank you. That's all my questions, Mr. Chairman.
The question I'm left with is prompted by the statement in your conclusion 14.3. You say the bat population cannot just move elsewhere, full stop. Have there been any studies done on the migration of bats, accepting that they don't like to move, but has there been any work done on if they are forced to move, will they move and how far?
There has been some studies done in forestry and with long-tailed bats, because I guess how forestry works, you cut down a large portion of a home range, and that's found that home ranges actually decrease when you cut down the forestry, which is a part of their home range. They don't move somewhere else. Yeah.
They just hunker down and decrease in population until they're extinguished, do they?
Generally, like, populations in forestry struggle because of all that harvesting. They decrease their home range. Presumably, some of them are also lost with the tree felling, so some of the bats will die. So they just try and find the resources that they can find from a smaller home range. Yeah.
Thank you. Your next, oh, I'm sorry, I should have said, Mr. Williamson, there has been the suggestion made that you should have consulted with a bat expert. How do you respond?
You can see from the submissions there was a number of agencies making submissions on the subject matter of bats, and as part of the caucusing process, invited all of those parties to nominate who their respective experts were, and to attend those. Certainly, as they've said, there's some independent submitters which were in their own right making submissions. So on balance, there was seemingly plenty of bat ecologists in the room to work out to see whether there was a consensus to be drawn or not. And
you were present, I take it.
I was present. Yes.
Oh, so you were exposed to the ebb and flow and confrontation between the experts.
Yep.
Thank you. Yep. We are running behind schedule, but we don't want to constrain your style too much. But are we ready to hear from your planning witness now?
Yes, we are. So introduce Mr. Gooding.
Thank you.
Yes. So like Tertia, I do have a summary that I will take you through, and I understand this will be tabled later on for you by Ms. Hooper. So I confirm my full name is Jesse Quinton Gooding, and I've been asked by the Director General of Conservation to provide expert planning evidence. Apologies. That's correct, sir. That's correct. Thank you. So as stated, I've been asked to provide expert planning evidence on Plan Change 20 by the Director General. And without restating it, my experience and qualifications are set out in my evidence in chief provided to you on the 7th of March. I ask you to note the following corrections to the evidence in chief. Firstly, the date on the covering page is February 7th of February 2023. That should be 7th of March 2023. So that's a bit of a moment there, but I ask you to note that correction. Turning to the already addressed by counsel for the applicant and the rebuttal of Mr. Inga, paragraph 8.37 of my evidence in chief. I have misrecorded Waikato Regional Policy Statement Method Eco M13. In particular, the last part of clause 2 was not copied into my evidence in chief. To be clear, this was an error in formatting. My intent was to record the clause in full. It should read, and I won't take you through the whole clause, but after the words Indigenous fauna in preference to remediation or mitigation. So I now take you through the key features of my evidence. My evidence considers the higher order planning framework to which PC20 must give effect. I wish to emphasize that my evidence is primarily directed at the management of the actual and potential effects anticipated by PC20 on long-tailed bats, as explained in paragraph 3.9 of my evidence in chief. I therefore take the approach of walking you through the pertinent objectives and policies and methods in the Waikato Regional Policy Statement, or the WRPS, where the bats are concerned, namely those contained in the eco-topic. This approach is also taken as I am cognizant that the evidence of Messrs. Inga and Grala together record all the higher order provisions relevant to PC20. There are areas of disagreement between us in the interpretation of certain provisions. However, I do not dispute their identification, and I do not seek to belabor the panel with a duplicated recording of them. Turning to paragraph 6.1 of my evidence in chief, I contextualize the PC20 rezoning application with the notable planned and proposed development to occur in the home range of the affected bats. And this is in the home range of the affected bats in the evidence of Ms. Thurley. In my view, it is important to recognise that the adverse effects of bats anticipated by PC20 will be cumulative to those already enabled or likely to be enabled by other planning processes. And indeed, as I go on to consider, the WRPS does provide for you to consider the cumulative effects in relation to PC20. Turning now to bat habitat values and significance. In the opinion of Ms. Thurley, the PC20 site in its entirety, apart from buildings, meets the WRPS criteria for significance set out in Act 5, Table 28, in terms of criteria 3. Notwithstanding the PC20 request for rezoning application and the Tonkin and Taylor ecology report as notified and supervised by Mr. Markham reaching the same conclusion, there is now disagreement on the significance of the PC20 site between bat ecology expert Georgia Cummings and bat ecology expert for the Director General, Tertia Thurley. In my view, WRPS anticipates such difference of opinion and instructs a read as written approach to the significance criteria in Method Eco M14. This is recorded in paragraph 7.4 of my evidence in chief. Turning now to the statutory and policy framework. In my evidence, I address the following statutory documents: Part 2 of the Act, the relevant national policy statements, the Waikato River Vision and Strategy, or Vision and Strategy, the Waikato Regional Policy Statement, and the provisions of the operative Waipa District Plan relating to ecological matters. In paragraphs 8.5 to 8.7, I confirm that one of the functions of the territorial authority, in this case, the Waipa District Council, is to maintain biological diversity. In paragraphs 8.8 to 8.9, I consider the matters of national importance that must be recognised and provided for, in particular, the matter under section 6C. In my opinion, this matter is recognised and provided for in the Waikato Regional Policy Statement, which is in turn to be given effect in PC20. I mention the provisions of part 2 of the Act, not because I consider the RPS as totally defunct or incomplete. I do so simply to emphasise the role of the District Council and to clarify that section 6C and the directive cascade of WRPS provisions are engaged in PC20. Turning now to the Waikato Regional Policy Statement itself, while the significance of the site is of importance, I do refer to provisions that relate to biodiversity that is non-significant. As examples, I point to Eco P1, methods Eco M1 through Eco M11. I consider method Eco M3 outlines a useful checklist for adverse effects on Indigenous species, along with requiring that the district plan recognises that these effects are cumulative. I do this because these provisions are still relevant regardless of the ecological significance of the PC20 site, and because they require a response to cumulative effects. Turning now to the more directive policy Eco P2, I consider this as directly relevant to the PC20 site. Eco M13 provides a clear direction on implementation of this policy. I confirm that Eco M13 does provide a qualifying clause 2, allowing for remediation and mitigation, but in my opinion, only after an activity has demonstrated adverse effects are unavoidable. I consider it important that the panel note the often overlooked clauses 6 and 7 of Eco M13. Clause 6 directs recognition that management of unavoidable effects may not be appropriate due to the threat status or irreplaceability of the species. Clause 7 is to have regard to the functional necessity of activities being located in or near areas of significant Indigenous vegetation, where no reasonably practical alternative location exists. I do note clause 7 is a have regard to clause, meaning it does not present a fatal flaw to PC20, whether you consider the functional necessity means the more commonly used MPSFN 2020 definition, or the response to clause 7 given by Mr. Inger in his rebuttal evidence that, in my opinion, describes something closer to an operational need. These directive WRPS provisions relating to ecology are, in my opinion, the paramount ones in considering the management of bat-related effects under PC20. Turning now to the Waipa District Plan, I'm generally in agreement with ecology provisions in the Waipa District Plan, as summarised by Mr. Inger. I do record, however, Objective 24.3.3.1 as being relevant, along with Policy 24.3.3.2. In my opinion, it is important that this policy is identified to show that while the Waipa District Plan does not restrict the removal of Indigenous vegetation outside of SNAs or the removal of non-Indigenous vegetation at all, it does anticipate that its current SNA schedule is not complete, that SNAs will continue to be identified over time, including, in my view, through planning processes and consent applications. Turning now to the updated PC20 provisions. The area of disagreement between myself and Mr. Inger is in fact narrow in regard to the provisions themselves. I explain the reasons for the limited additional changes I consider would further assist PC20 in meeting its statutory obligations in section 10 of my evidence. Fundamental to this outcome, however, are landing an appropriate design of the structure plan at the PC20 stage and ensuring enough compensation land will be available so that future consent applications are not frustrated when they design their residual effects compensation package in detail. To conclude, PC20 is situated within the home range of the South Hamilton longtail bat population, which is nationally threatened. This population faces increased fragmentation of its habitat from planned and proposed development. The PC20 site contains significant habitat for the longtail bat. There is a tension between enabling provisions regarding development and the requirement to recognise and provide for section 6C and give effect to the RPS avoid and no net loss of Indigenous biodiversity policies. This could be resolved by PC20 protecting more habitat within the proposed Northern Precinct BHA, or Bat Habitat Area, maximising opportunities to mitigate and remedy effects on site, and providing more off-site compensation to work towards a no net loss outcome. There is disagreement between the ecology experts as to whether the proposed on-site avoidance and mitigation will be fit for purpose given the wider cumulative effects felt by the bats in their nationally critical threatened status. Therefore, careful design of the overall effects management approach is required to achieve a no net loss outcome. Happy to take questions.
I just have two questions for you, Mr. Gooding. I say that, and I better just double check it's not. Two. This one is just in regards to Eco M13 from the Waikato Regional Policy Statement, and just in regards to the fix hierarchy. And Mr. Enger was helpful in providing us all of the clauses within that particular policy, which included the one that you've mentioned and focused on, requiring activities avoid the loss of degradation of areas of significant indigenous vegetation, significant habitats of indigenous flora in preference to remediation or mitigation. And again, there's a bit of a circular question in regards to words matter. And it says the clauses written 2, 3, and 4 are a cascade, and where those activities you haven't been able to avoid that, then any of those unavoidable effects, then you're looking at remedies and mitigations, and where that's not, maybe in part, or not being able to be achieved, then you're going into where adverse effects are unable to be avoided, remedied, or mitigated, more than minor residual effects shall be offset to achieve no net loss. And just the cascade of those, were you suggesting the question, how do you think that your advice to us in terms of the way that we should interpret the words and the hierarchy written there?
I think in particular that clause 3, I believe it is instructive, starting with unavoidable effects. That requires, in my mind, a demonstration by the applicant that the activity has exhausted the possibilities to avoid those effects. So they've demonstrated that the effects are indeed unavoidable. That's particularly important in my view.
Yes, and that's why I'm asking the question. It's quite an important point. Thank you. The other one is in regards to relief sought, and I was hoping there was one place where we say, okay, the Director General's view is this is the relief sought, and you normally start from, are they completely opposed to EC20 going forward? Are they saying get rid of it, don't do this? I didn't see that. And please correct me if I'm wrong. What I did see was there's some language in terms of the strength of language where it might seem to be ambiguous, ambivalent, or what's the word? Open to discretion in terms of may, shall, could, etc., like that. So there's some specific wordings. There was the preference for the use of the word functional in terms of bad habitats, and probably my 2.5 question is what's the difference between functional and not having the word bad habitat areas? I'm not quite sure what the difference is. And then more in the avoidance and more in the mitigation and less in the remedial and compensation. That just as a sense. Is that the compendium of the relief sought, or is it something slightly different? And I've not included the emphasis if you put on a ecological management plan vis-a-vis a habitat plan.
That's a fair characterization
Okay.
of where I've gone. So I start with that preference for avoidance, and I see the bat habitat area as the avoidance mechanism engaged here. And therefore, the effectiveness of that avoidance mechanism is, in my view, contingent on it remaining functional for the bats.
Yeah. Just going to that point.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not putting your words in your mouth. Could the relief that you're seeking in terms of avoidance, in actual fact, practically mean that you're actually wanting significant parts of Plan Change 20 not to proceed?
As notified, or as even at the updated stage post-caucusing, that would be correct, because there are significant parts of the site that aren't identified BHA to enable a more fulsome approach to avoidance and mitigation on site. But if the planning provisions were altered, or the structure plan rather were altered to provide for that, then in my view it could proceed on that basis.
Yeah, and I suppose circling back to my question earlier around section 32 and cost benefit analysis, what do you think that we should be considering in regards to that, regards to the protection of bat habitat areas?
So as identified by Mr. Inga, and then also the additional objective in the Waipā District Plan that I've identified around SNAs, there is an objective to maintain and enhance Indigenous biodiversity, not the exact wording, but I can take you to that, like. And so section 32 analysis in terms of bat protection, you're weighing the ability of the PC20 provisions to give effect or implement that objective. But you do need to account firstly for the higher order provisions, which are directive, including Eco P2, Eco M13.
In your view, yes.
Yeah, in my view. And in my view, there is a gap in the plan. Well pointed out by Mr. Inga and myself. And PC20 is rightfully taking steps to remedy that within the application site. But my view is to fully account for that gap, we could do more.
My half question was around the functional versus, I would say, not functional. I just wanted to, perhaps it might be you or Ms. Durley, just in terms of, is there a difference between having a bat habitat area, which I assume is a habitat that might include foraging areas, commuting areas, and potentially roosts, vis-a-vis a functional bat habitat area? Well, am I right off the beam there? Like,
I suppose my understanding of functional is that it is indeed used by the bats that assist there. Yeah. And I've expressed in my evidence in chief that some use of that habitat area would become stormwater attenuation, and not a lot comes without. So the use of the bats.
So the difference between a bat habitat area that's dedicated to being a bat habitat area as opposed to being something else, but it could be used as a bat habitat area. Is that the distinction?
Yeah.
I just, in my mind, this is a non-resource management term. It seems silly to me that you would have a bat habitat area that couldn't be used for bats, but as habitat. So I'm just trying to understand the difference between a functional bat habitat area and a bat habitat area.
I mean, it's more probably an ecological question as to what accounts for functionality. I do note functional does occur in the RPS.
Okay.
P1, for instance. I do also note in my evidence in chief that that matter could fall away provided there's sufficient surety for the ecological experts that the appropriate provision of bat habitat is given at this plan making stage.
Thank you. Ms. Durley, did you want to add anything to that?
I think I was looking at you because I was thinking you can call it a bat habitat area, but if it's not used by bats, then it's not a bat habitat area.
Yes,
and I think in my opinion, what they're calling a bat habitat area, in my opinion, isn't necessarily going to be used by the bats.
Thank you.
Just a quick look at the Western Lee decision, which I was not familiar with before. Were either of your witnesses or were you involved in that case?
I was legal counsel together with Ms. Tumai, and Dr. Borkin and Ms. Pride were the bat ecology experts, and Mr. Riddell was the planner in that case.
Sorry, I have not seen your name on the list, but I see it now. My question is, and I'm not sure which might answer it, at paragraph 126, the judgment says council acknowledges, that's council as the Hamilton City Council, acknowledges the importance of this matter being bats, and we recommend they urgently establish a catchment-wide group Are you aware of any progress on that catchment-wide group?
Yes, so that would be the Bat Alliance, and to be quite frank, it's turned out to be quite toothless. What's happening is you've got a catchment-wide group off to the side, and in the meantime, we've got this death by 1,000 cuts planning the demise of the bats approach through the district plan. That's quite blunt, but that's essentially why the DG is participating in these plan change processes. And that I think the messaging in the court was quite clear, but what's happening are two different things.
Yeah. Are you aware of any involvement by Waipa Council in that group?
They are on the Bat Alliance, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because
And regional council, who I think present next, they have more context on the Bat Alliance too.
catchment wide would include the areas we're talking about here.
See, this whole concept of having a group that receives a bucket of money and does a whole lot of stuff is meaningless if the habitat's gone. So it's actually about having planning provisions to enable that habitat, the integrated catchment approach. And I think I see there's opportunity here. If the bats are still here, there's opportunity to get it right. But it's a wider context than just this plan change.
Do you know who the lead party is in the Bat Alliance? Somebody must be responsible for getting it together and providing some output.
I could come back to you on that. I can't answer that question right now.
As a guess, it might be the regional council, and we're going to hear from them. So I'll ask them.
Yes, I think asking the regional council next, so we'll give you more. I'm not directly involved with it. We have attendees attend, and
it's more a technical group, is it?
It's more a technical group. Yeah. Which, in terms of achieving actual outcomes, is problematic.
Yeah. Understood. Okay.
My apologies. I highlight all my questions in orange, and I had a question that wasn't highlighted in orange, so I didn't ask it. Sorry, Mr. Gooding. It's paragraph 7.1, and you were talking about criteria. The site of plan change 20 meets criteria 3, and then you interpolated in your summary, and you said excluding the buildings and other structures, and that's not in your evidence, but that's what you said. And I just wanted to just double check in terms of what your view was, what met criteria 3 in terms spatially at plan change 20. And just in the context of asking the question, we had some legal submissions for the applicant in regards to the zoning and those activities that are permitted across the site vis-a-vis what hasn't been built on, and the extensions of the areas being proposed for airport business zone. So that's the context of why I'm asking the question of clarification there.
So to confirm, it does exclude buildings. Either it excludes existing buildings. I rely on the evidence of Ms. Sturley and her assessment of that criteria.
Thank you.
PC20 though does include the I believe it's the 41 hectares currently zoned business zone, and I rely on Ms. Thurley acknowledging that, or observing that there have been recorded bat passes in that area. So provided she's comfortable that that area is subject to the criteria in Act 5, I rely on her evidence.
Ms. Thurley, did you have any more just a comments on that? Did you understand the question? Oh.
It was around significance under criteria 3.
Yes, and just the spatial extent to which that applies in your evidence.
Yeah, in my evidence, that's that's as Mr. Gooding says, I think it applies, criteria 3 applies to the entire site, less
Okay.
the buildings.
Thank you. My apologies for not asking the question earlier. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Now we are running behind schedule, whichever you prefer. And NZ DST is now 11:11. I propose we take a short break for 10 minutes, reconvene at standard daylight time at 11:20. But may we assume that's the case for the Director General?
Yes, that is.
Okay, we stand adjourned for 10 minutes, acknowledging that clock is 3 minutes ahead of time. The floor is yours.
Kia ora koutou, I'm Katrina Andrews. I'm a policy advisor for the Waikato Regional Council. I'm joined today by Julie Hanson, who is a senior policy advisor, transport and infrastructure. So I prepared a supplementary statement of evidence for today, which I'll hand some copies. And I've also got copies of an Auckland Unitary Plan example, which I refer to in the supplementary statement. But I do apologise, I haven't brought paper copies of my original statement dated 7th of March. So I ask that that be taken as read, please. Certainly
we have that in front of us.
Okay.
And we're delighted that you're going to do a summary for us.
So I prepared this supplementary statement as a record of the matters I'll cover today. I'm aware that there's been a lot of information exchanged throughout the process so far, so I wanted to ensure that where I respond to rebuttal evidence, I wasn't just doing so verbally. And I also introduced one supplementary item in regard to the NPS HPL and the Auckland Unitary Plan example, which I'll discuss shortly. In the time available, I wasn't able to prepare a full written summary of my primary evidence, so I will generally be reading through this supplementary statement, but I will speak to a few points where I summarise my primary evidence.
Just before you begin,
Yep.
Might I ask, I don't know if you were here when I was asking about the BAT group.
Yes.
Are either of you able to tell us about what the BAT group is doing?
I personally am not involved in the BAT Alliance, but I do have colleagues that are, so I would be more than happy to go away and get some more information for you on that. But Ms. Hanson was actually involved in a previous role that she held here at Waipa District Council, and so may be able to add a bit about it.
We'll look forward to hearing from you on that topic, if we may.
It's not my topic that I'm here to talk about today, but just to briefly let you know that I was involved in the BAT Alliance when I was an employee here, and there is a report somewhere in the building that was presented to this council advising them of the BAT Alliance and what measures could be taken to provide more protection for the pika in this district. So it was an alliance of several councils, the Regional Council, Department of Conservation and iwi.
Well, could I ask Mr. Williamson, could you make some inquiries, and if there are any documents that would help us, assist us, perhaps you could make them available?
I'm estimating it would be in the latter half of 2021.
I would also be happy to get more information from colleagues at Regional Council if that would be helpful for you. I do work closely with some of the people involved, but haven't been involved myself.
We don't want more paper just for the sake of more paper, but if it is going to assist us, then we would like to see it, because the Western Lee judgment that was put before us earlier, it's almost entirely focused on bats.
Right.
And obviously bats is an important subject, so leave it to you to decide what, if anything, might be of assistance to us. And you can provide that later through our administrator.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it might be helpful if there's a terms of reference for the Alliance Group, what's their current status, what's their purpose, and has there been any most recent activities? That's probably all we need.
Yeah, I can certainly look for that for you.
Thank you.
Okay, so just for clarity, my evidence relates to all aspects of the WRC submission on PC20 except for transport and climate change policy, which you'll hear from Ms. Hanson on shortly. So beginning with the NPS HPL, PC20 is required to give effect to the NPS HPL under section 75(3)A of the RMA. As the NPS HPL came into effect after PC20 was notified, the WRC submission sought that a robust assessment of PC20 be undertaken against this NPS, as well as provisions within the WRPS Regional Policy Statement relating to high-class soils. The applicants have since undertaken an assessment against the NPS HPL, lodged as an addendum to the plan change request. This assessment confirms that approximately 89 hectares of the PC20 site, so all of the land proposed to be rezoned from rural to airport business zone, meets the transitional definition of highly productive land. I agree that the objective, policy 5 and implementation clause 3.6 are the key provisions for PC20. Policy 5, together with the one objective of the NPS HPL, sets a strong directive to avoid rezoning of highly productive land unless the 3 tests in clause 3.6 are met. As all of the 89 hectares of land proposed to be rezoned through PC20 as highly productive land, it's important the panel are satisfied that these 3 tests are met in order to make a decision on the plan change. Looking first at clause 3.61a, the applicant's assessment concludes that the full extent of the northern precinct is needed to meet demand within the future-proof sub-region over the short to medium term. This assessment is informed by assessments undertaken by Mr. Colgrave, which I note primarily relate to Hamilton City, identified by Mr. Colgrave as the effective market of the airport. In paragraph 38 of my primary evidence, I highlighted that the Ministry for the Environment's Guide to Implementation for the NPS HPL refers to demand assessed in a Housing and Business Development Capacity Assessment, HBA, in relation to the test in clause 3.61a. I note that Mr. Growler in his rebuttal raises issues with this. I disagree with Mr. Growler's interpretation of my evidence. At paragraph 39, I clearly state that the panel will ultimately need to consider how the Insight Economics assessment fits within the requirements of the NPS HPL and the NPS UD. Turning to clause 3.61b, the applicant's assessment considers options for providing development capacity within the Waipa district. As explained in my primary evidence, I consider there is a disconnect between the applicant's assessment of this clause and subclause 1a. I note that in his rebuttal, Mr. Growler refers to the explanation within the implementation guide that the examination of alternatives does not need to be exhaustive. I confirm that I did review the section of the implementation guide when preparing my primary evidence and agree that a degree of pragmatism is required in the assessment. My concern is, however, not for the number of alternative options assessed by the applicants per se. It relates to the locations explored and the disconnect this creates between the assessments against clauses 3.61a and b. Subclause 1b requires that there are no other reasonably practicable and feasible options for providing at least sufficient development capacity within the same locality and market while achieving a well-functioning urban environment. The conclusions reached by the applicants in relation to subclause 1a relate to supply and demand for business land within the future-proof sub-region with a focus on Hamilton City as the effective market of the airport. Yet the assessment against subclause 1b is limited to Waipa district only and does not consider whether there are any reasonably practicable and feasible options for providing the development capacity within Hamilton City. I note that in his rebuttal, Mr. Growler opines that an exploration of alternative options within Hamilton City cannot be undertaken because the Hamilton City District Plan does not contain any rural zones. While Clause 3.62 of the NPS HPL includes a list of options to be considered when assessing reasonably practicable options. In my view, this does not preclude the consideration of other options where appropriate. In a moment, I'll refer to a recent independent hearing panel decision, which provides some commentary on the NPS HPL in the context of proposed urban rezoning. However, I first just note as outlined in paragraphs 48 to 51 of my primary evidence, in my view, the types of land use proposed to be permitted within the Northern Precinct is also a relevant consideration when assessing the NPS HPL tests. So the supplementary piece of evidence, since I prepared my primary statement of evidence, there has been a decision released on a proposed plan change to the Auckland Unitary Plan, proposed private plan change 73, which provides some commentary on the NPSHPL. The decision of the independent hearing panel for PC 73 to decline this plan change was notified on the 10th of March 2023, so last Friday. I acknowledge that the PC 73 decision is not an Environment Court decision and is subject to an appeal period under the RMA, so I'm not claiming it sets any kind of precedent. But given the newness of the NPSHPL, I consider the commentary within this decision provides a useful example of the interpretation of the NPSHPL in relation to urban rezoning. PC 73 proposed to rezone approximately 32.5 hectares of land near Waiuku from a rural zone to a residential mixed housing urban zone. While this related to proposed residential rezoning, the key provisions of the NPSHPL identified for PC 73 were the same as those for PC 20, being the objective, policy 5, and clause 3.6. The PC 73 panel found that the plan change had not been developed in accordance with the relevant statutory matters relating to protection of prime soils and highly productive land. I encourage the panel to read this decision in full. However, I've provided a summary of the PC 73 panel's findings that I consider useful for consideration of PC 20. The PC 73 panel considered the policy framework of the NPSHPL to be directive, especially policy 5, and found that urban rezoning of highly productive land can only occur where all three tests of clause 3.6 have been met. The PC 73 panel considered that clauses 3.61a and b are somewhat linked. In the specific PC 73 circumstance, the panel found that while greenfield development sought might achieve faster and more affordable results, there was likely to be sufficient capacity within the existing urban area of Waiuku to meet housing demand. I've provided a quote there from the decision, which I won't read out in full, but in summary, the PC 73 panel's view was that part of the purpose and likely outcome of the NPSHPL is that it requires a refocus away from greenfield development as the primary method of enabling growth and a fresh look at existing urban areas, even if this might prove more difficult. The PC 73 panel's view of the words same locality and market in clause 3.61b was that the term same locality suggests that it is intended to be viewed broader than the extent of an existing urban boundary or urban settlement. Ultimately, the PC 73 panel found that the clear direction in the NPSHPL is that the burden of proof necessary to meet clauses 3.61a and 1b is high. So ultimately, for the reasons outlined above and in my primary statement of evidence, I remain of the view that further evidence is required in order to complete a robust assessment of PC 20 against the NPSHPL before the land is rezoned. Turning now to proposed change 1 to the WRPS, you've heard a bit about this in the hearing already, and I don't intend to repeat the content of my primary evidence on this. To summarise very briefly, under section 74.2a of the RMA, the panel shall have regard to proposed change 1, and the key aspects of proposed change 1 of relevance to PC 20 are those relating to out of sequence and unanticipated developments. Non-ancillary retail. As noted in the joint witness statement for economics and retailing, the planners agree that it would be preferable for the plan provisions to clearly identify what types of activities are included in the retail GFA cap. My primary statement of evidence outlined concerns about the clarity of the proposed non-ancillary retail provisions. I acknowledge that in response to amendments sought in my primary evidence, Mr. Grala has proposed a change to Rule 10.4.2.11a to make it clearer what activities the GFA cap applies to. I support this amendment proposed by Mr. Grala. To assist plan users, I do, however, consider the amendments to Rule 10.4.1.1 outlined in my primary evidence to also be necessary. These amendments could be made as consequential to that proposed by Mr. Gralla and since accepted by the Section 42A reporting officer, and would both achieve consistency and ensure future plan users do not overlook the GFA cap requirement. I also consider the amendment to Rule 10.4.1.5 outlined in paragraph 80 of my primary evidence is still required for the purpose of clarity. I understand that all non-ancillary retail activities are intended to be confined to the hub or to the retail area identified on the structure plan. Therefore, I consider that Rule 10.4.1.5 should be amended to specifically include service stations, cafes, restaurants, takeaway food outlets, licensed premises, and building supply outlets, similar to the amendment proposed by Mr. Gralla to the GFA rule. Finally, bats and bat habitat. As noted in paragraph 94 of my primary evidence, I generally consider the wording of the amended provisions relating to bats aligns with the WRPS and addresses concerns raised in the WRC submission relating to the drafting of provisions. In my view, the protection of the proposed bat habitat area, or BHA, is the key method proposed by PC20 to avoid adverse effects on bat habitat values in accordance with the effects management hierarchy. Aside from the standards for removal of trees or vegetation outside the BHA, the proposed rule framework will generally enable the remainder of the PC20 site to be developed for airport business zone activities and associated infrastructure. Therefore, in my opinion, it's important the proposed BHA is carefully considered to ensure that all of the subsequent plan provisions achieve their intended purpose.
Sorry, would you mind just pausing for a moment?
Yep.
We've got a procedural issue we need to deal with,
Okay, no, absolutely.
which does not affect you. So we could put in all 15.
No, it has to be gone by. This is the latest.
Okay. Okay. We'll do our best to accommodate. Yeah. See it here? No, it's not. We'll do our best to accommodate. That's all we can promise. Sorry, that was about the afternoon's agenda. It does not affect you, so thank you for pausing, but please
That's okay.
proceed.
I'm nearly finished. So from my experience in expert conferencing and from the exchange of evidence, it appears there is still disagreement between Ms. Cummings and Ms. Thurley in relation to the BHA and the likelihood that it will continue to be used by bats following development of the PC20 site. In the absence of consensus between the ecologists, I'm unable to assess whether PC20 overall, the proposed structure plan in combination with the amended policy and rules, gives effect to the relevant provisions of the WRPS, particularly policy Eco P1 and method Eco N1. I also note the ecologists do not agree on whether the site meets the criteria for significance under APP 5 of the WRPS, which I highlighted in my primary evidence as an important aspect of the WRPS assessment. Finally, I acknowledge that Mr. Inger, in Annexure 1 to his rebuttal, provided an updated version of the structure plan on which the hub overlay has been removed from the BHA, which I support. That brings me to the end of what I wanted to cover, so I'm happy to take any questions.
I didn't have any, I'll just have a double check again, but I don't think I had any questions in specifically in regards to your evidence in chief. I didn't, because it was quite clear, and as you've been talking, I've just been having a quick look at this decision, and it does focus very much in a very granular way on elite and prime soils, and you've had the benefit of reading it, I hope, and I'm just wanting to see if there's a. You've said that it's a relevant case in terms of it's looking particularly at the application of the National Policy Statement for Highly Productive Land, but it's taken the point of going further than that and actually looking at the soils. It's specific to the site, and whether you had any thoughts about how that might be applicable in this.
So that there is some difference in that the findings relate both to the regional policy statement in that case and the NPS-HPL. So I think that wording around prime soils, that is a regional policy statement matter in Auckland. So the WRPS here in Waikato does also have objectives, policies and methods relating to high class soils. However, I've focused in my evidence on the NPS-HPL just because that is the new higher order document and because it is a lot more directive than the WRPS. So I would direct that the key aspects of relevance in that decision are those that relate specifically to the NPS-HPL.
Okay, thank you.
Just one question about your paragraph 24 in your summary evidence.
Yeah.
You talk about out of sequence and unanticipated developments. I was involved in a hearing regarding similar issues in 2007. And I'm just wondering what meaning or what weight you would put on this being an out of sequence or unanticipated development.
Well, the reference that I make there is in relation to proposed change 1 to the Waikato Regional Policy Statement. So that change obviously hasn't gone through the full process yet. So it is a matter for you to have regard to. But those out of sequence and unanticipated developments that comes from the future-proof strategy, which itself has been prepared through a special consultative process and is how the 30-year sort of staging of development has been agreed upon for the future-proof sub-region. And then the proposed change 1 is aligning the WRPS to the 2022 version of the future-proof strategy.
Yeah, but to put a finer point on my question, do you regard PPC 20 as covering unanticipated or out of sequence development?
Yes.
You do?
Yes. So it is seeking to bring forward allocation to a sooner time period than is identified in the future-proof strategy and in proposed change 1, which makes it out of sequence.
So you're talking about timing rather than content?
I would have to go back specifically to the figures. I don't have those in front of me, but from my understanding, it is largely a timing issue because the future-proof strategy is a 30-year strategy and it's identified the staging, and this is aiming to bring forward some of that allocation. So it's a slightly separate issue to the NPS-HPL issue, which is specifically in relation to demand in the short to medium term, so up to 10 years. And then the sequencing is slightly different because it's been set out in the future-proof strategy, which is a 30-year strategy.
Okay. Thank you for that. Mr. Williamson, any questions of clarification?
Not at this stage, no.
Okay.
Could I just ask Madam Clerk?
Yeah.
Just on the same line of question, just a clarification. I just want to get in my head that I'm clear. I'm understanding from your perspective around anticipated and out of sequence. So it's been put to us by legal counsel and experts, particularly planning evidence in regards to the number of strategic documents and planning instruments that anticipate that business zones, business activity will occur on this land and in the future lands to the northwest of the site. And we've also, and it's been noted in evidence that in terms of the timing going out over 10 years, that this would bring forward some of that land earlier. So it seems to me that what you're calling out of sequence is directly related to timing, but not necessarily the activity.
Yes. The only thing that I would say is I'm not entirely sure without the numbers in front of me, whether the quantum of land, how that compares to what has been identified in the strategies. The type of activity, I mean, the airport is identified as a strategic industrial node in the WRPS, but the timing, certainly the timing, and without the figures in front of me, I'm not entirely sure on the quantum.
I've got some numbers swirling in my head from the tables, but I can't quite see them in my eyes at the moment, but perhaps the applicant might be able to help us in reply. Yeah.
Okay. We'd like to reply.
Thank you.
Okay. I wonder, with your consent, might we just hold off for a few moments to hear Ms. Hanson? We've got a procedural issue that I'd like to deal with now. Mr. McEldowney, is he present? No. Anyway, we had a request from him by email, was it?
He was going to be online.
Oh.
But he's not online yet. Do you want me to ask him to get online?
Is that him on the left? No?
No, I think that is the transport planner from Hamilton City Council.
That's Hamilton, was Hamilton City Council, Mr. Govinda. There was also Mr. Dr. Mark Davies sitting in that room, but he's not a witness for whom any evidence has been filed.
Anyway, according to my schedule, the Hamilton City is down for 1 o'clock, but we still have to hear from Ms. Hanson. We've got Forest and Bird, Mr. Cuff, Waikato Regional Airport Authority, and Mr. Snowball before Hamilton City. So if we're going to deal with Hamilton City before 1:15, which we're advised is curfew, then we need to do it after we've concluded with the Regional Council. Is Forest and Bird present? Are you prepared to drop down the list a bit for Hamilton City or not?
I can, but I will need to check with our lawyer. Yes.
Could you do that? Yeah. Assuming we take a lunch 1 to 1:45, the earliest would be 1:45.
Yep. I'll just
See what you can do and let us know in due course.
he's listening in this environment, but I will just
Thank you.
Is Mr. Cuff present? Are you flexible as to timing or not? You are flexible.
Jocelyn's on now.
Okay, we'll come back to him. Now I saw Ms. Drew, she's here. How flexible are you? You are? Fine. Mr. Snowball, is he present? Are you able to be flexible with timing? Okay. So we have Mr. McEldowney online, do we? with the red tie. Is that Mr. McEldowney?
Yes, it's Mr. Muldowney here, Commissioner Willie. Yes, so thank you.
Sorry, I've mispronounced your name, but both good Irish names.
Yes.
You have a 1:15 curfew, I believe.
Yes, sir. I'm in Melbourne at the moment, attending a family wedding, and I'm on a fairly tight time frame. And I was given the understanding that we would have a time slot between 12:15 and 1:15 today to present. So I may be operating off a slightly different schedule to you, sir. So I'm not quite sure if that causes a difficulty. I was just aware that there was a bit of a time slippage this morning, and the chance of a 12:15 start was starting to look remote. But a 1:15 even starts to look even worse for me.
Well, according to my schedule, you're down for 1 o'clock, but we have obtained some flexibility with the people between now and 12:15. So are you still able to address us between 12:15 and 1?
Yes, sir. In fact, we've got everyone here now. I looking online, so we could start now if that is convenient to you and your fellow commissioner. Quite simply, the sooner we can get going, the better for me, certainly in terms of my personal commitments with the wedding.
Well, I think what we should do is hear from Ms. Hanson so that we have the regional council's case, and then we'll turn to you, which might be around 12:15.
Well, that would be fantastic. That would be great, sir. If you're able to accommodate me in that way, I would be most grateful, sir. And we'll stay online and stand by.
Okay, we'll stand by, and my best guesstimate would be 12:15. So we'll work towards that and try to accommodate you.
I'm very grateful, sir. Thank you very much.
So back to the regional council, and Ms. Hanson, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I will be quick. I just have a summary here that I am going to be reading out today. Thanks, Katrina. So you already have my previously written evidence, and so I'm just going to skip this whole half of this first page and start at paragraph 5, just confirming that I'm Julie Hanson and I'm a senior policy advisor in the transport and infrastructure team and at the Waikato Regional Council. So starting with the section 42A report, which recommended accepting, and I'm only here to talk about transport matters, accepting the WRC submission in relation to transport, and it indicated that I would provide specific relief for end of journey facilities and EV charging facilities in my written evidence. Despite the recommendation to accept the WRC submission, which was more expansive than those two items, and accepting the specific relief to be provided in evidence, there were no amendments proposed or suggested for the other matters raised. Transport plays a significant role in climate change, and vehicles reliant on fossil fuels are a major source of greenhouse gas contributions to the environment. I do not intend to traverse the relevant legislation and policies in this summary. That is all in my previously provided evidence. But note that there is strong national, regional, and local policy direction in relation to climate change. There are benefits in integrating transport and land use planning to achieve good transport outcomes, including reduced transport emissions. I support the section 42A report recommendations for walking and cycling, and anticipate that any infrastructure will be built using best practice for location, efficiency, and safety. Just to clarify, I make no comment on technical specifications in relation to such infrastructure. I acknowledge that wide-ranging provisions to address climate change cannot be applied beyond the area subject to Plan Change 20, but seek at least one policy that would give some relief. I suggest the following or similar. A new policy, development and subdivision should be designed to actively reduce greenhouse gas emissions, including from transport sources. In the absence of more comprehensive climate change and emissions reduction provisions that align with national and regional policy, it is even more important that the remaining points of the WRC submission are accepted. Travel behaviour is influenced by the provision of infrastructure and facilities that make using public transport and walking and cycling easier, safer, and more convenient. I support the recommendation of the Section 42A report and the joint witness statement to amend Rule 10.4.2.13A and matters of discretion, which would require bus stops when building the roundabout access from State Highway 3 to the Northern Precinct. Note that the Regional Public Transport Plan, which is a statutory document, provides guidance for the type and location of bus stops. The coordinated provision and planning of infrastructure and services by all relevant agencies is expected. End of journey facilities such as secure parking, lockers and showers support cycling and other active modes of transport. The presence of such facilities, especially at workplaces, encourages people to use active transport, promotes a healthy and active community, and reduces reliance on cars. The WRC submission sought to require end-of-journey facilities to encourage and support mode shift. Both the JWS and the Section 42A report reference my agreement to provide specific relief in my evidence. My suggested text, based on Hamilton City Council's proposed Plan Change 12 for urban intensification, is included in my written evidence in Appendix 1. The suggested text indicates the number of gear lockers, showers and changing rooms, and it would be based on the number of bicycle parks required under existing rule in the Waipa District Plan 16.4.2.21. Mr. Grala correctly calculates that end-of-journey facilities would not be required unless the activity had at least 100 employees. He questions the efficiency and effectiveness of such a rule and expects the market would provide a similar, if not greater, level of end-of-trip facilities than what is sought. Even if it is the case that the market provides a greater level of end-of-journey facilities, that would be a positive outcome in terms of the broader goals to encourage and support mode shift, thereby reducing transport emissions. The suggested relief would, at the very least, ensure that larger employers in the Northern Precinct provide end-of-journey facilities. Note that the specific relief includes all words to similar effect, make consequential amendments as necessary. I consider this enables the reporting officer to advise on wording for best fit within the Waipa District Plan. The panel could make provision for end-of-journey facilities at a lower employee threshold. At paragraph 30 of his rebuttal evidence, Mr. Grala considers that the requested relief should be supported by a Section 32AA assessment prepared by WRC to demonstrate that it is both effective and efficient. It's not the usual practice of WRC as a submitter to provide such an assessment. I consider that my submission and written evidence provide sufficient information for the reporting officer and the hearing panel to consider the merits of such provisions. But if desired, I could provide an assessment if it will assist the panel with their decision-making. The WRC submission sought the inclusion of crime prevention through environmental design principles, otherwise known as CPTED, in the airport business zone to ensure accessible and inclusive communities, increase safety for users, minimise maintenance, manage the movement of people around areas, and to discourage or encourage activities or behaviour. If CPTED principles are considered at the time of subdivision and development, walking and cycling tracks will be safer to use, thereby encouraging their use and making a contribution to transport emissions reduction. The Section 42A report recommended accepting the WRC submission to include CPTED principles, but did not indicate any amendments to Section 10A, the airport business zone. On that basis, I suggested text in Appendix 1 of my evidence based on the existing CPTED provisions in the residential zone of the Waipa District Plan. I agree with Mr. Grala's statement that it is inappropriate to include a new objective and policy without an implementation method, and that it would be poor planning practice to implement a subjective CPTED assessment as a performance standard. However, I note that the existing rules relating to CPTED in the residential zone do have measurable standards and are not subjective. It would therefore be possible to craft clear, quantifiable performance standards for the plan change. It would also be possible to include an implementation method other than a rule, for example, free urban design and amenity advice, so that SIPTEP principles are reflected in new developments. I didn't suggest specific text for a rule in my evidence, as there are other factors that would need to be considered, such as street lighting and its impact on bats, amongst other things. Inclusion of the SIPTEP principles in the airport business zone enables consistency across zones, supports existing policy, and contributes to achieving emissions reduction goals in more areas of the district. The WRC submission sought to require EV charging facilities to support a shift to low carbon electric vehicles. In expert conferencing, I clarified that enabling EV charging facilities in public spaces is a more appropriate relief sought, and agreed to provide suggested text. That's also in Appendix 1 of my evidence. Paragraph 57 of my written evidence references the anticipated continued increase in EVs in the region in response to the government's Clean Car program, making the purchase of zero and low emission vehicles more affordable. Since then, the government has announced changes to the Clean Car program, but I'm not in a position to inform the panel of implications for future uptake of EVs. However, I do still consider it important to support and encourage the uptake of EVs as part of the overall contribution of transport emissions reduction goals. I support Mr. Grala's rebuttal evidence that supports inclusion of enabling provisions for EVSE. I am of the view that proposed private plan change 20 is generally consistent with regional priorities, objectives and policies articulated in the Waikato Regional Policy Statement, the Regional Land Transport Plan, and other policy direction at the national, regional and local level in relation to transport matters. The relief measures that WRC is seeking in relation to transport are straightforward and moderate, do not change the intention or extent of the plan change, easily fit into the existing district plan, and are for facilities and amenities that are expected in a modern and pleasant business and employment setting. There is an opportunity to effect real change in relation to integrated land use and transport planning, and the potential to reduce transport emissions, a major contributor to climate change. National, regional and local policy direction in relation to emissions reduction is very clear. Local government is expected to consider and include climate change in its planning and decision making. Embedding climate change policies and requirements into this plan change is critical to supporting the transformational change that is necessary to address the effects of climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hanson, and thank you for going through that reasonably quickly, but it's appreciated. Just a couple of points perhaps of clarification. You've mentioned that there currently isn't, there's some missing parts to the legislation and policy framework, particularly in regards to climate change, and you've mentioned some of the existing national policy statements in regards to climate change, but it's on its way. And I think, and in your evidence, I think you referred to change 1 to the regional policy statement. So I just want, that was the first clarification, and then there's some additions of some new policies in terms of responding to climate change. Is that the framework in which you're suggesting these changes are made? And because I had advocacy next to your evidence when I first had a look. So just trying to discern between the advocacy role for responding to climate change versus this change 1 on its way.
It would be both, I would suggest. We, in our regional land transport plan, which also is a statutory document, and the primary document that our team at work works with, that sets out all the goals and aspirations, I guess, and all the funding for transport projects in the region. It does have a headline target of a reduction of 30% of transport emissions, CO2 emissions by 2030. So that is something that has already been indicated to us as a directorate that our new Regional Transport Committee is wishing to become the primary objective in the new RLTP that we're preparing. With regards to existing legislation, I realised this plan change came in prior to the amendment of November 30th that requires climate change to be much more embedded in district plan making. But that was part of the 2020 Amendment Act. So it's been signalled for years. Not only that, the emissions reduction plan came out in May last year, which was before the notification of this.
Well, certainly the evidence before us is not to disregard those matters.
Yeah.
So it wasn't a binary choice. Yes, no. It was.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry to interrupt, but in terms of my opening submissions, I have made the submission that you're not to have regard to those climate change provisions specifically. It's not. Whether you want to or not, Parliament has dictated through that 2020 amendment that it's only relevant to those plan changes after 30th of November.
The only other one was more of a thank you. Just at paragraph 27, I was in my mind thinking there's a tension between crime prevention through environmental design and certain lighting evidence that we've received in regards to being sensitive to bats in the area. So grateful that you've acknowledged that tension, but not necessarily given us a way through that, but just that there's a tension.
I mean, clearly I don't have all the evidence in front of me from all of the other submitters, and so I did not wish to try and craft such a rule.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. I have no questions. Your evidence is clear.
Thank you.
Mr. Williamson, did you have any questions of clarity for these people? No. Okay. Thank you very much for coming and addressing us. Now we look like we are going to get back on schedule. Unfortunately, there is more than one agenda for Friday, and I have just been made aware of one which shows Hamilton City commencing at 12:15, which we now, with some accommodation from various people, are able to meet, which is good. So thank you for all those that have made space for Mr. Muldowney. But now the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Withy, and good afternoon to everyone. Can I just once again reiterate my appreciation for the accommodation? This is just one of those things that life throws at you from time to time, and it was a clash that just couldn't be avoided, of course. So I'm just very grateful that you've managed to accommodate me, and I'm also very grateful to the other submitters that have indicated their flexibility. So thank you very much. Can I also just make a point about appearing online? Obviously, with my being out of the country, I was needing to Zoom, take up the opportunity for the Zoom accommodation, as was Mr. Akehurst, who is attending from Auckland. And it was felt that rather than have a split presentation where we had some people in the room and some not in the room, it was just cleaner and simpler for administrative purposes to have everyone attend by Zoom. So please do not take the fact that Hamilton City is not out in Te Awamutu in person as any sort of slight. It is simply intended to hopefully smooth the administration of the hearing, and I hope it's received in that way. Just a couple of other initial housekeeping matters that I wanted to make. First was that we've got all of our witnesses online and ready to go. With the Hamilton City Planner, Mr. Govinda, we've also got the City Planning Manager, Mark Davey, sitting beside him. And that's not necessarily for Mr. Davey to give any evidence. It's simply that it is Mr. Govinder's first hearing of this nature in New Zealand. And so just to make sure that he was being guided through the process and had the support that he needed, we've got Mr. Davey there beside him. It's not anticipated that Mr. Davey would play any active role in giving evidence. If the commissioners felt that there was any need to ask any questions relating to Hamilton City planning matters that Mr. Govinder was not able to answer, then Mr. Davey is available. But other than that, it's just up to you as a panel, of course, as to what evidence you receive. So just to make that point, in case you're wondering about his presence. Can I also just make an opening comment about Hamilton City Council's position in relation to Plan Change 20 very generally? There has been, I think, from previous exchanges and comments made during the hearing, a sort of a concern or a theme that this feels like sort of Big Brother telling Little Brother what to do, or is in some way some kind of overreach on behalf of Hamilton City Council. And I just want to square up to that concern or that theme and say to you that that's very much not the position at all. Hamilton City is very supportive of the plan change and supportive of Waipa's role in the plan change process. There are various strategic accords and understandings between Hamilton City and Waipa and its surrounding territorial authorities around the concept of boundaryless planning, and the idea that we take an integrated approach to what's happening in and around the territorial boundaries, and not be so concerned with lines necessarily drawn on a plan in a sort of arbitrary manner, but think about planning in the environment in this boundaryless way. So if you are scratching your head and wondering why Hamilton City would have any interest in this particular plan change, that's the broader context and the broader relationship context. And it's particularly important in the context of Plan Change 20 when we're dealing with a very important strategic asset, which is the airport and its surrounding land use capability, and also the way that it will integrate with, in particular, the Peacock's growth cell, which is the new and very substantial growth cell to the immediate north of the precinct, and which is intended to form a very important relationship with the precinct in terms of the supply of people and a workforce, which will cross the territorial boundaries and very much be integrated with what is going on in the precinct. So that gives you a sense of the broader context of why we're here, so to speak. Now, I have prepared written legal submissions, and I trust those have been circulated to the panel and participants. And I'm conscious of the time slot, so I will just work my way pretty crisply through these, just to make sure that you've got plenty of time to deal with witnesses and questions and so on. Beginning, I think it's paragraph 2, I want to make the point again that Hamilton City Council supports Plan Change 20, subject to the introduction of a number of amendments which relate to provisions which control the nature of industrial and non-industrial land uses which can establish in the Northern Precinct, the nature and extent of general retail and ancillary activities that can establish in the precinct, the safety and efficiency of the transport connections between the precinct and the surrounding network, and the walking and cycleway connection between the Northern Precinct and Peacock Growth Cell within Hamilton City, and the need to protect the city's investment in the potential Southern Wastewater Treatment Plant site. And finally, the integration of the management of the loss of bat habitat and associated compensation. And since lodging its submission and further submission and its evidence, the city has continued to work on refining its position to ensure that the relief that it is seeking is focused on the environmental issues that concern it most, leaving aside matters that are of less strategic importance. And so while the presentation today will comprise all of the evidence which has been lodged, not all of the relief signalled in the evidence is being pursued. And so for clarity, the refined relief and final set of plan amendments that the city is seeking is set out in the appendix to these submissions. And Mr. Govender for Hamilton City will present the amendments as part of his updated executive summary and address any questions you have. So dealing with the critical issues, the first is the nature of the permitted land use activities within the precinct itself. The industrial land surrounding the Hamilton Airport is a highly strategic regional economic land resource, centrally located between Hamilton, Cambridge and Te Awamutu. And over time, the airport's importance as a gateway to the sub-region will increase, and it has the potential to become a very significant export hub. So careful management of the type and nature of the activities that locate there will be important to ensure that the airport's potential is maximised in terms of what it's able to deliver to the wider region. And more generally, airports directly or indirectly attract relevant industries that rely on air transport, such as aviation services, manufacturing, freight transport services, and other logistical functions, and can also be the base for developing high-tech industries that take advantage of high-value national and international air links facilitated by the airport and the co-location of the opportunities with other like businesses. And you'll hear from Mr. Akehurst, who will describe the makeup of activities that locate on industrial land around Auckland and Christchurch airports, which are well-established international trade and people movement hubs, and provide insights into the type of high-value industrial and commercial activities that choose to locate near airports. And so the clustering of activities near airports generates co-location economic benefits and agglomeration benefits for businesses in terms of reduced friction and improved costs and efficiencies. And it's critical from Hamilton City's perspective that the industrial land resource around the airport is used for the co-location of these high-value manufacturing, wholesaling, distribution, and logistic operations, which will leverage the opportunities that come with the strategic location. And on that point, there seems no dispute with the plan provisions reflecting that intent. So accordingly, it's a concern that some of the permitted activities that may establish in the Northern Precinct without a resource consent are very broad at first blush. And so, for example, industrial activities are, of course, a permitted activity, and the definition of industrial activities is set out in the operative plan, and I've set it out at paragraph 9. And I think probably we can cut to the chase here. It's really the first bullet point that is the most sort of concerning and incongruous with what is the strategic intent of the precinct. And so you'll hear from Mr. Govender how it's intended from Hamilton City's perspective that that first bullet point be removed from the definition of industrial activities within the Northern Precinct to get rid of what feels like an anomaly in terms of enabled permitted land use activities. And so at paragraph 10, we note that there's a fairly wide definition, even remaining, which leaves the door open for land use activities to occur in the precinct, which potentially occur at the expense of more strategically aligned land uses. And so HCC would encourage that refined set of industrial activity defined land uses. There's some other examples at paragraph 11 that I've identified that, again, have the potential to be somewhat incongruous with what is being intended. Places of assembly, conference facilities, and educational facilities. Again, not necessarily that they don't have a place adjacent to an airport, but within the precinct, Hamilton City thinks not, with the precinct land better used for those core industrial purposes. So at 12, I note that the city considers that the permit activity rule should provide stronger encouragement for activities which contribute to the agglomeration of those high-value manufacturing, wholesaling, and distribution and logistics operations, which leverage the opportunities that come with the strategic location of the airport. And that activities that don't make that contribution could be discretionary or non-complying. And as I say, the changes are set out in the appendix. The second important main topic is that of the controls around retail, and firstly dealing with general retail. So the city recognises that the Northern Precinct should make provision for a limited amount of retail, and it's consistent with the objectives and the supporting policies that are set out in the plan provisions, which I've set out at paragraph 13. And the core policy that I want to focus on and ask the panel to focus on is policy 10.3.2.2, which says that it's intended from a policy perspective to enable the development of the Northern Precinct in the airport business zone, including ancillary commercial and ancillary retail activities, as well as limited retail activities that support the needs of the precinct and the airport business zones. And so those final words in that policy are very important. They put a gloss on what should be available or made available in terms of retail activities, limited retail activities that support the needs of the precinct and the airport business zone. So we say that policy intent is clear. Having established the policy setting, the provisions controlling retail need to then carefully balance the intended role of retail to support the workforce of the industrial developments within this precinct and its visitors, but while ensuring that it doesn't perform a wider role and function. And Mr. Akehurst, a retail economist, will give evidence that the provisions as currently drafted in PC20 offer little reassurance that the retail provisions are simply supporting the needs of the precinct and the airport business zone. He says there's a significantly higher retail GFA provided for what is required to meet that particular purpose. And he considers that the correct way to give effect to the policy is to assess the level of retail demand that arises from the businesses and the workers in the identified area using a bottom-up approach. And bottom-up means starting with an estimate of employment numbers, then estimating daily spend while at work on convenience, retail and food. Sorry, that should be including visitors, of course. And then this approach, we say, is widely recognised by economic retail experts as useful in establishing an evidential base. And he says that there's between up to 3,390 to 5,590 workers, and those numbers will be the driving force behind the demand for daily retail spend met by the convenience retail offer. And that the annual spend per worker and annual business spend per worker estimates are then applied to those numbers. And then once retail productivity is applied to the total retail spend, he says that the quantum of retail required is estimated to be between 600 to 1,000 square metres of GFA, which of course is significantly less than the proposed retail cap of 5,000. So my submission to you is that if the oversupply of retail GFA is ultimately filled, and if it is to trade profitably, it can only do so by serving a wider retail catchment well beyond the confines of the Northern Precinct and the airport zone. And that likely catchment will include the Peacock's gross sell in the Glenview area of Hamilton City, and that this outcome has the potential to undermine the viability and vitality of the commercial centres with those areas. And to avoid that outcome, we're obviously suggesting a different retail cap. Now, just at that point, I just want to pause and just address the regional policy statement and the centres hierarchy and the provisions that relate to the centres hierarchy in the sub-region. I readily acknowledge that in terms of the relevant policy dealing with centres in the regional policy statement, the critical centres that you need to be concerned about in terms of maintaining viability and vitality are the Hamilton CBD and the centres in Cambridge and Te Awamutu. So that doesn't leave you with a direct connection, if you like, to proposed centres within Peacocks and the existing centres in Glenview, for example. But I think it's important to recognise also that the regional policy statement encourages integrated decision-making across these sorts of territorial boundaries. And for example, Objective IM03 suggests that resource management decision-making is holistic and consistent, and sub-point 2 takes an integrated approach to managing resources that cross regional and functional boundaries. So the point I want to make there is that if you look just at the centres hierarchy provisions in the regional policy statement, it would suggest that you shouldn't be concerned with centres outside the Hamilton CBD and Cambridge and Te Awamutu. But I would encourage you to think about the objective in the regional policy statement to take that integrated approach. And clearly, if there is a retail offering in the precinct, which is drawing on a much wider catchment than was intended by the policy, that will have the potential to erode the retail opportunities of those other centres. So I'd ask you to think about that, but I also want to re-emphasise that for my part, I think the most important factor in your consideration of the extent of retail GFA is to come back to that policy, which is the one that I referred to earlier in my submission, 10.3.2.2, and ask yourself, is the rule relating to general retail serving that policy and the constraints that are identified within that policy? And really that's a question for testing the evidence. We've obviously got the evidence of Mr. Akehurst on behalf of Hamilton City, and we've got the evidence of Mr. Colgrave for the applicant, who takes a counter view to Mr. Akehurst. So the unenviable task of the panel, of course, is to make sense of each of the economic witnesses and to determine which you prefer. And obviously, my submission is that Mr. Akehurst's evidence is to be preferred. Dealing quickly with ancillary retail, the city recognises that enabling ancillary retail activities is an efficient outcome and it should be provided for. But we are concerned with the amount or the potential amount of ancillary retail that could eventuate. And at 22, I note that as Mr. Akehurst identifies, it would be a perverse outcome if the retail cap was applied to standalone retail and that was successful in controlling impacts, only for ancillary retail to undermine the outcome. So the way that PC20 is currently controlling ancillary retail is to allow it as a permitted activity, but don't place any controls on its total GFA or site coverage, but simply to rely on the definition in the plan, which I've set out at paragraph 23. And the critical thing about the definition is that it talks about retail being subordinate and incidental to the principal activity, where the items being sold have been manufactured or produced on the site, which is a pretty orthodox definition of ancillary retail. But as can be seen from the definition, there's nothing to control the amount of GFA other than that it be subordinate and incidental. So my submission to you is that to meet that definition, you'd need to control ancillary retail to up to 49%, say, of the scale of the activity on the site. But there's very little other than to control ancillary retail than that interpretation of the definition. Hamilton City says that in the context of highly strategic industrial land, the risk of activities absorbing significant areas of land for ancillary retail is real and it warrants careful management, and it's suggesting a cap of 10% of the total building GFA. Now, I want to square up to this issue of the Hamilton plan, because I know that much has been made of this idea that it seems what's good for the goose should be good for the gander, and that there should be this consistency across the territorial boundaries. And I have no quarrel with that, but I do want to make some observations about the rule and the way it's being interpreted, because I think it's important that the panel not be clouded in its understanding of what's actually going on. The Hamilton rule is set out at 951 of the plan. It's at paragraph 26, and it says that when combined, total area of ancillary office and ancillary retail shall not occupy into the gross floor of the principal activity. And the important thing there is to understand that it's not actually as simple as saying it's a sort of 50% rule. It's noting firstly that it's 50% of the gross floor of the principal activity. And so if the principal activity, for example, was 1,000 square meters, the ancillary retail and office component would be half of that, which would be 500 square meters. In effect, 33.33% of the total site GFA. And of course, the other factor that's important to understand is that it's shared between office and retail. So it's 33.33% split between office and retail. So that brings the retail component down even more and gets it closer to this idea of 10% that Hamilton is promoting for the precinct. And I think just clarifies what looks on the face of it to be this very stark distinction between 10% versus 50%, which I can understand the panel raising their eyebrows at. But when you look at the rule, it's doing something slightly different to that. The other point I just want to make very quickly on ancillary retail in the Hamilton context is that rule 951 doesn't apply to all of the industrial areas in Hamilton. So, for example, the highly strategic Ruakura industrial area, in fact, has a 10% GFA rule, not inconsistent with what's being asked for here. So I just wanted to make those points of clarification so that the panel had a clear understanding of what's actually happening across the boundary. And that's really the point that I make in paragraph 27. And in 28, just make the point that the rule is captured within the appendix and the list of proposed changes. So I'm conscious I'm scooting through pretty quickly, and I'll continue and then just deal with any questions. So I think transport can be dealt with pretty quickly. Mr. Prakash, in his evidence, has identified a number of concerns that he has regarding safe and efficient connections. And in his evidence, I've said at paragraph 30, he does recommend edits to rule 10.4.2.13. And I've set that out and explained what it is at paragraph 31. What I can confirm for the panel is that Hamilton City is no longer pursuing that relief. So you can hear from Mr. Prakash as to his concerns and the issues he has with the rule and the intersection. But Hamilton is content to accept that Waipā District as road controlling authority and Whakakotahi to back off the issues. So not seeking relief in that context. And also at paragraph 33, recognising the recommendations from Waipā's transport expert and accepting those. So I think what I can say is from a sort of a general transport perspective, you can talk to Mr. Prakash about his issues and if his concerns, but you can be content that there is no drafting changes that are being asked for in relation to those issues. We are happy to leave it in the hands of the panel and take the evidence as it stands. The only issue that really relates to a transport matter, which is exercising and continues to exercise Hamilton City, is the walkway and cycleway up Faping Road that you've probably heard something about. At paragraph 35, I've noted Mr. Prakash's concerns that he doesn't consider that the route along Faping Road and Peacock Road is ideal, and he's identified some of the grade issues and some of the issues along Peacock Road where there's no dedicated facilities for walkers and cyclists. And he identifies those really to raise with you concerns about the efficacy of the walking and cycling transport route. And he has got some recommendations about how it could be improved. But again, those are not necessarily being pursued. What is being pursued, and this is really the point made at paragraph 39, is trying to find a way to integrate the walking and cycling connection between Peacock and the precinct with the recent acquisition of a very strategic piece of land, which may be used for the Southern Wastewater Treatment Plant, which everyone is interested in, Waipa District Council included, and also the plan change proponents. And so at 40, I've noted that the city has made an expensive land acquisition on behalf of not just itself, but also those other districts participating in the Southern Wastewater Treatment Plant scheme, and that it's bisected by the Paper Road and Faping Road. Now, I have to say at 41 that the identified need for the Southern Wastewater Treatment Plant in this location was established through the business case. It's a very important and critical piece of public infrastructure that will be necessary to serve the sub-region over the next 20 to 30 years and probably beyond, including the airport and the precinct. But I readily acknowledge that while the site is extremely well located for the site of the treatment plant, it's not designated and it's not locked down as the final chosen identified site. But nevertheless, we can't ignore it, and to be simply blind to the strategic location of this land in this context wouldn't represent integrated decision making. Yes, it's not designated. Yes, it's not the final identified site locked and loaded. But to simply ignore this factor in your decision making, I think would be a failure in terms of integrated decision making. So the issue for the city is that what the rule currently does is it goes beyond simply securing the outcome of the connection between Peacock residential area and the northern precinct. I'm at paragraph 42, I should say. And beyond simply creating the connection, it does identify the preferred route of Faping Road, which of course would bisect the potential plant. My submission is there's no good resource management reason to identify this as the preferred route other than the fact that it aligns with the Paper Road. But that efficiency must be subservient to the broader needs to integrate the transport connections to the northern precinct with the regionally significant wastewater project, or at least its potential in that site. What we're really suggesting is that in Rule 10.4213A7, at the moment, to address this issue, there's the additional words being promoted, which is to add or suitable alternative, and that's perfectly good in as far as it goes, and certainly from the city's perspective, it would, if all it gets is that, then that's important that those words or suitable alternative be introduced. That's absolutely fundamental. But the preferred outcome from the city is that the rule not actually identify the route at all and simply stop at the point where it talks about the connection between the precinct and the Peacock area. And again, that drafting with the rule just slightly refined, you'll find in Appendix A and in the submissions. And then finally, at 46, I've set out some paragraphs and some submissions to deal with the need to manage the loss of bat habitat on a landscape-wide scale. I don't intend to read those submissions, and all I really want to say about this particular issue is that I commend the plan change proponents on the evolving bat management provisions contained within Plan Change 20. Provisions which have emerged from the expert witness conferencing are excellent. They are well aligned with the provisions that are contained within Plan Change 5, which is the Peacock Plan Change. And so I simply want to signal our support for those updated provisions which relate to bat management and bat management habitat and compensation. Those are the submissions that I wish to make. We intend to call 3 witnesses. We'll start with Mr. Prakash on the transportation, which is relatively uncontroversial, and then hear from Mr. Akehurst, and then Mr. Govinder on planning. I'm conscious that I feel like I've whisked through those submissions, and very happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Maldonado. It's Mr. Coffin here. Good to see you again.
Yes, good to see you, sir.
And I'm not sure congratulations are in order for yourself or someone you're closely related to.
Nephew, but
very good. Perhaps just a clarification first, just at your paragraph 9, I just want to make sure we're referring to the same bullet point. That this is just in regards to those industrial activities, the one that you have the issue with the extract, process or convert natural resources, excluding farming activities and mineral extraction. That's the right one?
Yes, that's right. Yep.
Thank you.
So I think you'll see that I think simply that bullet point has been taken from the recommended updated definition to retain the other bullet points, but to take that one out.
Yes. Just at paragraph 19, where it goes into page 6 there, and we've been provided usefully a table that sets out those particular centres that should be taken into account, and you've named those. That's Hamilton CBD, Te Awamutu Township, and Cambridge, and you're suggesting to us that a wider assessment should include other places which you've mentioned. And I had in my mind that the table provides some certainty, so it provides people have looked across the region and said, in this regard, these are the ones that you need to take account of, but you're suggesting there should be others that are not on the table. So it just makes it difficult for us as decision makers to go wider than what we've, in terms of policy, following the policy, not only the policy direction, but actually the policy thinking that's gone behind it. So yeah, perhaps I'm just asking for you to interpolate a little bit more for me in that regard.
Yes, sir. Yeah, understood. No, so to be very clear on this point, the regional policy that relates to the directive to avoid adverse impacts on the vitality and the viability of centres, as you've identified it, is relating to the Hamilton CBD and the centres in Cambridge and Te Awamutu. So there's no question about that. There are no other centres that you necessarily need to be thinking about in the context of that policy. Absolutely. The point I made in my submission was that there are some additional objectives and policies in the regional policy statement which talk about that requirement to make decisions which are integrated across regional and territorial boundaries. And so my submission is simply that when you're thinking about that particular requirement in the regional policy statement, it's really important to come back to the intended policy provision in the plan, in the precinct, which I'd referred to, which is 10.3.2.2. So that's the policy that sets the framework for retail in the precinct. And the rules, as we know in terms of Section 32, they need to serve that policy. And so where we have a policy which is identifying the provision for limited retail activities that support the needs of the precinct and the airport business zone, we need to size the retail offering to serve that purpose. And if we don't size the retail offering to serve that purpose, we have a disconnect between the policy and the rule. And that doesn't work in Section 32 terms. And so the point about the other centres is simply that if you size it wrong and you have an oversupply of retail, if that retail is to trade properly and profitably, the only way that level of additional GFA can trade is if it's drawing on other centres and taking catchment from other centres. And that starts to have impacts on the way those centres operate and their own function and viability. And while that may not be a centre that's referred to the RPS provision that you've referred to, it is relevant in the context of integrated management of resources.
Okay, thank you for that. My next question is in regards to ancillary retail, and it's not really to do with the detail of the experts, but it appears to me we've been given a binary choice of two experts. Yes. Who have approached it in a slightly different way and come with quite different outcomes. And I just wanted, obviously, your legal counsel for your client, and I just wonder, is there any helpful advice that you can give us as a decision-making panel in regards to the two choices we have in front of us?
Is this in, sorry, Sir, just to be clear, is this in relation to the ancillary retail point or the general retail offering point?
The GFA of ancillary retail.
Yes. Well, look, I think Mr. Akers can help with this, Sir. There is, I think it's been a little bit unfortunate that there's been this comparison between, what on the face of it looked like a 50% rule in Hamilton versus what's being promoted from Hamilton City in terms of the 10% rule. And I think that was presented in unfortunately, it comes across as a very stark difference. Why is it that 50% is okay in Hamilton and 10% in the precinct? Mr. Akers can help you with that in the sense that he can give you some examples of other areas where the 10% GFA rule is fairly orthodox. And I think he can assist you in terms of your understanding of what is a sufficient level of ancillary retail in the context of a precinct such as this, adjacent to an airport.
Yeah.
So look, there's not much to say on that. All of that, as we always know, that the retail and economic evidence is always pretty challenging, and it's just a task of carefully picking through the evidence and making your assessment and judgments on who you prefer, sir.
Yeah, I probably should disclose, I didn't necessarily see the nuances in terms of how you described it. There's a different situation in Hamilton to this particular application. I wasn't necessarily concerned about the difference and could understand that there would be nuances between the two. So that wasn't something that was front of mind. On the first day, I'd shared with legal counsel for the applicant my confusion, perhaps, or a lack of clarity in regards to the difference between the vitality and viability of what was being proposed for Plan Change 20 and trade competition. And I think you've covered it off early in your submissions in terms of the comments around Big Brother, Little Brother. So I thank you in that regard. That sort of quelled my sort of a perception of what was going on. So I understand you can't probably talk too much more to that. So perhaps we'll have some more questions from Mr. Akehurst. Thank you.
Only to say, so it's trite and probably goes without saying, but certainly there is no place for trade competition concerns in a context like this, and certainly that is not the intent of Hamilton City in terms of its submissions, nor the evidence that it's presenting.
The question I'd asked legal counsel and the experts for the applicant early on in regards to the vaping road, I'm not quite sure, proposed alignment was that something that we really should be deciding on now, well ahead of the fact, or was that something that could be left to much later in terms of where exactly the path goes? As soon as you say that a path should go somewhere, it's the wrong one.
Yeah, well, that's, I mean, fundamentally what you've done there is you've actually captured the concern that Hamilton City has, is that the way that the rule is currently being proposed, it sets vaping road up as the sort of the primacy, the primary preferred route, and then someone has to do some work to explain what is a suitable alternative, and in fact, why should an alternative be pursued, and it feels like there's work to be done to sort of get away from vaping road as the sort of the primary route. And so the preferred outcome from the city's perspective is to simply drop the reference, recognise that the objective of the rule is really important. There is no question that we need to get a safe and efficient and attractive walking and cycleway connection between the workforce that will exist within Peacock and the northern precinct. So that's the outcome, that's the objective of the rule, and certainly the city's very happy to just articulate it as a requirement for that connection, and then to leave the delivery of the connection and its route and all of its detail to obviously to a consenting phase.
I haven't seen the amended rule that's been set out in Appendix A yet, but I assume it might have some criteria to provide some certainty around efficiency and effectiveness and those types of things. So we'll perhaps just leave that for now.
Well, sir, I can say what I can say is that actually it doesn't. It strips the rule out to that final ultimate objective, which is creating the connection between Peacock and the precinct, and it leaves the detail for later. But picking up on your point, which is an important one and well made. I mean, you could deliver those sorts of criteria or those sorts of expectations into the rule without necessarily identifying the route. So, efficiency, attractiveness, all the rest of it that you would want to see in terms of directing a resource consent application in terms of what it would need to deliver, but without necessarily saying which particular alignment or which particular road it follows.
Thank you.
Commissioner, just to assist, because I'm conscious Mr. Maldoni isn't in the room. Mr. Maldoni's drafting is attached to his submissions, and that particular amended wording of Mr. Maldoni for the City Council is on the last page of his hard copy submissions.
I'm obliged. Thank you, sir. I'm obliged to my friend for pointing that out. Yes. Yeah. So there's probably not much more I can say about that point, sir.
Thank you.
I have no questions, but look forward to your witnesses. And if you're going to get to this wedding, they have about 7 minutes each.
All right. Well, with that, sir, thank you. I will call on Mr. Prakash to read his summary statement and his evidence and just clarify what he is not pursuing in terms of plan provision changes. So this should be fairly quick and painless, and then we can move to Mr. Akehurst. Over to you, Mr. Prakash.
Thanks, Lachlan. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll just start reading my executive summary from paragraph 8 of my statement of evidence. While generally supportive of PPC 20, HCC's submission on PPC 20 raised several transport-related concerns. Some of those concerns have since been resolved through conferencing and in the evidence filed by the applicant. However, I continued to have concerns relating to walking and cycling on Vaping Road and Peacocks Road, capacity improvements at the Rains Road roundabouts, and left turns out of the Rains Road access that have not been addressed. I consider that further mitigation is required, which would come in the form of additional plan provisions added to the transport upgrades table included in Rule 10.4.2.13a. However, as outlined in HCC's legal submission, HCC are no longer pursuing these changes to PPC 20. In summary, I consider that the existing grades on Vaping Road are not appropriate for cycling. I support the amendments to Rule 10.4.2.13a agreed to at expert witness caucusing for walking and cycling transport upgrades. These are now included in the amended plan provisions appended to Mr. Grala's evidence, as it provides flexibility in the location of the route. I defer to the planners on whether more flexibility is required. I consider that the walking and cycling provisions in Rule 10.4.2.13a require amendment to include a 2.5 metre shared path connecting Vaping Road to a walking and cycling facility on Peacocks Road. I'm instructed that HCC is no longer pursuing any amendments to Rule 10.4.2.13a7 in relation to the walking and cycling connection between Vaping Road and Peacocks Road. I consider that the proposed Rains Road intersection may not adequately restrict light vehicle movements, meaning that the effects on Rains Road and Peacocks Road may be understated. I consider that the risk of this occurring could be managed by requiring that the initial stages of development only have access to State Highway 3, and the Rains Road access is only provided once Peacocks Road has been upgraded. While my concern remains, I understand that HCC is not seeking any changes to the plan provision in relation to this issue. I support the inclusion of a trigger for capacity upgrades at the State Highway 3 Rains Road intersection in Rule 10.4.2.13a. However, the current design only includes a single lane roundabout, and there are constraints that may limit the addition of dual lane approaches. In my view, this is a matter that needs to be discussed and resolved between Waka Kotahi and the applicant. I agree with Mr. Tinian Morgan that it would be preferable to deliver a dual lane roundabout at the State Highway 21 Rains Road intersection from the outset to minimize disruption and potential adverse effects on other parts of the road network. I'm particularly concerned about the effects on Peacocks Road prior to urbanization.
Thank you, Mr. Prakash. You just remain there and answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Prakash. I didn't have any questions for you other than we've been given some handouts which you won't be able to see, and I think I know what they are. These are hard copies of the figures from your evidence.
Yes, yeah, I think there was some readability issues, so I just extracted those from my statement.
My eyes, it's my fault. My eyes aren't as good as they once were, so I was struggling seeing them on my little screen. So that's really helpful. Thank you.
No worries.
I have no questions, all very clear. Thank you, Mr. Prakash.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Well, I'll now call Akehurst. Over to you, Greg.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Greg Akehurst. I have prepared a statement of evidence, and I will read from paragraph 14, which is the executive summary. So at 14, the key conclusions I reach in my assessment include that the retail provisions outlined in proposed Plan Change 20 allow an excessive amount of retail to be established in the industrial zone. I recommend that the 5,000 square metre cap be reduced to around 1,000 square metres. Any additional retail must be trade focused and able to be developed in line with local business demand in order for the hub to be appropriately scaled. I note that this assessment has not been provided by the applicant. At C on page 4, allowing up to 50% of GFA developed on the industrial land to be additional GFA to be developed on the industrial land to be ancillary retail will generate significant adverse effects on existing centres' vibrancy and vitality, especially in combination with the standalone retail. In my opinion, this should be set at 10% or have a per site cap of around 100 square metres. In addition, allowing this much retail to develop on strategically important airport co-located industrial land is a highly inefficient use of a scarce resource. Taking a strategic view of land use has the potential to achieve agglomeration economies of high-value industrial and logistic activities across the Plan Change 20 land. This is potentially compromised through consumption of that land for retail activities and the traffic flows, people activity, and reverse sensitivity issues that will arise from the retail development. Hamilton Airport is a strategic asset for the entire sub-region. It deserves to be developed with a strategic eye on the shape of both the future local spatial structures and future economy. Now, I also have some just, I guess, responses to the things that I've been hearing in the hearing, and also in response to Mr. Colgrave's rebuttal. And I just wonder if that I may add those in at this point.
Certainly.
Okay, so in Mr. Colgrave's rebuttal from paras 14 to 20, he carries out an assessment to substantiate the amount of retail GFA supported at in Plan Change 20. But he makes a number of errors in the process that causes him to overstate the amount of land quite significantly. And the first key error is that he fails to include the effect of imports direct to households when he draws his information from the IO table. So basically what he does, he takes an IO table which allows him to understand how much demand is generated by the business sector and the household sector. He scales that up to reflect the retail trade sales, and he then divides that total number that's attributed to businesses by the amount of employment in New Zealand across the retail categories to get $1 spend per worker. And then he can multiply those dollar spend figures by the number of workers within Plan Change 20 to come up with an amount of what he's calling supported business retail demand in his table 2. When he divides that through, he ends up with GFA supportable by business spending of 3,400, and it should be square meters, but I think it's listed as dollars. But in carrying out that process, he's not taking into account the significant difference between the consumption of imports directly to households and imports that are consumed by businesses that are purchased through retail outlets. And that's an important distinction. When you take account of that, imports directly to households, which are purchased through the retail sector, more than double the role that, or the share that households account taken from that IO table. Whereas if you look at the same information for the businesses, it only adds about 22% onto the business total. When you factor up those numbers, you end up with almost halving the amount of demand attributed to businesses. I note in Mr. Colgrave's table 1, he's attributing 19% of total retail trade to business sector. The reality is that it's around 10%, and that households make up about 83%. Once you roll those numbers through, divide them through by the numbers of employees, you end up with a dollar spend per worker in total of around $3,517, which contrasts quite significantly with Mr. Colgrave's $7,500. There are a number of other smaller errors in there, which I won't go into, but the second key significant error that he makes is that he assumes that all of those categories and all of that spend is able to support trade within the hub located within Plan Change 20. But a number of those categories just are not, by definition, won't be allowed to be there, or by design won't be allowed to be there. For example, he includes non-store and commission-based retailing as part of his assessment. Well, by definition, that's not store-based, so it won't be there. He's also included department stores within here that also won't be available within the hub because they need footprints of larger than 450 square meters. He's including motor vehicle retailing. Well, obviously that we won't have car yards in the hub. And also he's got fuel retailing. And to my knowledge, that won't be available either. So once you remove those categories, the amount of, I guess, applicable spend per worker drops to $2,340, which is significantly lower than the $7,500. The final point and the final reduction that needs to be made is that is the total amount of demand generated by these businesses. Now, some of that demand will be spent elsewhere. For example, one of the categories is furniture, electrical, hardware, and garden centres. Well, the business spend within those categories is liable to be not within the hub, it's liable to be in the majority in other locations. So you need to reduce this figure by probably a further 20 or 30%. Once you drill all those and combine all those aspects together, you're looking at an amount of retail supported by the businesses alone that sits between maybe 750 to 850 square meters. And that's on top of the demand for generated by the workers. So you could consider that additional 750 to 850 to be part of the trade retail focus of these businesses. So at most, you're looking at around 1,500 square meters. No, sort of, sorry, at most you're looking around about 1,800 square meters to cater for the workforce and the businesses. A lot of that business spend will be the trade retail component that is sustainable at the hub. Any additional trade that would occur at the hub to make those retailers sustainable will be drawn from outside the catchment. Look, I've talked enough. I'm happy to answer any questions about either what I've said or my statement of evidence.
Thank you. Got more questions. Thank you. I've got a couple of questions. One is just in regards to non-ancillary retail activities, and there's obviously as you've noted, there's quite a divergence in your view and the view for the expert, for the applicant, in terms of that 5,000 versus 1,000, and that there seems to be quite a big difference. And I'm wondering if you could explain to me in very practical terms, assuming that we're lay people in terms of this particular topic, in real terms, 1,000 square meters to me seems like a very small amount of space. Like I think of a very small superette as an example. So that would effectively be the total for the change area. And I'm so just putting aside the useful information you've just provided us in terms of your perspectives, I'm just in terms of on the ground what you might see, that seems quite an extraordinary restriction.
Sure. So 1,000 square meters in terms of the categories that that the workforce would be spending it is split between the kinds of dairy and convenience goods that are purchased through a superette, any sort of specialized food retailing, the likes of bakery, et cetera, and primarily food and beverage services. So because the way that you work out the demand that is supported by the workforce is that you start with an estimate of the workforce and then you multiply that through by an average daily expenditure of that workforce whilst they are at work. And then you divide that through by a retail productivity to generate an estimate of GFA that is supported by the workforce. So it is not the case that the workers that are locating within this area will generate 1,000 square meters of demand for a superette. They will not spend in total up to between $8 and $10 million on goods and services that you would buy at a superette. That's simply too high relative to averages across the rest of New Zealand. So the money that they spend, and it's probably around $55 to $58 per worker per week, 45 weeks a year most people are engaged for. That is split between a range of categories. It's not all supported. It's not all directed to that superette. And the other thing to be aware of is that.
Should I just hold on there? I'm not necessarily disputing at the moment the mathematics of it. I'm just thinking about the drivers for a person wanting to set up a business within an area at a particular time when there's enough activity in that area to support a range of services or products to be sold, and those decisions aren't necessarily based on the spend of each of the workers that are working in that area. People will look at a risk profile, they'll make a business case, and they'll provide services that might be required in an area. And I'm going back to it, 1,000 square meters in an area the size of Plan Change 20, which we've been to visit. it seems incredibly restrictive. And just putting aside the 5,000 square meters just for a moment, but 1,000 square meters, I'm still trying to rationalize that on the ground in that area, based on a number of other industrial and business parks that I've seen across the country over the last 30 to 40 years. That seems quite an extraordinary restriction. And that would be the maximum.
Yeah, no, look, I understand what you're saying, but it's simply not supported by the evidence. The evidence says that workers spending at work generate between $55 and say $60 per person per week. I mean, that's it, retail that is in excess of, doing the math of rolling that through, is simply not there to meet the needs of the workforce. It is there to meet a range of needs between workforce, maybe some trade sales from the businesses that locate there, but also passing trade from other households. I mean, I've carried out a number of studies in Auckland looking at how these kinds of service activities are useful within industrial areas. And these figures are the figures that drive a lot of the decisions that I've been involved with for some of the developments and certainly in and around Auckland. What is unusual is the aggregation of these activities into a single hub. Usually they are dispersed across an industrial area because you will have a corner bakery, you'll have maybe a dairy on another corner, you'll have a takeaway store somewhere else. They are located across the industrial area in order to meet the needs of the workforce. It is rare, it's not unheard of, but it is rare to have all of that activity agglomerated into a single hub. And I think in doing that, you have to be very aware that you don't overscale it relative to the demand in the area, simply because it doesn't seem like a large figure. My argument is that anything above the numbers that I'm talking about, the amount for workforce and the amount that I've just explained to you for businesses, any amount above that is really going to be pulling trade in from outside. And I think Mr. Muldowney went through the policy number where it talks to limited retail to meet the needs of the business and workers within this area. And I think if you're zoning significantly more than is required for that, well, you're not matching the policy with the rule.
Yeah, I think we'll leave that point there. I'm just going to turn to ancillary retail, and I just wanted to just draw on your experience of other areas that you may have worked where, and I'm just thinking about because this is a future proposal and the future of work and the future of manufacturing and the future of some of the industrial processes that may not require a lot of plant and actual space for the actual production of the products or the services, but the retail space for a number of in terms of providing an environment which is conducive to people feeling comfortable. So it might be in terms of space, entrance into an area, a space for them to look at products or have whatever experience they need to. Do you see an emerging types of businesses in these types of parks that are different to the traditional types of parks, which require a lot of space for the actual production and storage of the products?
Well, interestingly, as we progress as an economy towards a more consumptive background, sort of more consumptive economy, you're getting more space taken up in industrial areas for, I guess, wholesale, warehouse, storing, logistics, bulk break, distribution, and those kinds of activities, as opposed to, as you correctly point out, the pure productive manufacturing type activities. I think it draws a long bow to say, because of that trend, we need to facilitate higher amounts of I guess, ancillary retail space. And on my assessment through all of the other large centres within New Zealand, they all constrain ancillary retail to 10%, or they have a higher percentage, but they'll constrain it to a maximum GFA amount per site. So Auckland is 10%, Tauranga is 25, but retail to a maximum of 250 square metres. Wellington City is 10%. Christchurch City is no more than 250 square metres, and Dunedin is 10% as well. So all of the large economies in New Zealand, and some of these are forward-looking plans. In Dunedin's case, it's the 2GP second generation plan. They are all recognising that they need to be able to control the volume of ancillary retail that's occurring in industrial locations, A, to protect their existing centre network, but B, to avoid consumption of valuable industrial space for retail activities. So I don't necessarily believe that the changing nature of the underlying economy and industrial activity results in requiring more retail in these areas. My biggest concern is that by allowing up to 50% additional space for retail, is that you end up with actually having no controls over the total volume of retail within Plan Change 20 at all.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I didn't have any other questions.
Thank you, Mr. Akehurst. I have no questions myself. So
Thank you,
that
sir.
brings us to Mr. Govender, does it?
Yes, it does, sir. And I'm also just conscious of time. So what I'd encourage Mr. Govender to do is, obviously there's his executive summary and his statement, which he can read, but it may also be just useful to go straight to the provisions. And if he has anything he wants to say about the provisions and the suggested amendments, just to talk to you about those. So over to you, Mr. Govender, as to how you want to play that.
Thank you, everybody. Good afternoon all. Yeah, I will be reading from my statement of evidence, starting from paragraph 10. HCC's submission is generally supportive of Plan Change 20 and recognizes the opportunity for the applicant to create a high-quality industrial area of strategic importance, given its location adjacent to the airport and surrounding precincts. Hamilton Airport and the surrounding precincts offer a valuable social and economic resource for the region, given its strategic location with existing and future linkages to Hamilton, Auckland, and Tauranga. It is crucial that the type and nature of activities that locate here is well managed to ensure the airport precinct attracts and retains high-value businesses and employment activities, so as to maximize the environmental benefits arising from its co-location with the Hamilton Airport. The airport's precincts, in particular the northern precinct extension, has the ability to benefit from the advantages of agglomeration economies. Clustering of high-value complementary industries will create a highly desirable economic hub. This should resemble industrial areas around the Auckland and Christchurch airports, would serve as present-day exemplars. Economies of scale, industrial collaboration, quality supply chain linkages are some of the advantages that the northern precinct can achieve. Hamilton City's existing southern suburbs, in particular the planned Peacock Road cell, serves as a large labor pool and will be able to contribute to the workforce needs of the planned change area and possible future precinct extensions. Through HCC's submission, further submission, and expert caucusing, in my opinion, the following key topics require particular focus. HCC opposes the retail GFA cap proposed to occur in the northern precinct, as it goes beyond those retail activities that are required to service the day-to-day needs generated by those working and visiting the precinct. I consider that the increase of 5,000 meters squared of GFA of non-ancillary retail will undermine the vitality and viability of other centers to the south of Hamilton and increase out-of-center trip generation, that is the Glenview area, Melville, and the planned Peacock. I have reviewed.
Mind if I just interrupt you there? You appear to be reading from evidence that's been pre-circulated.
Yes.
And in the interests of Mr. Muldowney getting to his wedding, could I encourage you to go straight to your conclusion section, which I think starts on page 23. Sorry to stop you in mid-flow, but
that's okay, Commissioner.
That will be fine for us. I hope it's acceptable to you.
Yep, sure. In summary, I support the expert evidence provided by Mr. Akers regarding the reduction of the proposed retail GFA cap from 5,000 to 1,000 meters square of GFA. I support the 10% ancillary retail or 100 meter square per cap size rule drawing from Mr. Akers' evidence. I consider that the Plan Change 20 land use planning controls should be strengthened to support high value industrial activities. And this is through refining the objectives and policies and the activity status tables relating to the types of businesses in the Northern Precinct. By introducing design guides and strengthening design rules relating to landscaping, setbacks and heights and visual amenity, and implementing an airside activity overlay to safeguard part of the Northern Precinct for airside activities and those which are complementary to airside activities. I consider that the proposed option 1 in Mr. Prakash's evidence should be adopted for walking and cycling from the Northern Precinct to Precops Road, given the property investment made by HCC for future wastewater infrastructure purposes. I support the expert evidence from Mr. Prakash, which recommends staging of Rains Road access to align with Precops Road. Commissioner, may it please the commissioners if I respond to several matters raised in rebuttal and evidence given by Mr. Welsh, Mr. Grala, and Mr. Colgrave. This will make a connection after I read this, and it will address some of the matters that that have slight changes in my summary that I just read. This wouldn't be too long, promise.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Under Plan Change 20, the Northern Precinct proposes to adopt the operative WIPA District Plan General Ancillary Retail definition, which in effect permits up to 49% of the total GFA to be utilized for retail. As mentioned by Mr. Akers, this will not protect this valuable land resource for industrial activities. Instead, will risk it being eroded by non-industrial users. I'd make the point here, referring to Mr. Colgrave's evidence, that given his identified shortfall of industrial land supply in the sub-region, that greater care should be given to preserving the strategic industrial land resource for industrial activities. Regarding the Southern Wastewater Treatment Plant, I accept that the site has not been designated, but notwithstanding this, it has been agreed between the future-proof partners, between the future-proof partnership through the Southern Wastewater Program business case, that a Southern Wastewater Treatment Plant is required to be operational before the end of the decade to service growth in the south of the city, including the airport, Matangi, and surrounding areas. Hence, HCC's proceeding with the first step, which is to secure a suitable site. On this basis, it is my view that greater flexibility should be provided for the planning provisions regarding the walking and cycling route. There are indications within Plan Change 20 documentation that the airport and the surrounding precincts are committed to connecting to the Southern Wastewater Treatment Plant when it is operational. I've suggested that commitments need to be strengthened to achieve this, and this would not be unusual. I note Mr. Grala disagrees with this. I can point to examples in the Waikato district, in the Waikato district plan regarding Ohiniwai and Tikofai, and the Auckland Unitary Plan related to the Southwest growth areas, where there are objectives and policies in both examples which strongly direct development to connect to reticulated public water and wastewater facilities. I just briefly make a point here that in my view, the benefits for such objectives in the policies is twofold. First, it ensures that development connects to a reticulated public infrastructure solution to avoid the inefficient and sometimes poor environmental outcomes that private systems can lead to. Second, objectives and policies in the plan of this nature provide investment certainty to both the council and the developer. The council knows that there will be land use demand to justify new or improved plant in a certain location, and the developer knows that there will be a reliable network to connect to, often with costs spread over a far greater number of consumers than just those within their development. In terms of land use, the term high value industrial activities is mentioned in HCC submission and throughout my evidence. I have used the term to describe my position on activities that will benefit from the strategic locational advantages of an airport co-location. In my opinion, and supported by Mr. Akers at discussion level, high value activities refer to specialized manufacturing, warehousing, logistics, distribution, research facilities, and activities alike. While these activities vary in nature and scale, their effects are generally complementary to one another. The visual amenity can be to a good standard and can contribute positively to a business park environment. They generally do not create negative environmental effects beyond the site, such as noise and odor, and stand to gain a distinct comparative advantage from being in a location such as this. I maintain that further refinement of the Waipa District Council's airport business zone controls are needed for the Northern Precinct. Many of these controls are applied elsewhere across the Waipa District. These controls allow for a wide range of activities as permitted. While this planning approach might be appropriate in industrial zones in urban areas, which cater to a diverse range of needs, this planning approach is not appropriate for a strategic industrial node such as the airport. The revised activity status table in Mr. Muldowney's opening legal submission goes some way to remedying this issue in my view. I suggest that the Northern Precinct needs a set of industrial activities defined that is broad enough not to constrain development, but controls that limit activities that do not directly benefit from the airport's locational advantage. I've therefore repurposed the Waipa industrial activity definition with one minor change that excludes the phrase as discussed by Mr. Muldowney, extract, process, or convert natural resources, excluding farming activities and mineral extraction activities. This is to ensure a more bespoke Northern Precinct. I note that there are permitted activities in the activity status table which are excluded in the Southern Precinct, but then are proposed to be permitted in the Northern Precinct. I've used the airport's Southern Precinct as precedent to inform my position on exclusion of certain permitted activities in the Northern Precinct. Activities like places of worship, assembly, conference facilities, and building supply outlets should be precluded as these do not take advantage of the mentioned strategic location. Thank you, Commissioners.
I just got two quick questions. One is that perhaps it's a rhetorical question. It's an assumption that you've relied on the expert evidence in the preparation of your evidence in regards to economic advice and transport advice.
Yes, Commissioner Coffin, I've relied on economic advice from Mr. Akers and transport advice from Mr. Prakash.
And perhaps this is partly a question for Mr. Muldowney. We've got a black and white copy of the of your legal submissions in the appendix, and I can't quite see what because there's lots of things with underlines and things. So we'll see the coloured version to just to see what the changes have been suggested. And just the activity status table 10.4.1, it appears on the close look of it that there's additions of a BA Northern Precinct industrial activities with an asterisk, as well as inclusion of reference to Northern and a few of the other parts of the table down below. So it
Yes,
might become clear to us that
right.
there's other changes there, but I can't quite see which ones have been changed and which ones might not have.
I'm looking at my version online, and I can understand why, if it's all in black and white, it's going to be challenging. We'll make sure you get a version which has got effectively the red line version, so that you can follow that easily.
Just the other thing, it just appears to me, and this is partly this is more of an open question to the applicant as well, just in terms of some of the examples that have been given in evidence this afternoon around some of the other parts of the country where they have other types of rules which stipulate percentages and GFAs. It may be helpful for us to have a table of those at some stage, just to, with some context, knowing that each place is different. That might be quite helpful to us. Well, I'm hoping it'll be helpful to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mulvaney. I have no questions. That makes the case for Hamilton City, I take it.
It does, sir. And once again, can I just reiterate how grateful I am that you've accommodated me. I'm off to a wedding, so I'll sign off. Won't take any more of your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and enjoy your wedding. I wonder if I can seek indulgence from people in the room as to the agenda for this afternoon. And I'm very conscious that some of you have been inconvenienced by changes. Could I have an indication, Mr. Cuff, how long you think you might take? 10, thank you. And Mr. Snowball? Oh, our efficient administrator is a step ahead of me. But there's over 2 hours of hearing remaining, and that doesn't allow for Mr. Williamson and Ms. Embling. So I'm just keen that we get out for you at the end of lunch a revised agenda for this afternoon. And I think we've got all the information we need now.
We've got timings. I might just get an update on timings from Tabby Tiger. Were you still 45 minutes? 10 to 15. So we'll take, if we just redo the scheduling, if we take everyone in the same order, they'll just be different times. So I'll redo that over the lunch break and then have that available for people. That's all right.
Does anybody have an objection to that process? It appears not. Yeah. Just thinking about lunch timing, what would be the earliest, Mr. Welsh, that you think your team could get back here?
Well, speaking for myself, I think I can go without a meal for about 6 months before it becomes an issue. Look, sir, I think any time we take for lunch is time where you have to add on. And I'm kind of thinking, sir, that the schedule, as long as it fits with the commissioners, may have to be pushed somewhat at the end of the day. And I'm conscious that people have been sitting here for a long time. So I would be suggesting a shorter lunch.
2 o'clock?
Yeah.
Does anybody object to a lunch until 2 o'clock? It appears not. So we will reconvene at 2 o'clock. Thank you all. thank you for agreeing to the flexibility that we have now adopted. And we have a revised timetable, starting with forest and bird. And before I hand over to Ms. Hammonds, are there any procedural issues we need to deal with at this stage?
Just in respect of Ms. Hammond, is she appearing as an expert? Okay. That takes care of that procedural issue.
It was a short and sharp answer, wasn't it?
Yeah.
We all know where we stand. Thank you. You will be making submissions, and the floor is yours, ma'am.
Tēnā koutou, commissioners and others. Am I coming through okay? Okay, cool. Ko Barbara Hammonds toko ingoa. I am the Regional Conservation Manager for Waikato for Forest and Bird, although I live in Namutu, New Plymouth, and will be speaking on behalf of our concerns generally. After I speak, William Jennings will present our legal submissions. It's up on the screen now. I've headed my submission, Death by 1,000 Cuts, which I want to put a question mark after. The main purpose of Forest and Bird is the preservation and protection of the indigenous flora and fauna and the natural features of New Zealand. We are a voice for nature. Our key concern is the survival of this population of critically endangered long-tailed bats on the southern edge of Hamilton and the rural land to the south. Due to their highest possible threat classification of critically endangered, any population is important. These bats are at the same risk of extinction as the kakapo, but are clearly a tiny taonga by comparison, like this big, tiny, 8 to 11 grams is how much they weigh. They're also very cryptic, they fly at night, they're difficult to study, and they are easily overlooked, as has already been noted. And I'd like to add to Ms. Thurley's A Day in the Life of, despite weighing no more than 2 teaspoons of sugar, I can fly at up to 60 kilometers an hour. That's it. I have reviewed the Section 42A recommendations on our submissions and further submissions. A number of those recommendations do address our concerns, and we cover some of these below, but they don't go far enough and fail to adequately address our concerns. We appreciate that our submission points and further submissions were accepted, but we are surprised that among the reasons given is that the PPC 20 amendments currently proposed largely replicate the provisions in the Hamilton Peacock Plan Change 5, including the identification and mapping of bat habitat areas. Unfortunately, the PC5 provisions did not take the provisions in the Amberfield subdivision, that's the Western Lee case, as precedent setting, and as a consequence fall far short of what is required for bats to persist in the area. The recommended amendments for 9.7 bat habitat / biodiversity are as set out in Appendix 1 and are insufficient. I start with the addition of paragraph 10.2.3a to the resource management issues. Compared with the decision we sought, a new paragraph is added specifying that any development does not negatively impact on long-tailed bats being able to persist in this area, including cumulative impacts. And compared with the wording in DOC's submission, which we supported, the wording in the second sentence of 10.2.3a is too restrictive, must recognise and provide for protection of identified areas of bat habitat. This is very different to the suggestion we supported and continue to support, must recognise and provide for the identification and protection of significant bat habitat. In addition, consideration must be given to, but not limited to, the potential impact of lighting effects, noise and habitat loss on long-tailed bats. The proposal, even in its amended form, will not achieve the requirements of Section 6C of the RMA, the protection of areas of significant Indigenous vegetation and significant habitats of Indigenous fauna. The reporting officer's comment on the proposed changes to policy 10.3.2.2a is that these include preparing and implementing an ecological management plan. This was in the original proposal, with specific outcomes relating to bat habitats, which is an amendment. However, the amended 10.3.2a appears even less favourable for the persistence of bats in the area than the original wording, given its reliance on one small bat habitat area of 5 hectares in comparison with the 89 hectares of habitat which is proposed to be lost, or 130 if the area already airport business zone is included. Not only that, it's cut in two by a road, it's surrounded by an industrial area, and bats might not even use it, as was made clear by Ms. Thurley in her evidence, along with the other aspects of it being only 50 metres wide and lack of connectivity. We agree with the inclusion of the word functional in the amendment to policy 10.3.2.2a, suggested in the joint witness statement by Jessie Gooding, Jerry Kessels and Tertia Thurley, to maintain or enhance significant long-tail bat habitat values by providing functional bat habitat areas for long-tail bats within the Northern Precinct. And I know there was a discussion during the doc evidence about what functional meant, and to me it means it will function for bats as habitat. The policy amendment to 10.3.2.2a D2 of avoid or mitigate more than minor adverse effects on long-tail bat habitat values outside of bat habitat areas, we agree with. This appears to give effect to our point that the effects management hierarchy needs to be applied with avoid, remedy, and mitigate in that order and before offsetting and compensation. And as Ms. Hooper spoke to, that is good practice. It's considered good practice. However, we asked for this wording to be included with the requirement to prepare an EMP. Avoid the loss of habitat and connectivity between habitats. Protect and enhance long-tailed bat habitat and connectivity between habitats. Mitigate any loss of long-tailed bat habitat and effects on long-tailed bat ecological values by planning for replacement habitat well in advance of any changes. The amendments will not achieve this. Clarity that the bat management plan is to be prepared by a suitably experienced bat ecologist in Rule 10.4.2.14b(a) is commended, but does not go far enough. Our submission asks that this ecologist must consult with a DOC-appointed ecologist and must also take the wider landscape used by bats into account. We share the grave concerns of Ms. Thurley about the survival of this population if PC20 proceeds. And I quote, "In my opinion, the greatest threat to the persistence of this local population into the future comes from the ongoing reduction in the space available for the bats to live in and the continual clearance of woody vegetation, including rooster trees." That includes the trees that were already lost, those two shelter belts. Ms. Thurley's evidence backs up the concerns raised in our submission, including the cumulative impacts of the expansion of the urban and industrial areas in the home range of this population, including the Peacock area immediately to the north, this plan change if it proceeds, and others, which are significantly reducing the area of functional habitat available for the bats. They're being squeezed from the north and from the south. And I'm going to quote again from Ms. Thurley about the vulnerability of this population of bats to extinction. The presence of long-tailed bats in a city is rare, as they have disappeared from almost all other cities in New Zealand. The vegetated river and gully system and the accompanying rural farmland is a likely reason why bats are still present to the south of Hamilton. The significance of this population is also recognised, as you have seen, in the recent refurbishment of the Hamilton Airport Terminal, which is wholly owned by Waipa, Waikato, Otorohanga and Matamata Piako District Councils and Hamilton City Council. As advised by Māori design specialists, the mighty Waikato River and the endangered peka, the native long-tailed bat, are celebrated in carpeting and the decorative glass balustrades on the upper level of the terminal, as well as in the ceiling design. It would be a tragic irony if PC20 contributes to the local extinction of this iconic species, which has been made such a feature of in the terminal building. And I know you've visited the site, but I assume that didn't include actually seeing peka tauroa. In lieu of that, I'm going to suggest two YouTube videos, short YouTube videos, which I haven't included because I was just looking at them this morning, but I'm happy to send the links to them. One's called Tracking New Zealand's Long-Tailed Bats, 45 seconds long, and it's bats in the Pelorus River area, South Island. And the second's called Catching Long-Tailed Bats in the Waitakere Ranges, 2 minutes, 40 seconds. And it just gives a really good indication of what they actually look like, which is very hard to know because I've never seen one in reality. I've only seen these videos. And I think it just gives a better feel for what it is that we're asking to be protected here. So death by 1,000 cuts, which was a term that actually I did hear one of the doc people use, I had already put into my speaking notes. The local extinction of long-tailed bats seems to me a likely outcome if this plan change proceeds. Cumulative effects have not been properly considered, which is why we continue to oppose this plan change. Thank you. Do you have any questions now, or would you like to wait until after Mr. Jennings has presented our legal submissions?
I'd actually prefer to wait till Mr. Jennings has
fine.
spoken, because I suspect many of my questions might be
Yep.
Answered by Mr. Jennings, or that will give rise to some questions. So, but just in regards to the YouTube videos, I actually have previously seen the New Zealand Bats YouTube video in Pleurosaurus, so
okay,
that one's ticked off my list, but I didn't know the Waitakere Ranges one.
Okay.
Tēnā koutou katoa, council's name is Jennings.
Just before you start, Mr. Jennings, I can attest to having seen bats in Tonga, not in New Zealand. So I know what they look like, and I presume it's the same species?
No, it wouldn't be.
Tell me the difference, please.
Well, Peka peka tauro only occur in New Zealand, long-tailed bats. So we have 2 endemic species of bats that survive in New Zealand. We did have 3, but one's gone extinct in our lifetimes, probably, well, before, but the short-tailed bat and the long-tailed bat. And they're micro bats, so they are, only this big, which is quite unusual as well. So no, there'll be a different species.
And by the sound of it, quite smaller.
Yeah, this big.
Yeah, the ones I saw were more.
Okay. Cool.
Sorry, Mr. Jennings, that was an aside.
That's okay, Commissioner. Thank you. I thought I'd just start off with the legal submissions and just go straight to paragraph 2 and skip the first paragraph. Forest and Bird submits the section 42A recommendations are an improvement of the notified PC20 provisions, and the revisions put forward by the applicant are commendable. However, there is disagreement between the bat ecology experts as to whether the proposed on-site avoidance and mitigation measures are fit for purpose. There is also dispute as to whether the proposed compensation package is adequate. Forest and Bird relies on the evidence provided by Conservation to submit that the avoidance and mitigation measure are not fit for purpose and the preliminary compensation package is not adequate. Background. The principal question at the heart of these proceedings, at least for Forest and Bird, is what provisions most appropriately protect the values and attributes of the habitat of bats and ensure that the bats themselves, to the extent that this is possible, may continue to benefit from the values and attributes of the area and thrive. Set out a quote there from Weston Leah. I'll skip that. Paragraph 4, the population of bats that use the PC20 site range from the southern extent of Hamilton City to south of Hamilton Airport, which would incorporate the area discussed in the Weston Leah decision. The court in Weston Leah went on to state, as set out there. Would you like me to wait to give you time to read through some of the paragraphs?
We've been provided with a copy of that entire judgment, so I think you can take it as read, and I've already read some of it, but I will read the rest before we finish our determination.
Thank you, Commissioner. Paragraph 5, Forest and Bird submits that PC20 presents a critical stage in the spatial planning in relation to ensuring the South Hamilton long-tailed bat population persists. In Weston Leah, it involved the transformation of rural pastoral land into a large 800+ lot subdivision. This subdivision was to be the first of other interconnected large subdivisions. The court in Weston Leah observed that the Hamilton City Council had identified numerous significant natural areas under its plan. However, the court was surprised, in light of the warranted concern held for the future of long-tailed bat, that no commonly identified and generally agreed bat protection area is currently contained in the plan. Paragraph 6, in this case, council is now aware, the Waipa District Council is now aware of the presence of long-tailed bats at the plan change structure development plan stage. Council has the opportunity to avoid the oversight Hamilton City Council made and provide for long-tailed bat habitat protection areas that ensure the South Hamilton long-tailed bat population will not be lost because of the PC20 development. The Department of Conservation evidence clearly articulates that PC20 is surrounded by future developments, and the greatest threat to long-tailed bat persistence is loss of habitat. This reiterates the importance of identifying viable and functional long-tailed bat habitat protection areas. I'll set out the statutory and policy context, but I think I can skip through pretty much all of that. You would have heard a lot about that. I set out a couple of quotes in terms of Weston Leah, referring back to those documents and setting out what's important.
That's fine.
I'll move to paragraph 14. There is no dispute that PC20 must give effect to higher order documents, including the WRPS. However, there is dispute as to whether PC20 does give effect to the RPS. Forrest and Beard notes that the Section 42A report did not consider, at least did not appear to consider, the eco chapter for provisions or how PC20 will give effect to them. Mr. Inger says that PC20 will give effect to the RPS. Mr. Gooding, however, considers that PC20 does not resolve the tension in the RPS between provisions that support greenfield development and those that require the avoidance of adverse effects on significant habitat. Ms. Andrews says that she is unable to confidently assess whether PC20 gives effect to the RPS because the ecologists have not reached consensus. The Supreme Court in King Salmon stated that give effect to simply means implement. It is a strong directive creating a firm obligation. The Supreme Court made it clear that decision makers could not decline to implement aspects of higher order documents. This is not to say that PC20 must give effect to the RPS word for word. There is a degree of flexibility and choice. And I'll skip down to the Section 32 analysis, Commissioners. I heard you ask a couple of questions of the earlier submitters, and I just wanted to that basically Section 32A or 32 requires that the ecological provisions in PC20 are the most appropriate way to achieve Section 24 objectives. The method, Mr. Gooding has suggested that perhaps some recourse is necessary back to the RPS to ascertain the meaning of some of the Section 24 objectives, and a Section 32 analysis should include a consideration of the certainty of the proposed provisions to achieve those objectives set out in the WIPA district plan, Section 24. So I'll skip down to paragraph 23. A critical determination for PC20 is whether the site contains significant habitat for long-tail bats. This seems to be the basis for the structure plan set out in Mr. Grala's Annexure 2, which has guided the development of the policy rules and standards for addressing effects on long-tail bats at PC20. The ecological assessment commissioned by Tonkin and Taylor records that PC20 has very high ecological value for bats. The Department of Conservation's expert, Ms. Thurley, says that PC20 site meets the criteria for significant habitat in the RPS App 5 criteria 3. The applicant's expert, Ms. Cummings, takes another view, explaining that the PC20 site has many high value sites around it, but only moderate to low values within it. It is notable that these surrounding sites are to the west, north, and east of the PC20 site. Ms. Cummings relies on the professional judgment formulated in Mueller et al. To establish corresponding values to particular types of bat habitat. Under that formulation, according to Ms. Cummings, if there are no confirmed high value habitat types, then the area cannot be significant in accordance with the RPS App 5. Ms. Cummings concluded that the highest value at the PC20 site was moderate for established woody vegetation and associated open edge. Ms. Cummings utilized this approach because it was used in the recent assessments for the Hamilton City Council's Plan Change 5. And she considered it was important to maintain a consistent approach across the bat populations range. The WIPA District Plan Policy 24.3.3.2 guides ecologists to utilize the RPS for their significance assessment. App 5 sets out the criteria for determining significance. It states that to be identified as significant, an area needs to meet one or more of the criteria identified. And I've set out criteria 3 there. Well, part of the relevant part of criteria 3. At paragraph 26, Forrest and Bird submits that the plain meaning of criteria 3 is clear and does not require further interpretation. Forrest and Bird submit that when Eco P2, Eco M3, and Eco M14 are analyzed, if necessary, that there is a clear direction to identify significant habitat and that they will be protected by ensuring the characteristics that contribute to its significance are not adversely affected to the extent that significance of the habitat is reduced. Mr. Gooding has pointed out that nowhere in App 5 or Eco M14 are ecologists instructed to use an alternative criteria, as suggested by Ms. Cummings. Mr. Gooding considers the RPS significance criteria should be read and implemented as written. Forrest and Bird submits the consistent approach should be the plain meaning of App 5, not an alternative formula formulated by ecologists that has not gone through an RMA Schedule 1 process. Forrest and Bird submit that Ms. Thurley's assessment is to be preferred to that of Ms. Cummings, and the panel should treat PC20 as significant habitat for long-tail bats. and protect the characteristics that contribute to its significance to the extent that the significance of the habitat is not reduced. Discuss a wee bit about the biodiversity compensation model that was proposed. The applicant has called evidence in the form of a BCM, or biodiversity compensation model, for long-tailed bats. The BCM purports to calculate losses and gains for long-tailed bats and concludes that the proposed compensation will result in a surplus of biodiversity gains over losses. Forest and Bird submit that the panel should give this evidence little weight because, as Ms. Thurley referenced, it lacks transparency, has high sensitivity to input error, has meaningless structure of the output, and does not comply with the, Forest and Bird also submits that it does not comply with the Environment Court Practice Note, section 9.3, which I've set out there, that the evidence should have provided a sensitivity and uncertainty analysis for the model. Paragraph 30. Mr. Markham and I also want to point out that the Environment Court Practice Note also requires the evidence to provide reasons for the opinions expressed. Paragraph 30. Mr. Markham records in his evidence that he has read and agreed to comply with the Environment Court Practice Note. However, upon review of Mr. Markham's evidence, there's no evidence sensitivity or uncertainty analysis. Mr. Markham does not address Ms. Thurley's referenced criticism stated above, other than to reference the BCM user guide. Mr. Markham states that the BCM is a reliable model and has been used, accepted, and supported in other RMA forums. In support of this proposition, Mr. Markham refers to the Auckland Council decision on the Auckland Regional Landfill. Forest and Bird notes that this matter is still before the Environment Court. Mr. Markham also refers to the Te Aho Tararua, Manawatu Tararua Highway Project. In that case, the court drew attention to the lack of transparency in the BCM model, i.e. the steps between impact to be compensated and required compensation were not evidenced from the tables, nor were they explained. The court said for transparency, the link should be clear, otherwise the final figures cannot be verified. Ultimately, the court did not have to make any findings in that decision about the adequacy of the BCM because it accepted the agreed findings between the parties' experts on the proposed offset and compensation quanta. Forest and Bird submit that the court in the Manawatu Highway case did not use, accept, or support the BCM. It simply accepted the agreed findings of the parties on an appropriate offset and compensation package. Mr. Markham also refers to the Hamilton City Council decision on PC5, which Forest and Bird understands is still subject to the appeal period. The Environment Court faced a similar situation in the Escarpment Mine case. In that case, the applicant, Bathurst Resources, had put forward a biodiversity offset model. This provided little assistance to the court. I've set out a quote there. And in the Escarpment case, the applicant abandoned the model, leaving the court to stick to its knitting, as the court said. One matter not referenced by Mr. Markham that put forward the BCM model was the application for the proposed Takuha coal mine on the West Coast Regional, with the West Coast Regional Council and the Buller District Councils. In the Environment Court hearing on the proposed Takuha coal mine, the court had concerns about the use of the BCM, which is the same model put forward by Mr. Markham, and explained to parties in the hearing that it was inclined to stick to its knitting. The court explained on page 170, set out quite a few quotes from the court there in relation to the use of the BCM. So in conclusion, Forest and Bird submit Mr. Markham's evidence does not comply with the Environment Court Practice Note. It also does little to address any of the referenced criticisms raised by Ms. Thurley, other than to refer to the Resource Management Journal article and the BCM user guide. Forest and Bird submit the panel should follow the Environment Court's lead and stick to its knitting and ignore the BCM evidence. Moving on to some of the provisions. New proposed policy 10.322A requires the maintenance and enhancement of significant long-tailed bat habitat. This policy was largely agreed to by the experts in the JWS, except for one small addition. Mr. Gooding, Thurley, Ms. Thurley and Mr. Kessel all consider it appropriate to add the word functional, and I've set out that proposed wording. Forrest and Bird submits that without this addition, the policy does not give effect to the RPS. However, as stated by Mr. Gooding, if Ms. Thurley's concerns regarding the lack of functionality are addressed, then Forrest and Bird's concerns would fall away as well. Mr. Inger disagrees with the addition of functional because he says it is unclear what functional means. Set out, the online Oxford Dictionary has 3 definitions of functional. They are all useful and are: 1, practical and useful with little or no decoration. 2, having a special purpose, making it possible for somebody to do something or for something to happen. 3, especially of a machine, an organization, or a system working, able to work. The term for functional is expressly used in the RPS Eco Objective 1. It states that, and it's set out there for your commissioner's reference. It is also expressly used in Eco P1 and Eco M2. Forrest and Baird submit that the meaning of functional, if not already clear to plain users, is ascertainable by reference to the plain meaning of the word and by reference to the RPS. The word functional is also used throughout Ms. Cummings' evidence when she describes functional habitat throughout PC20 itself. It's also found throughout PC20 itself and in Mr. Inger's rebuttal evidence where he refers to PC20 Appendix 10. Mr. Inger also says that the structure plan already has a BHA, and provisions on how it is to be enhanced. Forrest and Bird submits this is not good planning. The lower order provisions should not guide the development of higher order provisions. The policy should drive the development of the structure plan. Mr. Inger finally states that functionality could be influenced by other outside factors from PC20. Forrest and Bird submits this is not what functional means with Ms. Cummings. Evidence, the RPS and the words plain meaning are all considered. Forrest and Bird also notes that subsection D3 of the policy seems to indicate offsetting may be applied equally to areas both within and outside of the BHA. If the intention is that it only applies to areas outside of the BHA, then that expression should be made clear. If it is intended to apply to both areas, then the limits to offsetting found in the RPS need to be reflected in the policy. Mr. Inger's evidence seems to indicate the former. Forrest and Bird notes that Rule 10.421.14a is not entirely consistent with the findings of the Environment Court in Western Lea. In Western Lea, the court found that the appropriate luminosity was 0.1 lux standard to be achieved within 3 meters of the boundary of the BPA, the BPA being the equivalent of the BHA. The explanation for adopting only a 0.3 lux at the boundary of the BHA only refers to consistency with the Hamilton City Council plan change. Mr. McKenzie states that light spill will dissipate over a distance of approximately 5 to 10 meters. It's not clear what Mr. McKenzie means by dissipate because he does not describe what lux level will be achieved at 5 to 10 meters. Structure plan proposed by habitat. Forrest and Bird supports the relief put forward in the evidence of the Department of Conservation. That is that the structure plan and the BHA required significant redesign to address the concerns raised by Ms. Thurley in respect to the BHA. Mitigation hierarchy. Long-tailed bats are still found across the entire PC20 site, despite the felling of 2 poplar shelter belts. Ms. Thurley states that the industrialization of the PC20 will result in the complete or almost complete removal of long-tailed bats. Ms. Cummings is of the opinion that if moderate to low value long-tailed bat habitat is removed, that this will result in a very high level effect on long-tailed bats. Ms. Cummings goes on to explain that she considers adverse effects have been appropriately avoided and minimized through the BHA structure plan standards. Ms. Thurley is of the opinion that there's very high uncertainty that bats will use the BHA. Ms. Thurley provides a series of reasons why there is high uncertainty. Forrest and Bird submits the evidence of Ms. Thurley should be preferred. Ms. Cummings also explains that residual effects will be addressed through compensation. Mr. Markham, using the BCM, reached a preliminary conclusion that to compensate for the residual effects on long-tailed bats and achieve a 10% predicted net gain outcome in biodiversity over a decade for PC20 would likely require 11 hectares of vegetation restoration or enhancement outside of the PC20 site and 80 hectares of pest animal control over a 10-year period. Ms. Cummings relied on Mr. Markham's approach for compensation to dispute Ms. Thurley's approach, which relied on studies on species of bats in the UK. For the reasons set out above, the panel should place little weight on Mr. Markham's assessment of an adequate compensation package. In the absence of better evidence, Ms. Thurley's example of an appropriate compensation measure is to be preferred. In conclusion, Forrest and Bird submit that the South Hamilton long-tailed bat population faces increased fragmentation across its home range. The removal of long-tail bat habitat will result in a very high level effect on long-tail bats. A redesign of the structure plan of BHA is warranted to address the concerns raised in the evidence of the Department of Conservation. Also, whilst commendable, the proposed compensation package does not adequately address the residual adverse effects on long-tail bats. Thank you, Commissioners.
Mr. Chair, through you, a point of clarification. My friend has selectively quoted from Ms. Cummings' evidence in his paragraph 47, and I wonder if he'd be invited to provide the full quote that he provides from Ms. Cummings' evidence, because removing the words "if not managed appropriately" changes the meaning substantially, and I think if left would be quite misleading.
Mr. Jennings, what do you say?
Sorry, Commissioner. Were you referring to my paragraph 47, where I say Ms. Cummings is of the opinion that if moderate to low value long-tail bat habitat is removed, that this will result in a very high level of effect on long-tail bats? Is that the question, Commissioner? Sorry.
Perhaps I could quote it, because I've highlighted it in green. There's some words just missing off that quote, and it's "if not appropriately managed." And I understand from paragraph 16 that's before Ms. Cummings goes into the measures that she thinks are appropriate to be applied across the site, and in her view would go quite some way in terms of avoiding, mitigating and remedying the effects on bat habitat. From memory, I believe she does discuss the ways to mitigate that, and that's through the BHA and the structure plan process, and those are set out there. Let's remove that will result. Yeah, I'd have to look at it.
I think we can deal with it this way, that we will go back to what she actually said and compare it with what you say she said. Both are matters of evidence on the record, or not evidence, but submissions in writing and evidence, so we can do that for ourselves. But thank you for the point being raised.
Yes, sorry, Commissioners.
Other questions?
I just have a few questions. Most of my questions have actually been answered in your statement here. Just at 15, paragraph 15, you interpolated, this is where it says Forest and Bird notes that the Section 42 report did not consider the WRPS Eco chapter, and you said did not appear to. So I was just wondering whether you wanted me to add those words.
Yeah, I suppose you can, Commissioner, because upon my review, or when I read through the Section 42A report, I didn't see any references to the Eco chapter from the RPS.
Thank you. Just looking at, this is just in regards to your section on Section 32 analysis, and I suppose it's partly I'm just sharing a statement as much as a question where, and take it on board, the tenor of your submissions in regards to Section 32 needs to be thorough and meaningful. However, when we get to Section 32AA, where submitters have proposed changes and not provided us with a Section 32AA, particularly when it's a view different to that of the applicant or the Section 42A author, we're left with the role of, if we accept that change, then we have to write the Section 32AA. So it's a bit of a conundrum. If a submitter puts forward a proposal to make a change and doesn't provide us with the Section 32AA, then we're obliged, if we agree with it, to then make a decision about whether we think it stacks up in terms of Section 32. So I suppose through Mr. Chair, our preference is that the submitters do that. So it reflects their particular point of view in regards to how those matters should be applied. And I just wondered if you had a view in that regard.
I just have the view that we didn't call planning evidence and we don't have a planning expert acting for us. I guess it depends upon the nature of the changes. If they I think it would be pertinent to go back to the applicant and perhaps ask the council to look at a 32, depending upon what the recommendations the commissioners come up with.
Just the last one is just in regards to the model BCM, but I'm not going to ask much specifically to the model. But just in terms of, I asked a few questions of the applicant and legal counsel and the experts earlier in the week. And my view was that all models are not perfect, but they can be very helpful where there is a lot of uncertainty to provide some certainty with some levels of uncertainty. And they're helpful in helping us in terms of our decision-making process. And so it's a given that there is some uncertainty with using any model, including this one. And my question, and I can't remember exactly who I asked, but it was a question particularly pointed in regards to what was the level of uncertainty of using the BCM model, and the response was the inputs need to be very important. And I think counsel is going to just
remind. It was
Mr.
Markham himself.
Mr. Markham himself,
and
yes.
He acknowledged that all models are models, truism, and
yes.
acknowledged the sensitivity of the input. So yeah, it was Mr. Markham who asked it.
Yeah, and so without wanting to get into the details of how the model works, Mr. Markham confirmed for us that the inputs are very important, and they will, and then the process you follow through in terms of the model is important, and the outputs are, they aren't the decision, but they're helpful guidance in terms of making decisions. And I asked the representatives from the Director General for Conservation around, did they have an alternative model or did they have an alternative process? And what I deduced from that was they preferred a negotiation. So we're left with, as decision makers, can we rely on the model based on the expertise that's been provided to us, or would we go to an alternative where we let experts and their representatives trade or negotiate an outcome? And so just wondering where that leaves us in terms of our confidence that the substance of the matter is the package of avoidance, remedy, mitigation, and offset compensation suitable to the effects that Plan Change 20 produces. That's a long-winded statement, I know, but I just wondered if you could just comment on that, because this appears to be in the absence of another suitable model that's been put to us. I've read the journal article last night. I was none the wiser from it in terms of the model that was used in England and how it was applied. It was interesting, but it had a number of different species of bat with different habits. So it was helpful in terms of general context, but it wasn't helpful in terms of a model for working out what might be appropriate in this case. So sorry for the long-winded statement. And the question is, did you have any comments in regards to that?
Yes, I do, Commissioner. I don't think all models are created equal. I know we got into quite a bit of debate on this model in the Takuha case. Some models, and this model, can create false impressions that good things are, so they actually give you bad information and bad predictions, which give you what's the word I'm looking for? So some of the estimates that we saw in Takuha gave really good outputs, which weren't which actually would have given the decision maker a false impression of how good it was. And it's very sensitive to the inputs, and the inputs seem to be somewhat subjective as well, and it depends upon the experts that are putting in the inputs.
Yes.
And so in relation to this particular model, Forest and Bird doesn't see any value for the commissioners in relying on it. We consider that, well, Forest and Bird considers that you should ignore it, or at least give it very little weight in terms of the outcomes that it's created, because there is the possibility of being able to look at the inputs, its sensitivity, and its uncertainty, that it could give you a false impression and actually a false impression and lead to a bad decision. Ultimately, Forest and Bird feels that you're better, as the court said, left to stick to your knitting and rely on the expert opinions.
Thank you. I think you've set out your position clearly for me. Just my last question, it's a multi-choice question. There was a question you picked up from earlier around functional, and I appreciate that. And it's helpful having the Oxford Dictionary meaning there. There's three meanings of functional provided there, and my reading of them, they're actually quite different. And I just wondered if you had a particular preference of the three.
Yes, let me go back to that, find it real quick.
So number one was practical and useful with no or little decoration. Two was having a special purpose, making it possible for somebody, I suppose, or something, or to do something or for something to happen. And number three, especially of a machine organizational system, able to work. That they seem quite different to me, but if there was a preference that you thought we should be relying on?
Yes, I hadn't really thought of a preference to one. I thought they also would guide you to the plain meaning of functional, but if I had to choose one.
I'm just reflecting that you said it has a plain English meaning, so I'm just wanting to get a plain English preference.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, able to work, I would say. Work says it's about habitat area, and it's designed to work as a bat habitat area should, to encourage bats to use it.
I think this discussion might be a circular one, so we're just going to leave it there. Thank you.
Mr. Williamson, any questions of either forest and bird people? No? Thank you, Mr. Jennings, and thank you, Ms. Hammond.
Thank you. That's great.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you for coming in by Zoom. Now, Mr. Cuff, would you like to come forward, sir, and address us? Thank you for some written materials. Oh, visual aid. Okay.
I should say as an aside that I came to this hearing hoping I might be slightly paperless. I brought my little journal, and I've got a big stack of forestry over here.
I most uncomfortably presented our case without much paper, and it wasn't a very comfortable feeling, Commissioner.
I'm feeling very confident at the moment.
And while those papers are going out, I've heard two opposite comments about models. There are good models and not so good models. And regardless of how good the model is, there is garbage in and garbage out. And as I understand it, Mr. Jennings was saying both are true, so ignore the model.
Well, ultimately, that's for the panel to decide, and I'll address the tone and the tenor and the substance of Mr. Jennings' submissions. The interesting approach for a party not calling any expert evidence whatsoever. But putting that aside, the model and the BCM and Mr. Markham's evidence was simply to support Ms. Cummings' conclusions and expert opinion. So even if you accept in totality, and I'd say you shouldn't, but even if you do, Mr. Jennings' submissions, you end up at the same place of falling back on and addressing and assessing the difference of opinion between Ms. Thurley and Ms. Cummings.
At the end of the day, that is our choice.
Yeah.
And it leads to Mr. Cuff. Are you wishing to make submissions to us or expert evidence, or both?
On the committee.
Okay.
Previously on the geography onus within the Rookie here neighbourhood zone.
And you're quite entitled to do that. So
I'm a private individual, limited resources, a lot of information to work through. So I think probably if they stick it around, just no.
Oh.
Hi. So being a private individual representing two landowners, limited resources to work through all the information. A lot of it's come online quite late in the piece. In fact, a week turnaround from rebuttals to today on top of a job and family stuff. So I'll do my best. So the neighbourhood zone I'm talking about is Rukahia neighbourhood zone. It's on the eastern side of Ahaupo Road, and it overlooks the northern precinct. I've been working also with the McDowells, who own a portion of the land through their children in Wellington, and keep them abreast of everything that's happening. And they've expressed their support and application. I note in some of the rebuttals, initially McDowells were noted as being joint submitters, and then that seemed to disappear. And a lot of the rebuttal evidence of their name also adjoining ours. So I don't know whether that was done on purpose or by error. And I grew up in Rukahia, went to school there, and really keen to see positive outcomes from Plan Change 20. The rebuttals often refer to opposition to Plan Change 20, and that's not the case. We really just want good outcomes to address the effects. The first round of submissions, or going back to the initial consultation, that got a hold of that quite late in the piece and made contact with the applicant to try and get some clarity around infrastructure. And I was advised that wasn't their concern to go to Waipa Council, who advised me that the only way to deal with it was to get the applicant to include the neighbourhood zone as part of the application. Being quite late in the piece, that wasn't very practical, and so the submission was made. After the initial submission was made, which is basically a 2-page form, there was no further consultation with us to explain our position and just the rebuttal evidence. So in hindsight, it might be quite good to actually address that consultation process and get more buy-in from people in the vicinity. Probably the key thing initially that we looked at was infrastructure planning. There hasn't been really any consideration of the neighbourhood zone. It's
sorry, Mr. Cuff.
Yep.
This is something I should have done before. I've got a map here, and I've just seen your map. Could you just point out where your parents are living?
I actually handed out all my copies, so I can come around if you want.
I've got that one, but I've also got this one just showing where Plan Change 20 is.
So here, just about 800 meters.
Yep.
Profiles.
Thank you. Thanks for that. It just gives a bit more meaning to when we're talking. I know where you mean.
So there didn't manage to close out that sort of infrastructure servicing. One other thing during that period when we did try and test, see if there was infrastructure was going to be serviced as you'd expect from a structure plan. There was never any disclosure on Waipa's interest in the project, which I thought they might have made aware of early on. It obviously came out a bit later on. And one of the most important things for the lack of consideration is kind of this document here, Smart Growth Corridor, which was pointed out to me a bit later on. It actually, I've put an excerpt into the document I just handed out from there. It says, Rukahia remain unserviced unless opportunities exist to connect to as a result of large nearby developments that provide ready connection at discretion of council. So I think this would tick a lot of those boxes, particularly as it appears now that some of the wastewater issues have been resolved. I did a quick costing on what it might cost to run a gravity line from the neighbourhood zone down to Narrows Road, and it would increase the yield just of the area on the east side from about 30 to 300 lots, and with that would come a lot of FinCos, which would easily pay for those works. I also think that perhaps precedence, if there is limited infrastructure, should be given to existing zone residential land rather than new stuff. Yes, that's probably about it. The visual effects. So there was a response, a rebuttal on that. So we're concerned really, I guess, about the effect that the developments have because we're quite elevated above it. It's about 20 meters. I believe I did a little section through there myself with a piece of paper. It's kind of, that should probably come from, that's I think snippet 3 on putting the next page, showing kind of our elevation in regards to site. But the response that came back from the visual assessor was that they assessed already the visual sightline on Ahaupo Road, and they didn't see there to be any issues. So I managed to find out where her assessment was taken from on Google Earth, which is on the first page. And she's taken it from an area which is about 15 meters lower than the top of the site, kind of blinded by a ridgeline. So, and it may not be an issue, it's just that it hasn't been addressed. We don't know. And obviously for that residential zone, and it needs to be considered as a residential zone because that's what the zoning is, it'll obviously be affected if there is a development that can be seen or heard. Finally, oh yeah, also on that one probably is just a little bit of concern around the removal of the hill, which at the moment basically acts as a 12-meter noise bund behind the airport activities for the communities behind it. And then had some concerns also around the intersection of Range Road and the ability for that to perform its function. I wasn't aware of any of the meetings on the expert evidence, but I understand some concerns raised by Vinesh Prakash in witness statements, and I kind of agree with everything. So I'll put a snippet in there of the intersection. One of the comments in the evidence was that the additional trip time by forcing the vehicles out of this intersection and then around back onto Rains Airport onto a Haupo was a 2-kilometre loop. It's actually more like an 8-kilometre loop, which if you consider from a driver's perspective, it's 15, 20 kilometres a day, and maybe $40 to $50 if you've got an inefficient petrol car. Obviously EV is a bit cheaper. So I don't know on their assessment whether they just considered the intersection itself, and I agree that it will prohibit a left turn coming out of the site, but what it won't prevent is a U-turn or use of a roundabout, which perhaps is a dangerous activity and should be discouraged. I kind of feel like Waka Katahi have sort of left this one high and dry by being unable to commit to anything, and that's probably been quite hard for the Northern Precinct to plan around. But at the end of the day, I think safety and the residents in that area need to be looked after. I did raise, finally, also no connections have been considered for pedestrians or cycles to the Rukahia neighbourhood. There's been a lot of talk about peacocks, but if the infrastructure was developed, it would be a significant development and should also be considered, and it's a lot closer. Stormwater. I raised a few concerns on this in my submission. I think the key thing, I don't want to get involved in the details on it, but was kind of picked up in I managed to find a snippet from Becca. It says development of a more integrated approach with a guiding document, such as a catchment management plan, with better integration from Waipa, landowners and Waka Katahi is required. And I kind of feel like that would actually be in the benefit of everyone, including the precinct themselves. There's probably the potential for a comprehensive stormwater consent to use low-lying flood-prone land, which is under the NPS undevelopable. And that's probably quite close to groves of Kikatea and will remain pretty useless. And you could have a big ecological reserve or something through there. But that would be a good outcome for the residents and tick a whole lot of boxes. Yeah, I think that's about it. Any questions? Oh,
I'd like to say I maligned you earlier on.
Sorry?
A lot of what you have said is actually evidence, and you have considerable expertise. You're a chartered civil engineer, and I do apologise to pushing you into only making submissions. But our job is to separate out what was evidence and what was submission, because you've...
I haven't had the time to delve into it enough to be called evidence.
Yeah.
I
just wanted to say that I maligned you in opening, and we will take seriously what you said, both expert and lay. But
Yeah, first, perhaps before I've got a couple of questions and maybe helpful comments to make. Firstly, just to acknowledge that it's quite, just to acknowledge how difficult it is to engage in these types of processes and the amount of information. There's a considerable amount of evidence that's been produced for the plan change, rebuttal evidence from submitters. So I just want to acknowledge the time and effort you've taken out on your parents' behalf to come along to the hearing, go through as much of the information as you had and put those concerns to us. So thank you. The second one is there's a really helpful map that's been produced that shows all the different intersections, because I was rather confused because some maps are north and some are south and some are west. So this one here, which has all of the intersections and where they are, there's a stack there. So if you want to take, and other submitters want to take that,
thank you.
That might be helpful in understanding which bits. That's the latest of the proposals that are currently before us. Perhaps just in regards to the landscape issues you raised, that might be something the applicant comes back to us. You've got a drawing there, and perhaps they.
Yeah, a large number of the matters, and it's no criticism of Mr. Cuff whatsoever, but I just want to point out some of the matters that he did raise were addressed specifically by Ms. Jack in her rebuttal statement.
Thank you.
But as I say, that's no criticism of Mr. Cuff.
Okay, thank you.
Does Mrs. Jack's rebuttal also provide the view shaft that I provided with my section? Because as I pointed out in that information, it doesn't appear to. So it's really hard to see whether there is any visual effects. It doesn't really demonstrate it.
Just perhaps just in terms of ongoing dialogue, if you can send any questions my way, and then I can ask the applicant. Okay. Yeah. Just in terms of, I just wanted to understand the early part of your submission here in your, and I just want to be clear that I understand that you think there's a case to be made to reticulate the areas where your parents are located, and taking advantage of the proposed plan change 20 and the infrastructure that may be applicable to it in the future. Now, we have been put forward that there's a preference for reticulation of the wastewater, but we also hear that it's not an absolute certainty that might happen, and the timeframe for which it might happen might change. That uncertainty also goes through to the state highway rail alignments and new roads and things like that. So the current proposal to us has provided, I suppose, two options. One is a reticulation sooner or later, and a second option is for on-site reticulation of wastewater to be taken, stored and then transported to a wastewater treatment plant, and at which time reticulation is available, that's when it would occur. So this plan change is reliant on other decision makers making wastewater reticulation, that one particularly being made available, of which they have some influence, but they don't direct that. So I just wanted to make sure that you understood that.
Yeah, I guess it's probably the plan change isn't really going to deal with areas outside its site, but it needs to deal with structure planning to areas beyond it.
Yes.
And so I just wanted to probably stress that with the smart growth corridor, it does actually provide a reason of consideration for the neighbourhood zone. And the development of the neighbourhood zone itself ticks lots of boxes, which there've been a lot of conversation with around peacocks. The yields will go through the roof tenfold, and there'll be a lot less waste of land, and a lot of that land on that eastern side is kind of a little bit at detriment with plan change 20. But as I said, we aren't opposing plan change 20. We're just looking to get a few answers and kind of and work with that to ensure best outcomes.
Just the last point was just in regards to the detention basins, and I think I'm remembering from your submission, there was a concern that you thought there was a need for having stormwater detention ponds, and the wording, the exact words are probably not so important, but the current proposal in front of us has detention basins and swales and a number of other on-site storage and discharge is probably not the right word, retention and discharge of that water over a period of time. But that's all on site. So yes. Was that your understanding?
That's my understanding of the current system, and there's nothing wrong with that. But a lot of the sort of, I guess, the new buzz around stormwater is to do water sensitive urban design, and there's an opportunity here, and it would probably be of benefit to Northern Precinct. I think probably they're at a little bit of risk of using up sort of large areas of land for that. There's probably, but I haven't actually delved into the geotech behind it, but there's talk about recompaction of sand layers. And I think an amalgamated approach with other people using poorer land could provide sort of ecological benefits and be a win-win for everyone. But I think that there's been no consultation. Because one of the snippets I put on here as well was the overlay of Nukahouse Stream, which they discharge into, and the roundabout. And you can see the point they're discharging then goes through, and the roundabout centered right on top of it at a confluence of rivers. And so I feel like those wider stormwater issues aren't addressed in a comprehensive manner, and that's sort of what came out of the Three Waters statement from that Weka lady as well.
I think the proposal for us currently, and we had the benefit of having Waka Kotahi with us, better get my days right, late yesterday, wasn't it this morning, it was late yesterday, Mr. Tyndall, and he confirmed for us that there is a designation currently, but with the future of it, actually what will be built and when it will be built is still uncertain. And we're under the impression that all the matters in regards to small streams and those types of matters will be dealt with at that time. So irrespective of that, we're making a decision now in terms of best information. So even though there is some uncertainty with that, we're confident in terms of any future development in the roading nearby, we'll have to address those issues. I didn't have any other questions, but thank you very much for coming in and submitting to us.
Yes, indeed. Thank you. I'm sure the applicant and its advisors will have listened to you.
Yes.
Now we have the airport company.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'll just do a quick introduction before we move into these statements as well. So I'm Catherine Drew. I work as a principal planner for BBO in Hamilton. I'm supported here today by Ben Langley, who is the General Operations Manager for the Hamilton Airport. As you'll be aware, the TPL is a development arm associated with airport it's a development arm associated with the development around the airport, but RAL, Waikato Regional Airport Limited, is responsible for the day-to-day operations of the airport as well. So the purpose of the evidence that is before you in our evidence in chief that we filed dated 7th of March was really to bring to the Commissioner's attention some concerns that the operational arm of the airport had in relation to bad habitat and protection in corridors and the aeronautical risks that could arise from that as well. So that's the purpose of the evidence today, is to really bring together the importance of the airport for the region and also what those aeronautical risks could be and the consequences as well. So Ben and myself have both prepared short statements of summary statements. Our evidence was relatively short to start with, so we didn't have executive summaries. So you could suggest that these are what we'd call the executive summaries of that evidence as well, too. So I'll hand over to Ben now to run through his statement.
Tēnā koutou katoa. So I am the Group General Manager, Airport Operations at Hamilton Airport. My role has a broad remit, but in particular is responsible for safety and compliance of all airport operations under both our airport certification Part 139 and our safety management system Part 100 of the Civil Aviation Act 1990. My submission provides evidence on behalf of Waikato Regional Airport Limited on how the bat habitat requirements of Plan Change 20 or those sought by submitters may affect the aeronautical operations of Hamilton Airport. Bird strike represents the highest equal aeronautical risk at Hamilton Airport with a risk rating of medium. Although birds and resulting bird strikes are a low probability, the consequences of a bird strike can be catastrophic and of high consequence. For example, bird striking or jamming critical surfaces of the aircraft, causing loss of flight control. The airport, from a health and safety perspective, has a duty to mitigate risk from any hazardous wildlife, and in particular, bird life that may cause a threat to aeronautical activities. The CAA consider bird concentrations on and around aerodromes constitute a very real threat to aircraft safety. Airports also operate under certification that specifies that an aerodrome operator must, if any wildlife presents a hazard to aircraft operations, establish an environmental management program for minimizing or eliminating the wildlife hazards. The airport implements the following mitigation measures in relation to birds. Bird patrols associated with pre-landing and takeoffs, including delays and approaches of takeoffs or landings in the event birds are identified. The wildlife management programs to control bird population, including an authority by the Director General to disturb and kill protected wildlife under Section 54 of the Wildlife Act 1953. A pasture management program within the operational area of the Hamilton Airport, which includes using high endophyte grass and generally monitoring of all bird activity, recording of bird events, bird strikes and near misses. The record of bird events has identified that there is an increase in the number of bird-related incidents, and this is quantified in the Civil Aviation Authority Bird Incident Rate Report 2022 that shows bird activity has risen significantly and Hamilton Airport has a high risk rating that is trending upward. Over the last 3 years, Hamilton Airport's own data collected independently of the CAA has recorded a steady increase in actual and near-miss bird strike results with 69, 84 and 99 strikes respectively. This represents a 30% increase in bird-related incidents over the period. These conclusions provide a genuine concern for the airport operations and increases the need to provide mitigations and controls for bird activity at or near the airport and land owned by RAL. The airport is concerned that the protection and or creation of bat corridors or bat habitat areas may have unintended consequences of increased bird activity near the airport or across the runway by providing increased habitat and feeding opportunities. For this reason, RAL's further submission requested that bat corridors, bat habitats, and any future SNAs that are to be identified within or near the PC20 footprint will need to ensure that they are encouraging the movement of both birds and bats away from the airport environs. RAL also opposed the identification of bat habitat SNAs on its land or the other portions of the airport business zone for the same reasons as identified above. From an operational perspective, I'm comfortable with the extent and location of the bat habitat area, the Koru Lounge proposed in the structure plan, as attached to the evidence in chief of Ben Inga on behalf of the applicant. I'm also comfortable with the location of the compensation site relative to the airport. I'm comfortable because, in my opinion, those areas do not encourage flight corridors across the airport operation area through the linkage of those habitats, are a sufficient distance from the airport operational area and do not provide habitat directly on a common boundary with the airport's operational area, are of an appropriate scale in the setting. Larger areas may have the potential to create better bird habitat, thus provide for feeding, foraging and nesting opportunities for birds, increasing general bird activity in the airport environs, and finally, consider and align with our anticipated future airport needs. Just in conclusion, in my capacity and role for Hamilton Airport, I do have concerns about increased bird strikes around the airport and the consequences that may arise from bird strikes. Having regard to these concerns, I'm comfortable with the extent and location of the proposed BHA and compensation site relative to the airport operational area. Any changes in what is proposed would need careful evaluation against the operational needs of the airport. Providing for additional bat habitat SNAs on or in close proximity to the airport including on its land or the other portions of the airport business zone, is opposed by rail for these reasons I've set out in my primary evidence. And just a further comment, if I may, relating to the statement of Ms. Jack, who submitted on the landscape and visual amenity. Her submission, section 98, supported a 4-metre limitation to trees and planting as part of the PC20. And there was a comment as part of that, that section that was due to operational health and safety considerations. And just on that point, the factor there of essentially not allowing taller trees to be built or larger trees, to be planted or larger trees to be grown will reduce, hopefully, the advent of birds in that area that we're trying to mitigate. So avoiding essentially counterproductive planting close to the airport. And that's all. I'm happy to take questions or after Catherine's statement.
Just to clarify, that comment there from Mr. Langley relates to the difference of opinion relating to recommendation for the planting height within the northern precincts between the 4 and the 8 metres. Yeah.
Perhaps you'd like to give your evidence, Ms. Drew, and we can fire the questions and you could decide who answers them.
Happy to do that, sir. I'm going to start at point 5 of my statement, and you've had extensive evidence on the regional policy statement and the framework around biodiversity, and also about the airport being a strategic industrial node. I'm going to take you on a similar journey down the regional policy statement, but with a different lens. Yeah. So the airport is defined as regionally significant infrastructure in the regional policy statement, and it similarly is the same in the Waipaha District Plan. As we're aware, district plans have got to give effect to the regional policy statement. And in giving effect to the regional policy statement, there are 2 specific sections that relate to regionally significant infrastructure. And I've listed what those 2 sections are at paragraph 6 there. And in paragraph 15 and 17 of my evidence in chief, I've actually included the relevant policy framework there. The key terms being the recognition and protection of regionally significant infrastructure. So it's my opinion that to give effect to this policy framework, development of the built environment, including any rezoning of the urban of land for urban development adjacent to the airport and any resulting rule framework needs to protect the airport's effectiveness and efficiency, which in my opinion, means not constraining or adversely affecting its day-to-day operations. Turning now to the Waipaha District Plan. The district plan similarly gives effect to the regional policy statement by identifying that one of its resource management issues is how it should grow, and ensuring that the district grows in such a manner that the continued operation and development of regionally and nationally significant infrastructure is not adversely affected there too. So the key points there is point B supports the continued operation of that regionally significant infrastructure. That issue is supported by a policy, and for clarity, I've put that policy there. And again, the same lens, new development not adversely affecting regionally significant infrastructure. I note that no changes are proposed to this issue or policy framework by PC20, so these aspects are not in challenge. Turning now to the airport business zone, and reflective of the site's locality, the importance of the airport is also specifically identified in that section of the Waipaha District Plan, and the key terms being facility of economic and social importance and a regional significant physical resource. And I note that the only change that's proposed there through PC20 is also strengthening the statement by adding a regionally significant transport hub as well. Just at point 12 there, I've just identified where in my evidence in chief I have set out the relevant policies that give effect to those sections of the airport business zone as well. And then at 13, I've just concluded that those objectives and policies give effect to the regional policy statement too. So in terms of the further submissions, so RAL lodged a further submission in relation to 5 submitters, and those submissions were submissions that had raised issues around the extent of protection or corridors for the bat. And as set out in the evidence of Mr. Langley, RAL was concerned that any such habitat that was sought by the submitters may indirectly create additional habitat for birds near the airport and increase the probability of bird strikes as well. Since the further submissions, a lot more clarity has been provided around the location of those habitats from the applicants. And as you've heard from Mr. Langley, he's comfortable with where the bat habitat area is and the compensation area. So at point 15, I'm just saying that, in my opinion, that in order to meet the regional policy statement and protection of the efficiency and effectiveness of regionally significant infrastructure, there needs to be careful consideration of the design of the bat habitat corridors and habitat areas. Turning now to the applicants and the submitters evidence. So I've briefly just above identified that Mr. Langley has identified that he's comfortable with the bat habitat area and compensation area. And having that being the case, is my opinion that Plan Change 20 and the protection that's provided is consistent with the regional policy statement and the Waipa District Plan objectives in relation to the recognition and protection of the long-term benefits of regionally significant infrastructure. So at 18, I just make a comment there about the fact that the provisions must be limited to the Plan Change 20 footprint only. And this is directly born out of the fact that there was a footnote in the Director of General's submission that identified they were seeking additional significant natural areas or protections over other parts of the airport business zone or the airport itself. And just the point there is that, you know, that is not something that's supported by RAL for the reasons that's been identified in Mr. Langley's evidence in terms of creating additional habitat areas and potential bird risks to the airport. Just in terms of the submitters evidence, we've heard a lot of submitters evidence on the bat issue and the compensation and the habitat areas, and perhaps them not going far enough for the protection of the bat, the long-tailed bat. But at this point in time, there's been nothing presented in terms of what would be an alternative or better case scenario for the protection of the bat to quantify the effects that may have on RAL as well. So I think that any lens that the commissioners have around making determinations on that matter need to have due regard to also the regional policy statement, the significance that that places on the airport as well too. And that's where I just want to leave that. Happy to take any questions, and we'll fight over them.
Yes, thank you. The first one is a thank you. We had I apologise, I can't remember her name, but she came out at very short notice and showed us around the airport, particularly the carvings and the artwork. So
Angela Beardsmore.
Yes, so please pass on our thanks. It was a great little quick tour around, and we got to see the peka carvings, etc. So thank you. Just in terms of questions, both in, this is Mr. Langley's original evidence, and in the summary there's a numbers of bird strikes over the last 3 years, 69, 84, 99, and I was just wondering, have any of those been bat strikes, or they?
We have no evidence to support that. They're typically nocturnal. Most of our flights are during the day, so I would suggest a low probability of bat strikes. But I guess the evidence speaks more to the association of the bat habitat areas creating areas for birds by default. So that we're sort of taking them one and the same to some extent.
Yeah, the other question I had here was, were there many flights at dusk and in the evening? You've been part answer that.
Typically flights start 6:15 in the morning and do go through till about 8:30, 8:45 in the evening. So there will be several flights during that evening period.
Okay. Thank you. You haven't mentioned, you've mentioned bird strikes and you mentioned vegetation. There are proposals for basins, and some of the submitters have raised concerns around birds might come and, I think probably wading birds. They haven't said which kind of birds, but I'm assuming wading birds will pick up a home in the basins. Was there anything of concern in that regard? You haven't put it in a statement of evidence or summary, but there was no issues of concern there?
Not directly. I think the critical concerns are in the operational areas, which are typically on the takeoff and departure areas, and the landing zones, which are either end of the runways and adjacent, less so. But obviously, close to those operational areas, we want to keep them as far away as possible.
My other question is more of a, if you could help me just in terms of I think I understand that the issue is around the planting heights and the boundaries with the I was going to say tarmac, with the
runway.
Runway, that's the word I'm looking for, with the runway. Could you just explain that just a little bit more for me?
So in terms of planting heights, you're talking about the 4 meters and the 8 meters restriction. Yes. So the obstacle limitation to surface, OLS, dictate building height restrictions that fan out from there. So technically, we would need to avoid any sort of building obstruction or tree that would potentially infringe that. We do actively carry out trimming and felling of trees that do grow into that zone, and so I guess any planting in the PC20 area would need to be considerate of those restrictions. Given building heights, that's probably less of a concern than just creating potential habitats for birds and increased activity close to the.
Is it both a height and a setback distance as well?
Absolutely. So they work one together. There's a gradient that gets maintained.
Okay. In terms of the types of plants, I know in some of state highways, and there's some. And you're getting into residential areas, and there's some, I've seen some guidelines about the types of woody plants that can be planted, ones that are fragile. If a car leaves the highway, it hits the trees, but the soft trees, and they plow through them, so that it's, rather than the impact of a hard tree, which you stop. So is there any of those types, does it get down into that granular? It's more just height, distance?
I'm not aware of any dictation around that.
Okay, thank you. That last question was probably for my particular interest.
Just one question, Ms. Drew. In your paragraph 18, you say it's your opinion that the PC20 provisions must be limited to the PC20 footprint only. Are you suggesting also that it's beyond scope or our jurisdiction to impose more than what is offered by the applicant? Could you just tease that out a little for me?
Yeah, for sure. And I guess I did talk about the reason for that statement was in response to the footnote on the Director General's submission, where they had requested additional SNAs or protections across other parts of the airport business zone and also the airport areas. So yeah, it would be my opinion that any such protection would be out of scope of the plan change and would be not consistent with the day-to-day operation of the airport in particular, and would also penalise other developments within the existing airport business zones as well too. That being said, I do note that that there is a portion of the gully just south of the terminal that is actually a listed SNA within the district plan already. And with my extensive history of that airport area, I'd suggest that that's the only bit of vegetation of any merit across that site anyway too.
So a logical extension of your opinion would be, I assume, that RAL would oppose, as a matter of jurisdiction scope, us contemplating other protective measures beyond what the applicant is seeking.
Oh, on their land, yes.
Yeah.
Yep. And again, I'd fail to see what land that would be. Yeah.
Well, it could relate to the offer of compensation land. And I assume RAL would be opposed to any extension of that.
The proximity to the airport operation is material. So obviously the further, the better.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess I've made the point of clarification that it's when we're talking about the current airport land as well too. So I haven't really gone into merits around the compensation side.
Mr. Williamson, any questions?
I just have one for confirming my understanding. Then, there's a grass runway as well, isn't there? So it's not just the main runways, and so there's real controls around airport approaches. If I can pull up a map. So there's approaches in sort of, I guess, north, south as well as. Correct.
Yeah.
The grass runway is used by light aircraft and is infrequently used, but that's right.
You'll see in the Waipawa district plan, for clarification, that there's actually transitional surfaces for the approach for that grass runway as well.
Thank you both for coming, and apologies that you had somewhat of a delay in presentation. And while we're on that subject, I won't offer that apology to everybody individually, but it is extended to those who have had some inconvenience. So that brings us to Mr. Snowball, I believe.
And if it's okay with Mr. Snowball, I've got a map and I wouldn't mind seeing where your place is. Right here. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, finger?
Just over here. He's just in here.
Ah, good.
This one northwest.
Right, thank you. Thank you.
I'll take that as read because I haven't got my glasses. I left them behind because I was in that much of a hurry to get here for 11 o'clock.
You should feel at liberty to summarise.
Yeah. So I live on Range Road 248. I used to live on the corner of Range Road and Airport Road. So I know where the trade depot is. You would have seen that if you visited. I lived right on the corner there. I sold the property to the airport so that they could develop further with the runway because they were devaluing my property, and the Waipawa District Council and the airport wouldn't let me turn it commercial at that stage. And so I sold it to them and I moved down the road and took my title. So my biggest thing with this whole plan is the lack of consultation. And when you ring someone, oh, they're away or they've got COVID or something like that. So I've lived in the area for 35 years. They want to take away a hill there, which creates a great noise barrier, which we all know that aeroplanes make a bit of noise. Then we go on to Narrows Road that flooded just recently. So we're worried about the water table has started lifting up in the area from all these buildings going in. And that is pushing the water table up, and we've noticed it on our own property. And with that water table, we have a drain that runs from Narrows Road through our few neighbours' properties, and then through ours and down to across Narrows Road again, Range Road, and then down across Low Road and back into the river. Now that drain is starting to fill up more and more the more that the industrial starts coming there. We don't see in this proposal big areas to take that overflow of water from these buildings. And as we've seen in Hawke's Bay, that you need storage, just the little storage. If you looked at the trade depot, their little storage area was quite full recently with a bit of rain. And that there runs back into the Waikato River, because I know that from living on there. We used to do fence post and we'd only do 2 digs, not even 600 deep, and we'd get water. We had a well on that property, and the well was 3 meters deep, and it never run out of water even through the driest summers. So we know that the water table through the whole airport is, because I talked to the engineer that was involved with the building of the airport in the war, because he came out to sit on my deck when I was building the house to have a look at airplanes flying in and out. And I know that the more they build buildings, they're going to push the water table towards us. And then that creek, no one's come and said to us, hey, this creek here runs through your property and takes water away. So no one's actually discussed that with us. Then you've got the thing of the Narrows Bridge. It was built in 1963. It was built for a purpose of not heavy trucks. And we're just going to, with this, we're just going to push. They're saying 2,000 more workers, but today I hear that it's 5,000 now. So it's a contradiction of what they've written in here. And that Narrows Bridge is not going to take these trucks. These trucks are heavier than what it was designed for, and the bridge is narrow and very dangerous. We've already had a fireman once killed down there. In my time of being there, we've had several accidents on the Range Road and Airport Road corner. And a guy recently, a tree fell on there, and there's always accidents there. In Wakataki, they can't even cut the road verge. They cut it just the other day on that island. And then you've got Range Road where they're going to slow the traffic down from coming our way, but it's not really going to slow it down, because we once had a sandpit there with Perry's, and Perry's put the same sort of thing in. Trucks go up, do a U-turn and come back down. And that's just the nature of the beast. And then they go up to the top of Range Road where they're going to put the roundabout. And this last week, we had 3 accidents here. We had a nose to tail, we had a major one on the road, and then another car swiped another car trying to get out to go around past it. So the road, Range Road is not. And the last time that we went to a hearing and Doug Arcus was a judge, he turned around and said to us that Range Road would be updated within the next 4 or 5 years, but he said, don't hold your breath, because they don't update them that quick. And that we won that case, and Waipa went ahead and later on and passed it, and that's called Brian Herman's property, and they passed it to go without any consent to us at all. They didn't notify us or nothing, even though we had gone through the whole process with the law and done it right. They just passed it and moved it on. So the road's really not adequate to take these trucks. They could build a road through the airport land and back onto a Haupo Road, because this here could come into the back of the land. They've got plenty of land there near the grass runway to do it. It's not a problem. It's not a major. They've got enough money. They're going to make enough profit out of this to do it. And we can't see this because I haven't got my glasses. And you'll read through this and see the other things, but traffic is a major thing. We have got a permanent policeman that comes out and does a couple of hours, and he's got his limit of tickets on Range Road because of the airport, the traffic from the subdivision that's there. Now this, if it's going to add 5,000, that means that there's going to be more than 5,000 people because there's retail, the whole lot. So you're just going to have people coming. So the Range Road is not adequate for it. Where it comes off Range Road, it has to be all realigned. And the estimate then from Wakatahi, well, it was Transit New Zealand then, was 10 million. And that was a long, long time ago. It would be probably triple that by now. They were going to put an over and underpass and straighten the corner up because you come up a hill, you come around and onto Range Road. So when you come up that hill, you can't see until you turn the corner whether there's a car there. They drop the speed limit to 80 Ks and it still hasn't made a difference. There's accidents down our road all the time, and I just don't see, when you build a house, you build the foundations and the entrance first, and you sort all that out. But from what I gather with all of this, they haven't planned for the start, they've planned for the finish. They've said, we're going to have commercial buildings, we're going to do this, do that, and not turn around and said, this is where the entrance is going to go, it's going to be a new entrance, and it can take the traffic. This is what we're going to do on Airport Road, because the traffic now on Airport Road banks down to the Narrows Bridge trying to get on State Highway 1. It's just, it's pathetic. You know, you're going across a bridge that was built in '63. It's not required. It gets hit all the time, the bridge. And at one stage there, we had the bridge out for, they had to put a Bailey's bridge in. We had to go right around to get into Hillcrest or to take the kids to school. So I just don't see, unless the foundations were there, how this could be passed until those roads are fixed and there is access in and out of the property for the weight of trucks that we have today. Yeah, that'll be all. Because you've got this online anyway.
I've been following your written text and you've done a pretty good job at summarising it without your glasses.
Thanks.
So well done.
Question? No? I was going to go home and get them, but then I didn't know how long it was going to take, and then we had lunch. I tried to get the wife, but she couldn't come because she's going for interviews with, she works for the Hamilton City Council, she's health and safety. And she was going to come and read it all. So that's probably why. I blame her.
Well, she's not here to defend herself, is she?
No.
Just, I have no questions, but I hear what you're saying, and driving through those areas you describe, I understand what you're saying.
Well, the other thing was there's no green belt. They haven't proposed a green belt, and every area needs a green belt because you're talking about, the lady talked about the environment and global warming, but there's no green belt involved with this. And when you start looking, there's no green belt, then they say they're going to run buses out there, but the airport have a bus now, and I don't know whether there are ghosts on it, but I don't see many people but the driver. And you know, we don't plan ahead of things. We say that we're going to put a bike track in and all of that, but all we're going to do is put a bike track in and no one uses it. Yeah, the amount of people I see riding, we've got one guy, and he must have lost his license because he's been riding out that way to go to work all the time. And you can see the look on his face. He's as sad as anything.
Well, thank you for being both instructive and amusing.
Hopefully I made a smile today.
Oh, absolutely. And I just make one suggestion that you probably were not here on Wednesday, but if you were, you would have heard that there are proposals for roading improvements incorporated within the plan change. And far be it from me to try and explain those to you, but if you were to talk to Mr. Welsh, he might point you in the right direction to talk to
the only plan change they've shown us is the one that was the Range Road corner to stop them going left. But I know with Perry Sandpit, which we fought, and Doug Arcus was, I think he was for them. And we've had so many cases with Doug Arcus in our area. He's either been the judge or the opposite way. He's been on the other side in your seat. And We got to know him quite well.
I know, I've sat alongside him.
Oh, yeah. So you would have been here at that.
I was here in 2007, which is probably what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you had dinner at the
That's
restaurant
right.
at the
Oh
corner.
boy, no secrets, are there?
Doug come over and said, I hope this isn't a foreboding and I'm sitting here in 2000 something and go, oh, that'll be 2023, you mean?
Some of us won't be here any longer.
Oh, we've all got our time in life.
That's right. Well, thank you so much for being patient and coming along and saying your piece. And we will note what you've put in writing. So thank you for doing that as well.
Thank you.
Which brings us to Tabby Tiger and Mr. Crisp, who guesstimated 10 minutes, but we'll give him a bit of latitude. Or was it 15? I can't recall.
I'm going to get rid of a very non-serious question first. The name Tabby Tiger, it's unusual. It'd be interesting just to know where it comes from.
I do have the answer to that. I thought it might come up. So the guys that own the company called Tabby Tiger Limited is Jeff and Paul Furness, they're brothers. That was the name of their cats when they were kids. Tabby and Tiger.
Of course.
So it's nothing more than that. And I asked the same question as soon as I was told it as well. So, yeah. So thank you, Mr. Commissioners. So my name is Mark Crisp. I'm a planning consultant representing Tabby Tiger Limited. I have with me Ms. Judith Makinson, who is a traffic engineer. We will try to be very brief. Firstly, an apology from Jeff and Paul Furness. They're both overseas. They would like to have been here and talk to you themselves, but that'll just keep things even shorter with just us. So you're aware that Tabby Tiger obviously lodged a submission. That submission includes a plan showing their land holdings, which are on the eastern side of Airport Road, just pretty much off the end of Rains Road. If you drive straight ahead, you drive into the sort of top corner of the property. And there's also, I guess, a relationship with the neighbours to the south. So Grass Ventures Limited, which is owned by Emily Zhang. So Jeff Furness was the Furness family owned a company called BBC, which was Blueberry Country, which was then taken over by Tomra. And we did a non-complying activity resource consent recently to establish their facility on the corner of Lockhill Road and Airport Road. And Grass Ventures is the owner of that land and the building, and then Tomra occupies it. So there's a relationship there which is carried on in terms of the sort of future aspirations for the Tabby Tiger land and the balance of the Grass Ventures land. But we obviously acknowledge the scope decision. So we're not here to pursue the rezoning of that land as part of this, because that was ruled out of scope. The key thing is that Tabby Tiger supports Plan Change 20. That is the position stated in the submission, and that's the outcome they'd like to see, is to see it approved. So we're not here to rock the boat in that regard. We're really here to sort of, I guess it's a theme of, you might like to call, future proofing. So as set out in my evidence, I've sort of outlined the planning history of what's happened around the airport over the last sort of 3 decades, and I've been extensively involved in that myself. So, in that regard, therefore, I've been sort of as guilty as anyone else of the issues that I'm raising, which is that everything that's been happened out there is by motivated individuals, motivated landowners wanting to have a higher and better use of their land. The airport's been in the same category, Meridian 37, BBC, Tomra, now Tabby Tiger as well. And the problem is that everyone has to advance it by private plan changes or non-complying activity resource consents, because there is not the comprehensive planning that has been put in place to actually provide for these activities in a comprehensive way, and coupled with that, having the infrastructure provision matching the intended land use for that area. So you have this unfortunate situation, and I sort of feel for the applicants in this case, because we've been through it many times before, where you're forced into having to solve, for example, infrastructure problems that those with statutory obligations to undertake those tasks aren't doing. So that's the situation we all sort of face ourselves in. So the first sort of part of my evidence is really just sort of outlining that history. Plan Change 20 is a perpetuation of that same history, where they're having to solve all the problems, and it's all happening in a piecemeal fashion. So the concern from my point of view is that if you then, in a purist planning sense, look at the existing environment, and then you say, okay, well, what is the effects of what is now proposed in terms of Plan Change 20 in relation to that existing environment? And then, of course, you've done your job. But the problem is that there's a whole wider environment and a future scenario. So what we're really concerned about is that if infrastructure is put in place, for example, the intersection of Rains Road and Airport Road, that only provides for the existing environment plus the northern precinct, then we've undercooked it. We haven't future-proofed it in terms of what is likely to happen in the future. And now the benefit we have here, we do have the luxury of time, because as has been pointed out, Whakakotahi don't even have confirmed funding for the 3-leg roundabout, let alone expanding it to a 2-lane roundabout later on. So by which time I would expect that hopefully, particularly the Waipaha District Council, and we're trying to do this through the Ahuaki process, which is the spatial plan the council is developing, is trying to get a comprehensive bit of thinking, what we've been calling joined up thinking, all these individual landowners coming together and saying, right, what's this place going to look like in 10, 20, 30, 50 years time? And what is the infrastructure that we need to have in place to be able to provide for that development? And that would be the ultimate scenario. But obviously the situation you're facing as commissioners is, well, what do we do about what's before us right now? And I guess all we're really asking is to say, just make sure that what you decide doesn't foreclose. In the joint witness statement, I use the word foreclose in terms of the potential for that Rains Road roundabout to have a 4th leg into the Tabi Tiger land. I've softened that in my evidence to an advice note only, which assumes that NZTA or Whakakotahi are the ones that will develop that roundabout, and it's that they should consult with the Waipaha District Council regarding what other land uses are planned or happening around that area, so that infrastructure that is put in place does have some element of future proofing to provide for that wider future environment, and we don't have to then dig up stuff because it was undersized. So I'll stop there. I'll hand over to Judith, if you like, and if happy to take questions.
I'm just looking around for Mr. Quickfall. He's not here because really he's the one that you're talking to. We're here.
He's watching online apparently. I've been in communication with him this afternoon.
Oh, Mr. Quickfall, I'm sure you heard that. There's not a lot we can do about it.
But I think the council has the means available to it, the process they've embarked upon. We tried to do it for future-proof, because it's not only just the immediate airport. There's a 960-hectare development opportunity between State Highway 3 and the railway line, which would also bring the railway line into the airport precinct, which would be quite amazing. But you've got to get people to actually recognise these opportunities and and look at them and provide for them. And at the moment, we've got I highlighted Sarah Loyne's evidence, she talks about the Waikato Regional Policy Statement, Future-Proof Strategy, and the Auckland Hamilton Metro Spatial Plan. And then she refers to the need to deliver integrated land use and transport investment. I agree with that 100%, but it just hasn't happened. We've got the words, but we haven't actually got the plans that actually provide for it. So I'll hand to Judith, if it's okay. Do you want to ask questions now?
No. We'll both wait until we've heard from your colleague.
Thank you.
Thank you. So just really adding to what Mark has been saying, that the starting point for how I've looked at this from a transportation perspective is to start with the Hamilton Waikato Metropolitan Spatial Plan, as that does set the vision of what the area would like to achieve in that really long-term view. And from a transportation initiatives perspective, there's a very, very clear steer around the airport being an employment hub linked to the Hamilton urban area with a frequent public transport network. There's a very clear vision of roading network as well, and the strategic nature of that, which does actually include the Southern Links project, which we do understand is questionable in terms of delivery. So overall, I view that the private plan change 20 fundamentally underpins that transport vision of the Hamilton Waikato Metro Spatial Plan, and actually enables a degree of delivery of that plan. So in terms of the specifics around infrastructure, I've reviewed the evidence that's been provided by my technical colleagues, and I do agree with the work that's been presented by Mr. Inder in terms of his evidence in chief. I consider that the roading network and the walking, cycling and public transport networks that have also already been discussed do support the level of development proposed. They do form part of the bigger picture, but as Mr. Crisp was saying, it's not necessarily all of the bigger picture. So to that end, I considered the ability of the proposed State Highway 21 Range Road roundabout to be expanded to a 4-arm roundabout at some point in future, and that is appended to my evidence. It's in no way the intention that that should be required. I think maybe Mr. Inder misunderstood that in his rebuttal evidence, that there's no intention to put a handbrake on development or to require the applicant to essentially make sure that that 4-arm roundabout can go forward. It's demonstrating that there is an opportunity there, and through the advice note that Mr. Crisp has put forward to Rule 10.4.2.13a, that there should be consultation, once again with the principle that Waka Kotahi he would actually bring the initial roundabout forward. Through that advice note, it's reminding people to talk to other parties that there could be an opportunity to go from A to C without actually stepping through B first, in terms of enabling development around the airport. So overall, I support the proposed rezoning from a transportation perspective. I do consider that having that direct walking cycling network from Peacocks down to the airport is really important. And also that the advice note actually does allow for that future joined up thinking. That's all I would have to say to you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Question? I'm just trying to find the right way to ask this question, because your statements are quite clear about the relief that you're seeking, and my question is whether we have the jurisdiction to provide for that, even if we were a mind to, because we're focused on plan change 20 and the effects of that plan change, and then looking forward to when consents are required, making sure that that pathway is really certain. So I'm not sure if that's a question for you. It's a question for us. Do we have the scope and the jurisdiction to provide the relief that you're actually seeking? And if I was ever to take my commissioner hat off just for a moment, could think of the lots of the different ways that might be more appropriate and relevant in this case in terms of what you're seeking, and they don't have much to do with plan change 20. So I'm going to quickly put my hat back on and just pose that to you. Do you have any advice to us in the way we'll proceed? Because I can't really see what we have the jurisdiction or scope to provide the relief that you're seeking, even if we're mind to say yes, we agree with you.
Yeah. Okay. So I think the first point is that the submission by Tabby Tiger seeks to support plan change 20. There's obviously scope to discuss the manner in which that occurs, even with the struck out relief that is seeking to rezone. Tabby.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm completely putting that to the side. It's just the relief that you're seeking right in front of us.
Despite the strikeout in respect of seeking to rezone Tabby Tiger's land, the submission does specifically seek modifications to the intersection of Brains Road and State Highway 21. So we talk about providing that as a 4-leg.
I think the relief you're seeking is really clear.
Oh yeah.
And in my mind, it makes sense in terms of future proofing development that might occur, that seems like a sensible approach. It's really more of a question for us. Do we have the scope and the jurisdiction to actually do that, even if we were of mind to agree with you?
Yeah, well, I think I'm trying to answer that, so insofar as our submission specifically sought that type of provision, sought the actual outcome in the submission, we've actually pulled back to a lesser position as to, rather than it being provided, as just an advice note saying, look at it as an opportunity. So I'd say it's absolutely squarely within scope in terms of your jurisdiction to include an advice note of that nature that we're seeking.
But perhaps I could be more specific. We have some duties in terms of the Act, in terms of the powers we have to make a decision in this particular case, in those matters which we need to make that decision on. And it was in that regard, rather than the scope of the submissions and the relief that you'd sought. That's the chair of my question.
Okay. So it's in effect, when you look at the definition of effect, it's any past, present, or future effect. And if you are requiring an outcome which creates a future effect which is inefficient in terms of having to, for example, then dig a major piece of investment up and rebuild it because it was undersized in the first place, or because it didn't necessarily provide for that future proofing opportunity. That's, I guess, your purest RMA sort of link through this from a jurisdictional perspective.
There's the other matter, and I'm not sure if it's relevant, and that's something for us to discuss. And there's that funny little provision, section 36A, where it says there's no duty to consult for resource consents and requirements for designations. And it's in the back of my mind. I'm not quite sure if it's relevant, and I just wonder whether an advice note can direct a party to go and consult with someone about something that we're not quite certain what exactly it is. It might be completely off being, but that's in the back of my mind.
Yeah, okay.
And we know that was politically motivated, that particular provision, but it's there. Yeah.
Okay, so and that's why the wording of an advice note is that's been carefully written so it doesn't read as a rule. So it doesn't say that anyone must do anything, because that would make it a rule. So that's why you use the word should. So that's basically that's why it's purposely expressed as an advice note. It's on the assumption that Waka Kotahi would be the agency advancing any proposed upgrade at that intersection. So really, it's just saying, look, when they do the design of that, don't just look at what's happening with the northern precinct and go, well, let's just provide for that. Let's actually go and talk to the council and just figure out what's happening, because there's always things happening that people don't know about necessarily, or that are just coming up. Or like, for example, this Ahuaki plan, that if you were doing it now and you didn't know what was happening or what the outcome of that might be, you might sort of result in a foreshortened outcome. So it's just really eyes wide open sort of stuff.
Please don't get me wrong. I'm not disagreeing with the premise about good planning, looking forward and seeing that it needs to be options open, so it's efficient and effective. I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you at all. It's just around. It's not really process. It's just what is our jurisdiction and scope, and then even if we were to agree to that, what is the most appropriate way of doing that?
Yeah, I mean, you'll find, for example, in the regional plan, there are rules that identify tangata whenua as affected parties for the purposes of applications. So this is even a lesser step from that. It's really just saying do a bit of consultation. So yeah. I'm relaxed about it.
I'm going to get into dangerous territory where I start using double negatives and I'm not quite sure what I mean. So I'm just going to stop there.
Yeah, let's go. Mr. Walsh.
No further questions. Thank you.
Yeah. You see where we're coming from. It's in the interests of having the best possible outcome. So we're not trying to stymie anything that the airport's doing. It's just making sure it's done once and done right.
Thank you. That's all very clear to me. We will consider as is appropriate, of course. And thank you for coming.
Thanks,
which brings us to the Middle and Narrows focus group. There are enough chairs for all of you to step forward if you wish. Thank you. So who is your spokesperson?
Sorry, it's me.
You are the spokesperson. Well, welcome, and
Have I to press the button?
you should press the button and try and speak into the microphone.
Okay. My full name.
You may sit if you wish.
I know, but I'm sort of better standing.
You prefer to stand, that's
Yes.
fine.
I might have to sink down later on, but we are the last but not least.
Absolutely.
And last is lucky, we hope. Yes. My full name is Elaine Mary Penn, and I am spokesman for the Middle Narrows Road Focus Group. I have supporters on my side, and neighbours and partner. The Middle Narrows Road Focus Group comprises of 7 landowners whose properties are situated on Middle and Narrows Road and will become isolated between the Northern Precinct development and the proposed Southern Links. There were 9 of us, but one's been sold to the airport and the second one's been sold to Ruakahia Properties. Also, the Besleys, who are at 141 on Middle Road, are on the outsides of our group. They've never been really part of our group. So there were more, but not anymore. I'd like to point you to the map I put on the back, which is Mr. Google's map of the area as it is now, because I think it gives you a view of what we are, how we are living at the moment and how we would like to continue to live. So the bottom corner of that yellow line is the grass runway, and running from the grass runway, you will see a darker shadowing of a road, and that is the part of the road that's not available to us at the moment. It's locked off, and it allows you to see how many properties there are around near that road. So to summarize, the group made 4 submissions on PPC 20, and the S42A report of evidence has recommended that 2 of the submissions be accepted and that 2 be rejected. We do not agree that these submissions should be rejected without further explanation from us of the reasons for submitting. The 2 submissions we wish to be further considered are 3.31, that clauses S10.2, subclause 2.1, and clause 10.42.10 of the Waipaha District Plan remain as defined and no amendment made, and that no pedestrian or vehicle access should be allowed to Narrows Road and Middle Road. It is noted that there is support from the expert witnesses for Middle Road to remain a cul-de-sac. Private Plan Change 20 virtually rewrites the Waipaha District Plan with consequences not anticipated by the Middle and Narrows Road Focus Group, most of whom have lived in the area for 30 years, for many years, and have followed the proposed development from its infancy. The focus group has previously submitted on 2 Waipaha district plans and the Southern Links project. The purpose has always been to protect their lifestyle with a willingness to accept compromise. The residents of the focus group believe that the best option to safeguard their present lifestyle is to separate the 2 entities, that is, the rural properties and the commercial development, by a closed boundary between them. To accomplish this, it is requested that Middle Road be inaccessible to vehicle traffic to and from the southern end of the road by placing a barrier across the road. It is noted that access to the southern end of Middle Road has been denied to the public for many years since the unmade but formed roadway, and may I say legal roadway, was ploughed up and the gateway locked by the present owners, Northern Precinct. The Titanium Park approval
was given with a condition in the district plan that there would not be access or egress to Middle Road. The Middle Narrows Road Focus Group's perspective is that the PPC 20 changes our previous expectations in 4 ways. Titanium Park development approval was given on the basis that there would be no access or egress to the development from Middle Road or to Middle Road. The Waipa District Plan, Section 10, allows the southern end of Middle Road to be effectively blocked to the development. PPC 20 requests an amendment to this section of the district plan. The Northern Precinct was fully discussed at the last Waipa district hearing, but was to be considered for development and at a later date, and has been brought forward by approximately 10 years. Ruakahia Properties' request to be included in the Northern Precinct has never been considered previously as a likelihood for development, and now encloses the rural residential owners further. And I point out that the arrows on the district plan do not go anywhere near what we knew as Pioneer, which is Yates's. It was actually towards our end, and that's why there was no discussion whatsoever about the Ruakahia Properties possibility. So that's what was in our mind. The southern links will cut Middle and Narrows roads in half, giving only one access point to Range Road. However, this project is delayed and may well be subject to changes which will affect the use of surrounding land. PPC 20 will, in the meantime, change traffic flows on the local rural roads. From this perspective, it can be seen that whilst the focus group has had some success in managing to safeguard a rural lifestyle within a busy and growing neighbouring roadway system with encroaching commercial areas, PPC 20 has the capability of substantially changing this aspect. A key factor to maintaining some sort of safeguard is the continued blocking of Middle Road. Eyewitness evidence. The subject of access to Middle Road has been discussed by the transport assessment experts. Mr. Cameron Inder, in his report, refers the focus group to section 5.2 of the ITA version 2, which states, this recommends that no access be provided from the Northern Precinct to Middle Road, north of Northern Precinct or Narrows Road for general traffic. And 5.2 access strategy of the ITA V2 states, where local road connections between RPL and TPL land cross the formed sections of Middle Road, south of Narrows Road, it is proposed these new roads do not permit connection of ABZ traffic to Middle Road north of the site. The subsequent proposed amendment to the Waipa District Plan, Section 10, Clause 10.4.2.10, states there will be no direct access from lots or activities to a state highway, Narrows Road and Range Road, or to any section of Middle Road that does not have the airport business zone located on both sides of the road, except as shown on the airport business plan in Appendix S10, etc. This would seem to be a suitable selection to the group's submission, and it is in many ways. However, it does leave some unanswered questions in its possible interpretation. For instance, does access include egress? What is the interpretation of special provisions, and how will the explanation be written into the district plan? How will the special provisions be managed on site? Will a barrier be placed across Middle Road as there is now? Will the barrier be placed at a new location? How many sections will have access to Middle Road, and how will access through those sections be controlled? Section 15.4.287, Airport Business Zone Clause C, gives the general location and form of access points, including Middle Road, and states that strict compliance in terms of the internal locations is not required, as the roads are indicative only. How would this affect the access decision? Now, with regards to the pedestrian and cycling access, the group has never been against the proposed pedestrian cycling access to Middle or Narrows Road. We felt we had to put in a submission because the reason for the submission against this proposal is that this access has the potential of making Middle and Narrows Road a vehicle shortcut route for people employed in the Northern Precinct. This could present car parking problems on both sides of both roads if employees were to park their cars and use the pedestrian access to their building. And I would like to point out it is much shorter coming from Rains Road to Middle Road and to Narrows Road than going right round into the other two exits and entrances. So, you know, we're all the same. We find the shortest route and we find the best place to park. And we just wondered, could this happen? Has anybody thought about it? Because we have, at the moment anyway, wide green verges, and we can see people just ending up parking on it. The verges are there, of course, for the movement of cattle, and are used recreationally for walking and horse riding. So this is what we seek, that the clauses in section 10 and section 15 of the Waipa District Plan be written in such a way to ensure clarity that the southern end of Middle Road is closed to the entry and exit of vehicle traffic. Special provisions and restrictions be defined to ensure that there is no misunderstanding of their meaning. So there's no wriggle room for developers. That a barrier be placed on Middle Road as a deterrent to vehicles entering or exiting the Northern Precinct. That pedestrian access to the Northern Precinct be managed to detract parking of vehicles in Narrows and Middle Roads. In summary, the focus group residents concur that they are not against the development plan per se, but cannot support any amendment to the district plan which allows extra vehicle traffic through Middle or Narrows Road. That's at the point of intersection because there is another request for access and entry down lower Middle Road, and we haven't we haven't submitted on that anyway. We didn't know about it until we saw the plan. So this is just onto where Middle Roads cross Narrows Road. It is acknowledged that expert witnesses have addressed this probability and have recommended certain amendments to the PPC 20, but we're looking to seek for a much more contained condition, that there's no ambiguity, no argument, and we all understand what it says. Thank you for listening.
Questions? I don't have any questions because I think your submission's been really clear. And I was following what you were saying with my maps that I've got here, and it made sense around the concern, and it's probably at a granular level that there is evidence from the transport expert, and there's 87 pages of it, but there's some specific paragraphs there around paragraphs 156 that go into some detail about what's come out of the transport assessment and in relation specifically to your concern. So I think those address that, but in my mind, I was thinking, is there a difference between the relief that you're seeking and what's currently proposed? Because they probably use slightly different language, which is perfectly fine. So it's just a question in my mind that I'm sure the applicant will come back to us on.
Thank you.
I have no questions, but I do want to thank you for taking the trouble to commit your submissions to writing. And we will seriously consider them as a panel. But I'm sure Mr. Williamson, who is contracted to the council, will talk to other people in the establishment about some of the things that you've raised, which may be outside our jurisdiction, but nevertheless good points.
If I can just say, Commissioner, I thought what would be really nice would be for the district plan authors, perhaps to discuss with Northern Precinct people how they can write a clause and then perhaps talk to us and say, is this, you know, what you were looking for, so that there's some discussion on it, because we've not been allowed to discuss anything with anybody. And from a general point of view, the whole thing has been, and I know it's difficult for you, has been extremely difficult to go through, because there'd be witness report, counter witness report, and then you don't know whether you're still on the main report or through this report. And we only had the one opportunity to discuss it at the beginning, a year ago, before there was any reports out whatsoever, and just a room full of pretty pictures. And we did make a comment to the effect that, oh, can we go in with it? Because on the district plan, we will in future probably be ABC, business zone. And that's been picked up by all parties. Oh, the residents like this and they want to do that. But we don't necessarily. We know we can't afford anything like what's been presented to you. We're quite happy to wait for the district plan. And also, in some ways, we are happy if the Southern Links was there, because it gives us more certainty. Because without Southern Links, that becomes quite a desirable area to live, and can really become something, you know, if it was planned. So there's always this, well, what if? But we had gone back and discussed it, didn't we? And other neighbours who are not here. And we said, no, we'll wait for the district plan. But that comment, which was done automatic when we first thought the thing, with no, as I said, no report, has been taken up by two parties and thrown back at us, really. With no discussion. And no discussion. And Hamilton City Council decided that they wanted us to become ABZ, but they don't own land near us. And we now find out anybody can submit on the plan, which seems a bit silly if somebody can come along and put rights away, take rights away from you. So the whole thing is, and as you can see, we have been to other hearings, so we're used to a particular schedule and way of doing things. But this one has been very hard. No sooner do you think, oh yes, I've got the picture, and then something else has said, oh no, they want it that way. So that's why we don't necessarily, not agree, what's the word, think that we can trust as it's written now, because we don't think that access means egress. So is there cars to come from Middle Road north, or do they get stopped by the barrier and then just allowed to go on their internal circuit? And then what if, we were discussing today, what if they have wholesale shops around? Who's, you know, there's going to be customers coming along. So we would really like a tight, understandable clause that states exactly what the applicants would like and what we would like, because I'm sure there's a compromise there, and they probably already know what they want, but it just hasn't been explained to us. Thank you for listening.
You're welcome. And yes, I see from your evidence that you have been active in other proceedings, and good on you. The local voice needs to be heard, and we will certainly take serious note of what you've said. And you are welcome to stay seated where you are during the next item if you wish. Do we want a 5-minute break before we hear from, I'm sure Mr. Williamson would like a little break before we, yeah, go for it.
I'm going to break protocol a little bit here. It's not normal for the commissioners to answer questions. We're the ones who ask the questions and everyone tries their best to answer them or evade our questions. Just in regards, it's Friday afternoon and you're going to go away for the weekend and you're going to be wondering, did they hear us? And I'm not saying that this is the way it is, but this is what we've received in terms of the proposal. So Mr. Cameron Inder is the transport expert for the applicant, and what's been provided to us in the formal evidence is two things, and they're at paragraph 27A and paragraph 156 of his evidence, and specifically relates to the submissions that you have made. And it might not be all of the points you've made, but two particularly. The first one is the amended structure plan, which we have here, which is part of the proposed plan change, shows a revised indicative roading pattern within the northern precinct involving 2 indicative primary roads and a series of secondary roads. So these are the roads that are internal to the plan change. And we have now a map showing where the roundabout and access to the proposed plan change area is, and it's not at Middle Road. And at one of the primary roads is a spine road extending between those points. And the most important part is it also introduces a vehicle access restriction, preventing vehicles from exiting the site via Middle Road, but allowing access to pedestrians and cyclists. So that's what we have in front of us. And then I'm going to find 156.
Yeah, I've got 155.
And 156 is in response to the submission from your group. Refer this submitted to section 5.2, and it recommends no access. So the independent transport assessment recommended no access be provided from the northern precinct or the Narrows Road for general traffic, and that this recommendation has been adopted in amended structure plan. So that's what we understand the proposal is at this moment. So I wouldn't want you going away from Friday afternoon thinking, did they hear us? What's the story with the applicant? So that's what the proposal is in front of us at the moment. And I hope that allays some of your fears. The details of exactly what that means, perhaps that's another conversation.
Sorry to interrupt. Yes, I have read Mr. Linder. I was most amused the way he said to one of his colleagues, when Southern Links is here, everything will change anyway, so why bother? That wasn't exactly what he said, but it yes, we understand that. It's just the finer points, So I should have said, yes, we really support that witness evidence. So thank you to
Commissioner, can I honour in the same spirit of Friday afternoon breach protocol as well, and just acknowledge the submission, and also to confirm that Cameron Inder has been here all day waiting to hear your submission, so we've taken it seriously. He's at the back of the room. We are at 4:30 and we still have a little bit of the day still to go, but I am instructed that the Cameron will be available together with Titanium Park to meet you and to talk through your concerns and to allay them in a less formal setting. But that offer is genuine and it's available, and someone will be in touch with you, probably Mr. Dole.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. We didn't expect to go away with an answer. Oh, sorry, we didn't expect to go away with an answer, but thank you.
Well, yes, it is a breach of protocol, but it's a very good breach of protocol.
Thank you for your explanation of the roading. That's very helpful.
And we're not going to accept your invitation to stay. Thank you. It's been a long day.
It's your choice.
If you want to stay.
May I just ask how long a break would you two like before we recommence? 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 5 minutes? Okay, we'll take a break 5 minutes from now.
We're having a 5 minute.
Which
I've just got one matter that I can report, and that's that we've found the Waikato VAT Alliance strategy from November 2021, if that was of interest to you, which I can send through. Mr. Williamson will give you a brief update following what we've heard today. However, I have had discussions with my friend Mr. Welsh about an appropriate timetable to run from the end of today's hearing in response to your query yesterday, Commissioner Withy, about an appropriate way to address further details or integration of provisions into the district plan. So we are proposing just a short response now, and then with more considered reasons to form part of that timetable. So I'll just hand over to Nick.
Responding to that, we have the applicant, we have counsel, and we have the panel. So we can speak quite openly about the process. And you're not hearing me?
No, I was just saying. And we also have a vast array of people online.
Oh, thank you for the reminder. Thank you for the reminder. And they're welcome to listen, of course. I'm not going to say anything which is improper. However, what I was going to say was that we will adjourn today. So what happens from here, I'm sure I speak for my colleague and myself, we're open to your directing, well, not directing, suggesting, recommending the way forward. And I'm delighted that both of you as legal counsel have discussed that, and hopefully you've made it lawyer-proof.
It's very lawyerish, and Ms. Embling's comment to me was it's rather complex, but that's because we're trying to provide for a number of different moving parts. So we have agreed on the wording, sir, but and I'll read it to you, but I haven't printed it out as a memorandum of counsel, and we've undertaken together, and a small undertaking, to try and have it filed on Monday for you so you can follow. But it might be just appropriate before Mr. Williamson speaks if I give you the overview as to what we've agreed as a suggested pathway forward. So Commissioner Withy, you requested a response from counsel on the appropriate and fair process for a drafting. Yesterday you mentioned a raft of expert evidence and the need to integrate any changes into existing planning instruments. Counsel for the applicant and the counsel have conferred, and they suggest the following. 1, at the conclusion of the hearing today, the hearings panel adjourn the hearing. 2, counsel for the applicants and counsel for Hamilton City Council file a joint memorandum of counsel updating the hearing panel of any agreed changes to the provisions by close of play 28th of March. And that relates, sir, to the procedural issue that I raised at the beginning of the hearing in terms of further engagement, if any, with the Hamilton City Council, and to provide you with an update of that before the close. It's been, fair to say, challenging with me in this hearing and Mr. Maldoni away, and so those discussions have not advanced as I probably would have thought they may have at the beginning of the hearing. So we have built that in for that to occur next week, sir. So, and that had been discussed with Mr. Maldoni earlier in the week as a pathway forward. 3, counsel for the applicants to provide written submissions in reply, accompanied by a final set of provisions by 6 April. And I just observed the dates seem to get pushed out, but it's because of Easter coming in on the 7th. 4, the Section 42A officer confirm whether any further changes are recommended to the amended provisions arising from point 2, that's the memorandum of counsel with Hamilton City, or by the mechanism in 3, which is the final set of provisions that I am directed to provide. By the 14th of April. I'm not anticipating a wholesale and large set of any changes. And so that's why that's quite a tight timeframe, but it avoids the Easter break for Mr. Williamson. 5, the hearings panel. So having received that, sir, I sent you some homework, and that's that the hearings panel advise by minute whether they require written evidence to be provided to clarify any matters of detail from a specified party or parties on the final set of provisions provided under clause 3 or under the recommendation provided for in clause 4. Such evidence to be strictly limited to the matters contained within the minute, so that we're not in a perpetual hearing process of receiving further evidence that needs to be replied to. Point 6, any party whose submission relates to the matters addressed in evidence under point 5 may provide further evidence, and this is for a natural justice, but only in response to the evidence in paragraph 5. With the applicant then having a final right of reply to any such evidence. A bit complicated, and we would hope that that wasn't necessary, but we've tried to future-proof this process for you, sir. And then 7, the hearings panel will, by minute, formally close the hearing. Matters 5 and 6 will require the panel to set timeframes. Counsel for the applicant requests his request that timeframes be kept as tight as possible and that the closing of the hearing occur in a timely manner, sir, with respect. That's quite complicated for me to have read out, and I acknowledge that, and you'll have our joint memorandum on that text on Monday, sir.
Sorry. Yeah, me too. And I'm assuming, Ms. Embling, that you have had input to that and you agree with that as a procedure.
Yes.
Good. That all sounds fine to us as the panel. I just would make one suggestion that perhaps we should, once we receive that memorandum from you, we should put that into a minute and circulate, or ask the administrator to circulate it to all parties.
It will be drafted in such a way, sir, that that can be expedited by the panel.
Right, as an attachment.
We can provide, the way Ms. Embling and I have drafted it, it almost reads as the ability to use that wording as a minute. So I'll provide a Word version so that that can be done and provided by the panel.
So that actually becomes the minute once we're happy with it.
Yeah.
That's fine. And I'm seeing a nod from Ms. Embling, so that's good. And thank you, both of you, for turning your minds to the process from here. I think it is important that we do justice to everybody, and particularly the applicant, of course, who has initiated this whole thing. So, yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Grateful thanks to both of you for articulating a way forward for us. And subject to seeing the precise words, we both indicate that in principle that sounds excellent.
Yes. Now, sir, just before you hand back to Mr. Williamson, as I've discussed throughout, I'm intending to provide a written close, but I thought I would just provide some words and observations at the end in terms of an oral closing, rather than just get up and leave the room, sir, at the end of the today at the proceedings. And sure, I was anticipating doing this many hours ago, and I'm conscious it's 5 to 5 on a Friday, so I will be brief when it is my turn, sir.
I think we owe you that opportunity, so that's fine. Thank you for that. Now, Mr. Williamson.
Yes, thank you. In the context of what's being set out there, I'll be obviously providing individual responses to specific requests for wording changes and such like. What I think I'd like to do to this point, just again in the spirit of a Friday afternoon closure, understanding my position on proceedings as at now. One issue that was raised by Ms. Andrews for the Waikato Regional Council, which was her conclusion that further information was required. My response to that is that I don't believe further information is required. This was in relation to the assessment of alternatives regarding the NPS of highly productive land. And as part of her support for that conclusion was reference to an Auckland Council hearing decision. I happen to know that site quite well. The applicant for that plan change I was acting for the Auckland unitary plan hearings, and we asked for that zoning to occur at that time as well. What I can say is that was to rezone the area of land as residential in Waiaku. It's residential, it's got a lot more options about where it can go than other activities such as this. And it's for that same reason, effectively, that I don't believe that the regional council's request that further areas be explored in the Hamilton and beyond. And the reason I say that is drawing on the purpose of the plan change and what is actually proposed. It's not proposing an industrial zone. The description in paragraph 1.1 of the opening legal submission says that the proposal is to extend the northern precinct of the district plan's airport business zone to the northwest. So it's the airport business zone would be kind of out of place anywhere other than in the immediate environment of the regionally significant resource, is what I expect. So I don't believe that any further evidence needs to be provided, is my opinion on that. Otherwise, in relation to the specific relief that people have requested today, having considered all of those, I'm satisfied that no amendments are actually required, and I can offer as part of this minute the specific reasons why I arrive at that conclusion for each of those and provide the associated.
Just for clarity on that, you're referring to what I call the growler suite.
The growler, the opening growler rebuttal version.
So we're all talking about the same thing.
Correct.
Yeah.
So yes, as it now, that's I still remain of the view that those are the words, but obviously in light of this other final nuances and needing to speak with our experts just to sort of bed that, and I'll use the opportunities provided through the reply process.
Well, that was brief. Thank you very much for being brief. Now, Mr. Welsh.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Just before you start, Mr. Welsh, no, that's okay. It was just a point that during today you rightly correct me in terms of I was interpolating that the expert evidence we had in regards to giving weight to the plan change one was not exactly correct, and I was thinking in my mind I might have misinterpreted, but I was just at 7.20 of your legal submissions. You submit that the panel should give limited weight to the aspects that are subject to submissions, and that's in regards to PC1. And it would be helpful in the closing if what is meant by limited weight. So obviously there's a have a regard, but how much of having regard during that process would be appropriate in this particular instance?
So sir, I'll just address you briefly on that now and do it properly and fully in writing. But that part of my submissions were responding to the conflation by Ms. Andrews between Mr. Growler's expert opinion that limited weight should be provided to change one, and Ms. Andrews opining that it should have the normal weight of have regard to, and they're two different matters altogether. And of course, matter of weighting is a little bit amorphic and in the eye of the beholder, but I would, in terms of if you have a continuum in terms of give full weight because it's beyond challenge and you're literally just waiting for the council to adopt them in a formal sense to just notified, change one is halfway along the spectrum, or not even halfway along that spectrum, because submissions have been received. They are in the, they cover the full spectrum of relief in respect of change one, including that by the RAL and TPL. And so limited weight is essentially trying to put it into planning parlance. You should be cognizant of the fact that decisions and the testing of the notified provisions has not occurred, and you bear that in mind. Thank you, that's really helpful. Commissioners, when I opened the case for TPL and RPL on Wednesday, I submitted that the combined evidence of the applicants and the council should give the panel a very high degree of confidence that there are no impediments to approving Plan Change 20, and that it is the most appropriate planning framework for the site. The proposal will bring meaningful benefits for the district and the region, facilitating much needed business land in a strategic location by way of quality coordinated development. Further, the suite of measures proposed to manage potential adverse effects is comprehensive and robust. Some may say too comprehensive and too robust in terms of the volume of information placed before you. That's in respect of peka peka, transport, infrastructure, landscape, and the like. Nothing in my submission that has transpired since I made those submissions has changed or reduced the force of the submission that I gave when I opened this case. I submit to you that first, PC20's proposed objectives and policies appropriately give effect to all applicable higher order planning instruments. There has been no real and serious challenge to that submission. While DOC has challenged policy and other aspects relating to bats, I addressed that extensively in my opening submissions, and the applicant's witnesses have provided comprehensive and carefully reasoned responses. In my submission, when the panel interrogates the evidence in the submissions of the Director General's case, I say that it is founded on a misinterpretation of the applicable planning framework and does simply not stack up. Second, I submitted that the proposed rules appropriately implement the proposed policies. No party has seriously challenged the fundamentals of the proposed rules, although parties have sought detailed changes to them. Hamilton City has sought a range of further prescription and proscription, which the applicants say is unnecessary, inappropriate, and unjustified based on the provisions that Mr. Muldowney filed today. DOC appears satisfied with the proposed text provisions. Its concerns about the structure plan and the quantum of compensation, the specific details of which remain unclear, are not only based on an incorrect interpretation of the policy framework, but are also unworkable, unjustified, and/or inefficient. For example, compensation at a rate of 1-to-1 equates to 130 hectares. And in my submission, that's neither efficient, practical, or actually readily achievable. In the department's case, there was no acknowledgement of large Crown holdings in the immediate area containing significant habitat that Ms. Cummings addressed you on and explained that was the basis for the proposed design in terms of the corridor. The BAT provisions proposed by the applicants are, in my submission, gold standard, going beyond those recently approved in Hamilton City's Plan Change 5. Now, Commissioner, I don't want to overplay the relevance of Plan Change 5. I acknowledge it's a council decision, but it's on the very same bats we're talking about in this room. Third, I submitted that in terms of Section 32, the proposed objectives are the most appropriate means of achieving the purpose of the RMA. and the proposed provisions are the most appropriate way to achieve the objectives of the district plan and the RPS. I submitted that Plan Change 20 will promote the sustainable management purpose of the Act, including because, one, any potential adverse effects can appropriately be managed through the proposed framework. The proposed development is an efficient use of natural and physical resources and can be achieved in a manner that maintains or enhances the quality of the environment and amenity values. I submitted, and I still do submit, that the proposed provisions are entirely appropriate for this site. They strike a balance between the desirability of stimulating business activity through quality development of business land and the need to ensure that development appropriately responds through design and management of effects to the immediate site and surrounds and the district as a whole. I submit that the proposal will achieve an outcome which will have significant positive benefits. It will supply highly sought after business land, introduce jobs, and stimulate local investment and spending. And I'm going to come back in my written close and deal a wee bit with Mr. Ackhurst's lack of appreciation, I suppose, as to the need to provide retail offerings that provide the amenity, and that really plays into the issues that Mr. Richards spoke to you on day one. Again, I reinforce that nothing we have heard during the hearing has changed my submissions, especially given the Office's 42A recommends approving Plan Change 20. Outstanding issues are actually very limited, and that is a reflection of the carefully drafted Plan Change 20 provisions, the comprehensive approach to engaging with the wider community and stakeholders, and the constructive approach of the expert team, especially during the conferencing process, where the team were open to consider changes. As you know, there are only 26 submissions received. Fewer submitters have elected to present evidence to you. Those that have taken time out of their busy schedules to be here today, and for the applicant, that is acknowledged and appreciated. Mr. Chair, you observed that the panel is not confronted by parties seeking wholesale decline of Plan Change 20. Other parties, for example, the Department of Conservation, were reluctant to really put a stake in the ground as to what relief or what recommendations the experts really did seek. And so that being so, I submit the critical question for the panel is what the final form of the provisions of Plan Change 20 should take. And in that respect, my opening submissions gave you a fulsome pathway for confirming the plan change on the basis put to you by the applicants and now confirmed by the Section 42A officer with the Grala rebuttal set of provisions. Put simply, the evidence of the applicants is such that it is their strong view that it is entirely appropriate to simply grant the plan change in that form sought. Potential effects have been appropriately addressed with respect to scale and degree of effect in accordance with the policy framework. Mr. Chair, you observed on the volume of the evidence presented to the panel and the complexities of the plan change. The evidence provided by the applicant has by necessity had to respond to the many layers of the applicable planning documents, including multiple national policy statements and the issues raised by the other parties. The submissions and the evidence has provided the commissioners with that pathway to navigate the complexities. Mr. Grala and Mr. Inger's evidence in particular step you through the relevant considerations and should provide the panel confidence that following those steps, the plan change should not only be confirmed, but approved on the basis sought by TPL and RPL. It's worth reflecting, sir, that the rationale for PC 20 And the actual development facilitated by PC20 is very simple. The crux of the plan change is that it provides for a quality business development to meet demand while appropriately managing effects. And so once you distill the issues down in that manner, those that are outstanding, we're largely left with these following issues. A, Hamilton City Council, who seek to reduce the extent of retail provided for in the Northern Precinct. The applicant's evidence, and I might just say, so much so, and it was salient of Commissioner Coffin to observe that 1,000 square metres essentially represented a single store if it was going to be a super value by chance or something like that. The applicant's evidence has demonstrated that Hamilton City Council's position should not be of concern to you from a policy or effects perspective. My friend, and I say this respectfully, my friend Mr. Maldoni would have been very useful in the Battle of Agincourt with the long bow he was drawing today in respect of the integrated management provisions as a sidestep to the actual directive provisions around existing centres that are of concern under the RPS. Importantly, as Mr. Richards testified, from a real world perspective, informed by his many years of property development, including decades within the airport precinct, providing a retail offering is important for a quality development that will attract quality tenants and landowners. A limited but sufficient retail offering for non-ancillary retail is critical for that goal. It provides, as Mr. Richards noted to you, for the day-to-day needs and the amenity of the thousands of workers and visitors to the airport business zone. And I might just observe that Mr. Ackhurst seemed to be under the misapprehension that the policy that he was hanging on to for day-to-day needs related to only the Northern Precinct, but the policy relates to the Northern Precinct and the wider airport precinct zone, so the entirety of Titanium Park and Hamilton Airport. And I think when you place that correct lens, it somewhat demonstrates the undercooked nature of Mr. Ackhurst's recommendations. My submission also remains in respect of ancillary retail offering, and that the status quo provisions provided in the district plan for the airport business zone are entirely appropriate. So what we're seeking in the Northern Precinct is no different from what has been offered for the past 15 odd years under the existing provisions. We haven't heard any evidence that those existing provisions have undermined the vitality or the viability of the Hamilton CBD, Te Awamutu or Cambridge. That said, and it is reflective of the family relationship that TPL and the Hamilton City Council finds itself in, that I indicated that there is intended to be further engagement with Hamilton City, and I've explained the manner in which I will come back to you. After all, what family doesn't have a squabble from time to time? Maybe that the applicants in Hamilton City Council can resolve or narrow their points of difference. I'm not promising that, but it may be that we can. But even if we cannot, Commissioners, you can be assured that the parties gave the process a good go. Which brings me to the key issue in contention, the peka peka. On your site visit to the airport terminal, you would have observed the peka peka and the cultural design and motifs that have been the inspiration of the recent upgrades. Hamilton Airport is rightly extremely proud of that recognition and expression of acknowledgement to mana whenua and to the peka peka. That acknowledgement manifests itself through the approach to the effects management for the peka peka, be that the bat habitat areas, clear and certain rules aimed at managing effects, or conditional acquisition and proposed enhancement of a significant compensation site on the Waikato River. And no, I won't say it. These responses are meaningful, substantive, and strike the necessary balance between enabling development and addressing the effects on the peka peka in line with the policy. Points of difference between the applicants and DOC will require you to consider the evidence and make a finding of the evidence you prefer. Stacked up, I suggest to you that the evidence in particular of Ms. Cummings and Mr. Inga should absolutely be referred to their counterparts for the department. Your job now is to evaluate the evidence, and unfortunately, parties will not always agree on all matters, but that is not unusual. My written closing will provide you further comfort and confidence that adopting the applicant's proposed provisions achieves the relevant tests. In summary, I submit that significant opportunity represented by Plan Change 20 and the major benefits it will bring should not be lost or compromised due to concerns about adverse effects, which will be, in any event, appropriately managed through the Plan Change 20 provisions. It only then remains for me now, on behalf of Titanium Park and Rukahia and myself, to thank the commissioners for the manner in which you have presided over this hearing. To the WDC officers, thank you for your important role. And lastly, but certainly not least, to the administrative staff of Waipa, we thank you for your hospitality throughout this week. And those, sir, are my preliminary closing submissions. Now, unless there's any questions, is Mr. Hill still there? No.
It's not. I've already talked to the chair. We've got that sorted.
The intention, and you would have seen Mr. Hill here for a number of hours. The intention was for him to formally close by way of a karakia as he did in opening, but unfortunately, we've had slippage during the day.
Commissioner Coffin is happy to step into that.
I would be much obliged.
We've sorted a plan B.
Yes, much obliged, sir.
But before he does that, I just want to say thank you for the manner in which you have presented the case for the applicant, and to thank the people on my left for the way they have engaged, and particular thanks, Ms. Embling and Mr. Welsh, for the way that you've articulated a way forward for us. I think it's going to be a good one. And I can imagine several alternatives which would not be good. So I thank you both for that. And thank you for recasting the schedule for this afternoon. And those that may be listening on YouTube, thank you for listening.
Ai kia ora mai tātou, tuatahi māku I miana ka koutou, ko tai tina mai tēnei wiki, e ki te whakawhitinga kōrero e pāna te kaupapa iwi a tātou. Firstly, I'd just like to acknowledge all of those who are with us today, but all those who have joined us this week to share their thoughts and ideas and submissions in regards to the kaupapa that's in front of us. O tira e mihi kawana kia Norman I tīmatai tātou hui, I runga ngā kupu hei whakawātia, o tira ka whakarite I nei o ngā kōrero pāna ki tēnei wiki. And also I'd like to acknowledge Norman, who started our proceedings with a karakia, which I rotu I tērā he mihi kawana ki te tangata whenua, o Ngāti Koro ki Kahukura, o Ngāti Haua, me Ngāti Mahanga, and acknowledging the tangata whenua of the site in which we've been discussing, those which I've mentioned there. Whichira e mihi kawana ki ngā tangata o te hapori, ko taima nei ke wainganui a tātou I tēnei rā, ki te whakawhiti, ki te whakaputunga e nei o ngā kōrero e pāna o era raruraru, a wanga kuwaretanga no reira he mihi kawana kia rātou I tēnei wā. And just like to acknowledge those community members who've taken a day out and were so patient with us this afternoon and had time to share their thoughts, their concerns, their perceptions, but also their ideas and thoughts. O tira, e mihi kawana ki te whare, e mihi kawana ki a tātou, a ko tēnei he karake he whakawātia, o he whakakapi I tēnei wahanga. So with that, I'd like to acknowledge the house we're in, those who are within it. And I'm just going to share a karakia to bless us before we finish here and our travels to our respective homes. Anō re korori a hareru ki o hinga mano mātu tama wairotonga ana pono pita māngai. A tātou ki te kauri ki wairu te arapatonga ki pariuri tua hāmore te tīma tanga woti a mātua tumata nei. A ko te māngai anō hei tūtuku mai aiani a kini ai. Ai te māngai puro te tokotoro tapu ki o tēnei mātou te uinga uhuhu mai nei raru te tuanui o tēnei o tātou whare. Nō reira mana ki tia mai mātou i roto te arono, pai heri tia ki tarangi marangua katoa. Ko mai kia mātou te manakitanga i runga te rori, ko hoki mātou ki te wā kainga, ko te māngai anō hei tūtuku mai, aiane, akane, amane. Safe travels, everybody.
And just formally, kia ora tātou katoa, and we stand adjourned awaiting